In the forest, a father and son encountered a level 3 monster, a green slime. Frightened, they stood hugging each other and did not know what to do. They were ordinary peasants and could not fight back against the monster. But then the boy, surprised, noticed something far away from him and his father. Doria is an island country formerly known as Japan. In ancient times, monsters did not exist. But after their first appearance, they spread in an instant, causing about 80% of the land to become uninhabitable due to the high level of danger. At the same time as the birth of monsters, people were divided into classes. Classes began to be assigned to people from birth and help them manage their lives correctly. Warriors, magicians, hunters, clerics, fighters, robbers, merchants, and sorcerers. These 8 classes were considered gifted. Also 3 classes were considered gifted: king, hero, sage. And finally, most people qualified as powerless, those who were engaged in urban development, working in hotels. Father furiously shouted at the monster not to come near. On the mountain, the main character saw what was happening and in an instant picked up a stone. He threw it at the monster. The stone hit the slug's head straight. The father and son were shocked to see it. The monster didn't understand what had happened. The family shouted to each other with confusion and joy in their voices. The monster that had threatened their lives a second ago had torn itself into pieces, and coins were pouring out. The father and son stood silently in shock. The young man, having already gone down, stood behind the family and checked if everything was okay, picking up the fallen coins. The man and the boy, still in disbelief, stood with their mouths open, watching their savior. The boy held a coin in his hand. The boy, collecting coins in a bag, told the men that everything was fine. The father, in shock, asked how the young man saved them, showing his levels to the protagonist that they are level 1 peasants. The young man thanked them for showing the levels, answering the question that he simply threw a stone. The young man threw a bag of coins to the younger boy. The father and son looked at the bag questioningly and with shock. The main character said that the slug dropped 100 bronze coins. They are yours. The young man leaned over to the boy and with joy in his eyes told him to look and see if he got 100 bronze for defeating the slug. The boy shook his head negatively. The main character was shocked by such an answer. He asked the boy even if he could buy sweets and toys. The boy answered that he could not defeat the green slug, who lowered his head. The young man, with a little sadness in his eyes, was about to go back to the city. But the boy shouted and asked who he was. The boy asked if he was a hero, to which he replied, no, showing his status. The family was hysterically shocked when they saw the class and level of the main character, Kagami, a level 999 peasant. Shouting after his savior that the peasant was the weakest class, Kagami, without moving a muscle, thought only of the fact that there would be meat for dinner today. Having arrived in the free city of Valman, the main character, contentedly, walked around the square and ate a leg of meat. At the same time, there was strife in the square. The residents were indignant and asking why the monsters were still in the city, why they had to cling to the strong class to survive, why their children had to hold swords. The armored youth shouted, telling the villagers that everything was happening because of the monsters, and that they were the servants of the demons, and that until they eliminated the demon king, there would be no peace. Kadami, not understanding what all the commotion was going on in the square, was just walking by and accidentally overheard the onlookers talking about the hero party that the men wanted to attend. The older man replied that there was no need to fool around, and the second man continued to reason that if the level is high enough, then you can become very strong. Can he raise his level? Kagami found himself in an ancient cave. Seeing the blue demon, he shouted that the target had been found, with rage on his face, swinging his arm to attack. The peasant dealt a crushing blow to the monster, right in the head. The demon began to fall from such a blow. The young man, having finished with the monster, from which coins had already flown, said that for some reason there were a lot of monsters today. Having collected a bag of money, he continued to talk to himself, assuming that where the call block was, it needed to be found and destroyed, and he had a party for himself. Kill all the monsters, sadly noting that they would be reborn anyway. The peasant, feeling that new monsters had already stood behind him, continued that thanks to this, he delivered a powerful kick to one monster and another to the head with his elbow, finishing the phrase about how many quests can be completed. Holding a piece of paper in his hands, the protagonist asked how much was left. Hearing something from the cave, he realized that there were more monsters there and ran deeper into it. Running up, the peasant was shocked to see the armored youth from the square with his team of 3 girls, who was killing one of the blue demons. The main character was upset and thought that these heroes had forgotten here, that it would be better to capture the castle of demons. The girl in the hat urged the young man Rex to continue on his way, to which he replied that they were already on the right path to the goal. Rex said that he found some group of monsters. The main character, hearing this, he noticed these monsters without any shame, took his demon asking what his goal was. It doesn't matter, he answered himself. The protagonist, flying into the monsters with both feet, shouting that it was a good catch, knocking out the horn of the blue demon, which was a rare element that nullified the hostility of monsters, as long as there was magical energy in the horn. Looking at the piece of paper again, the peasant held the horn and said that it was a lucky day, that there were still many rare monsters, but in this particular quest there were only 3 blue demons left, and that he would finish the quest earlier than he planned. He imagined that there would already be sushi for dinner, with drool at his mouth, and then a small figure in a cloak appeared behind him. The young man understood that it was a girl. She was resolutely heading deeper into the cave, and he asked himself why she was here. Seeing that the girl was heading towards the monsters, he was scared and was already shouting to her that she was going straight to the monsters. To come back. There were monsters there. The girl was already running up to the 2 demons. The young man, seeing that the child simply ran past the monsters, was shocked, asking out loud if they were sleeping. He began to move in their direction, but the demon immediately turned his attention to Kagami. Dodging the demon's attack, he said that he imagined it, grabbed the demon and hit it with his fist, shouting with a claim to the monster that it reacted, but not to her. Having stunned the monster, he looked into the distance and asked himself whether to go after her. Running after the girl, the main character lost her. Running to the end of the cave, he saw that it was getting lighter, and asked if this was the exit. Here, toothy demons appeared before him, growling at the young man, ready to attack. The guy quickly delivered a blow to the demon's stomach, saying that there were too many monsters in this cave. Having eliminated the danger, the young man's attention was drawn to a sound. He heard someone screaming in the distance of the cave. With concern in his eyes and face, he wondered if it was the cry of a child. If it was the same girl, he would suddenly start running towards the sound. The girl stood worried with her mouth open, seeing a team of heroes on her way, led by Rex. He shouted to the girl that the place where they were belonged to the royal family. The hero, standing with his sword at the ready, with 3 girls standing behind him, asked the child what kind of person she is. I forgot at this point. Finished the phrase, he hits the ground with his sword, creating a whirlwind of wind. Stones from the ground fly in all directions. The little girl, covering her face with her palms, cries and says out loud only one word, Dad. From such a wind, her hood falls off. She is absent-minded and does not know what to do. And then the main character arrives, rushing forward to the girl. They meet eyes, he smiles at the girl. She watches our hero with her mouth open in delight and surprise. Rex's team looks at Kagami with the same shock, who protected the girl, taking the attack upon himself. The young man, covering the child, turns to the heroes asking why they attacked her. Rex, indignant, asks the young man who he is. Kagami replies, just a passing peasant. Rex, not believing, shouts, stop lying and show your status. After such an attack, he would not survive. But when he saw the status, he was stunned, not believing his eyes. Behind Rex, a girl says, even if you forget about your class, this girl is definitely a demon. The little girl grabs her hair, from which horns stick out. The young man looks at the guys and says to himself that this is how it is, still covering the girl. The little girl, serious, hides her little horns. The boys asked him, even knowing this, will you still protect her? The girl looks at the heroes with excitement. Kagami, without moving from his place, without flinching, stands on the child's side. The opponent shouts at him, trying to hide something. The peasant's eyes show contempt and he sighs. Before meeting the main characters, Rex's team fought demons in the caves. Rex kills the blue demon. Paulna the magician calls him further on the road, but the guy does not stop showing off, finally saying who is the hero here, with joy in his eyes. Behind him stands Tina the cleric, exhausted from the battle. She wonders. There are a lot of monsters around. The mage turns his attention to another girl from the team and asks if Ohoime-sama is okay. The sage girl Kururu, sitting on her knees, out of breath, says to herself, "Please stop." Ponga, looking worriedly at Kururu, said that there was no need to burden herself so much. She replied that she did not think that it would turn out like this. With joy in her voice, she exclaimed that she dreamed of freeing humanity from the oppression of the Demon King. Long ago, there were more than 196 countries in this world, but with the advent of demons and monsters, only 3 countries remain. Tina replies that everything happened because the number of places suitable for living has decreased. Kukuru exclaims accurately, "Because of the Demon King, monsters took away their lands. They need to return them," adding motivation to the heroes, for the sake of peace and prosperity of all mankind. Palma praised Oime for her loyalty, to which the girl asked not to call her that, but to use her full name. But the mage objected that the name was too long, so she would call her Kuchan. Rex, meanwhile, was looking for something in the walls. The girl, shot by her new nickname, repeats the nickname again with surprise. The magician turns to the young man, with a question in his eyes. What will he do now? The hero had already found a glowing emblem in the wall, and happily reported that he had found it and that it was glowing. Continuing the thought, he added that the cave went further. The mage asked the guy again if the thing that would help them in the quest was really right here, in this cave. The magician turned to the young man and asked what was there. The hero eagerly raised his hand with his finger up and asked for permission to explain. He said that according to legends, the sacred sword given to the royal family is in these caves. It is a sword that can be used by a level 90 hero, which is Rex. The mage asked how he knew about it. Rex, pleased, answered that Kururu was the princess of this country, and her father, the king, happily told him about it. The young man confidently declared that the goal was already near. The demon girl ran into the hall in the caves, fell to her knees and asked why there was no one here. Not noticing the sword where it should be, she was surprised and asked why. Hearing strange sounds behind her, she turned around and asked who it was. Seeing the team of heroes, they turned to her and asked what she was doing there. Looking at the girl with surprise, Kuchan noticed her aura and mentally noted that the girl had magical powers. Kururu informed Rex that the girl was a demon. The girl, standing in a fighting stance, looked at the heroes. Rex, holding his sword, looked questioningly at the child. The hero shouted at the demon, indignant that the sacred sword was missing, and asked how she dared steal it. The girl tried to respond to their accusations, but Rex interrupted her mid-sentence, stating that this place belonged to the royal family. Rex swung his sword as he prepared to attack, and Kuchan shouted at him, trying to stop him. After attacking the ground with his sword, he asked the demon what she was doing here. The girl, frightened by the blow and the flying stones, screamed. Kagami appeared behind the demon, jumping over her in one leap and covering her. Finding himself at the top in a jump, he shouts to the heroes. The girl below watched his actions with surprised eyes. The protagonist dispersed the attack with one blow of his hand and shouted furiously to the team, asking why they attacked her. The team, not expecting such strength, watched the peasant in amazement. Rex asked Kagami who he was. The main character, casually scratching his head, as if nothing had happened, answered the hero that he was just a passing peasant. The girl listened to him in surprise. The young man shouted that he did not believe the hero, accusing him of lying and demanded to show his status. Kagami, without hesitation, showed his status as a peasant, which shocked the demon. The team, not believing their eyes, began to speak with surprise in their voices and faces. But the sage interrupted him, declaring with confusion in her voice that she herself did not believe it. But he was completely unharmed. Continuing her speech about the girl being a demon, she asked him if he had protected her consciously. The girl, not leaving the peasant, is confused and scared, and the team opposite is hostile. Kuchan asked sternly, "Are you trying to steal something?" The young man, in desperation, bit his lip and replied that she was not a demon, but his younger sister, taking the little girl by the shoulders. The girls, on the contrary, apparently showed mistrust to everyone. Tina asked whether she had horns from birth. The main character, after some hesitation, replied that he had made them for his sister himself. "They are accessories, and they are attached directly to the head," the peasant replied. The ladies, on the contrary, were confused. Their eyes showed indignation. To prove his point, Kagami took out the blue dragon horn he had recently received with zeal and anxiety. The mage, seeing the horn, believed him, and said that it explained the magical power emanating from the girl. The main character furiously began to stick this horn into the throne standing nearby, while the team of heroes watched the peasant in surprise. The hero was upset by the peasant's gesture and was secretly angry that this was a legendary throne in which the sacred sword was sealed, and not some cheap artifact that the protagonist could damage with his brute force. Karu realized in her mind that if he thought that such an explanation could fool someone, then it was a little funny. Kujan turned to the protagonist, saying that if that was how he was trying to explain it, then that was what it was. The young man was happy with this arrangement and rejoiced in his thoughts, imagining that he was at the top. The sage said that they did not want to discuss this matter anymore, smiling at him. Rex was fundamentally unhappy with this development and attacked the boys with a question about the sacred sword. He asked the peasant what his sister was doing in this room. He covered the demoness, ready to defend himself. The hero, shouting with distrust towards his opponents, continued to say that she accidentally tripped at the same time as the sacred sword disappeared, and this seemed to be just a coincidence. Kagami replied that it was indeed a coincidence and asked why there was such a fuss over the sword. The girl hid behind it with a confused look. Rex, putting his hand on his heart, said that he was the chosen hero. Continuing his monologue, he claimed that there was only one person who could wield the sacred sword. This phrase made the protagonist shudder, sweat, and then he exclaimed, "Ah!" The peasant remembered that it was his fault, and speaking of the sword, he had recently found it and sold it. Everyone in the room was in genuine shock after this unexpected revelation. Standing with glassy eyes, everyone trying to digest this information. The hero hysterically asked about the royal family's sacred sword. The peasant, without worrying, answered in the affirmative. Rex replied that it was a lie, since only a hero could possess it. It was impossible for a peasant to take it. The protagonist, waving his hand, replied that it was difficult, but in fact, he had not taken it. He had carried it away. The team, not believing it, asked if he was joking. The peasant said that he would show now, and lifted the throne standing in the hall with ease, indicating his action raised. The peasant easily held the throne above him, into which he had recently stuffed the horn, and said that it was possible. The hero's team stood there, shocked. The hero, with sadness in his eyes, asked the peasant about his level. 9 answered the main character. Rex exclaimed that this could not be. His entire team was stunned by the peasant's answer. The guy, upset by this news, began to reason to himself that the only way to raise the level is to defeat a monster whose level is higher than yours. Continuing, he thought that he had never heard of a peasant whose level was higher than 30. It was pointless for them to go to the battlefield to increase their level. It was pointless for them to take risks to go beyond their class characteristics. The hero told Kagame that the highest peak reached was that of a legendary hero whose level was 253, and asked how a simple peasant could surpass such heights. The young man looked at the protagonist with anger in his eyes, who responded with calmness in his eyes, probably because he fought monsters every day. The young man was indignant and replied that he was not the only one, and there was no need to fool people. If it was a matter of quantity, then he had defeated more monsters than anyone else, even in training. He answered him that defeating them was probably the same. He couldn't help but shout that he didn't care and that he should shut up and resign himself. Taking the girl by the shoulder, he was already leaving, but the hero asked about his power. Maybe with it he would try to defeat the Demon King. He replied that he should live a normal life, try to earn money, and let them deal with the Demon King. He, perplexed by the answer, shouted. The main character approached him with the assumption that he did not understand how this world works. The hero clung to this statement with malice. The warrior asked the protagonist what he was trying to achieve. He turned to face him and looked at him with contempt. The young man, dumbfounded and agitated by such a look, thought to himself, what was wrong with him? Chuchan suddenly intervened in the squabble, saying something, by the way. The main character shuddered and became embarrassed. She said that the sacred sword was a royal property. The embarrassed peasant apologized, asking to forget about it. The sage asked him if he wanted to join their team and help them fight the Demon King. The demoness blushed and got angry at the suggestion. The protagonist thought about it with a little surprise. Kagami gave a negative answer, apologizing. Shocked by this answer, Hyuchan asked why. with his strength, he didn't think that he could do something that no one had done before. He replied that no, he didn't think so, looking menacingly at the team. He asked them, so all they needed was to return the sacred sword? He offered to help them search and asked them to drop the subject. The team, stunned by the answer, simply stood behind them. Kukuru asked him if he was thirsty for fame and fortune, if he wanted to save thousands of suffering people. The protagonist replied that he was not against wealth, of course, but he did not need fame, and he was ready to help people in need. Chuchan replied that this was still not enough. Then, in his opinion, this should be enough. She proclaimed that at the dawn of the Demon King's defeat, she would become his wife. The peasant, dumbfounded by such a proposal, smiled with a twinkle in his eye and told her that she cared about others more than her own well-being. The sage, worried, wondered if she was still rejected. Confused and worried, she looked at him. She called after him. He, holding the girl's hand, sighed. He replied that he didn't think defeating the Demon King was a big deal, so he didn't want to fight or help. That's what he felt, and asked them not to worry too much. The girl next to him was delighted. Continuing, the peasant said that they were still not so right. The team did not understand. The magician asked, not understanding, for him to explain his reasoning. He turned to her, displeased, and replied that his reasoning would be meaningless until she realized it herself, and suggested that she simply forget what he had said. Tina, frightened, behind the magician's back, told him to just hint. The protagonist, turning his gaze to the sage, told her that she was talking about people who were suffering. He asked if she really thought he was selfish, and, leaving the question in the air, he left with the demon. After the phrase was spoken, Kuchan stood up with glassy eyes and a question inside herself. Rex, with a bad feeling in his soul, said that they had left, and this scoundrel said that he had no idea how the world worked. Chu Chan asks if he knows what kind of person he is. He replies that he has no idea, but he does know something. Putting his hand on his heart, he finished the thought that he had to become stronger than this peasant. Coming out of the cave, Kagami says that it is already dark, with a tired and saddened look. He sneezes, hugging himself. He says it's gotten cooler. The girl tries to tell him something, looking at him. She, with all confidence and courage, proclaims to him that this is the man she was looking for. The peasant is confused by such a statement, looks at her with a puzzled face. The demoness blushed. She asked him to become her husband, which left him absolutely horrified. The man shouted at the protagonist to come back and ask if he still wanted to fight monsters, that the peasant should go to work. He told him that he could throw stones from afar and asked him not to worry. The little boy told his father that his level had risen. The father indignantly shouted after him. How could a peasant raise his level? At that moment, the main character, running away, thought that he would not stop, because he shouted that exterminating monsters was much more profitable than farm work, rushing forward with a smile on his face. Peasants are considered incapable of fighting monsters. Kagami started defeating monsters when he was a boy, and it was just incredible luck. He didn't know that by defeating monsters, one could get money, and this income was incredible compared to the meager income of a peasant. Kagami couldn't refuse such wealth. But then doubts arose within him. He wondered why money fell out of monsters, and, holding the coin in his hands with surprised eyes, asked about it. Standing at the ruins of the cave, the girl shouted to the peasant that she was looking for him and wanted him to marry her. He was a little embarrassed and looked at her in surprise. Turning away from the girl, he asked what she was carrying and why a demon like her needed a sacred sword. She told him with sadness in her eyes that it was for her father. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. He remembered with sorrow in his mind his father at the moment of his death. He turned away from the girl, covering his face with his hand. She told him that her father had fallen ill after hearing rumors of a hero who had gone on a journey, and she was afraid that he would kill her father if he got the sacred sword. The hero asked the girl anxiously if he could slay her father with the holy sword as the Demon King. He stood with his fingers folded and looked at her. There was a silence, then she said, "Well?" The girl answered with excitement on her face that not as the Demon King, he kind of is. The peasant was puzzled by the answer. The demon, folding her hands below in embarrassment, continued to say that he was the Demon King. Kagami screamed in shock. The girl, embarrassed, immediately began to justify herself. saying that she was sorry. She didn't try to hide it, or, before he could finish speaking, he interrupted her with a question about the old man having a daughter. The girl was surprised and asked if he knew her father, and that was why he didn't want to fight him. The main character, with concern on his face, answered that no, it was a matter of time. For now it was filmed. She asked with excitement in her voice if he knew why this happened. Please help. Is it because monsters are born from the horns of demons? The farmer responded with surprise that he knew all about demon horns. But did she really think that because she was born a demon, it was automatically her fault? She was no different from humans. The girl hastily replied that it was true. So, she shouted with all her eagerness that she therefore wanted to see if it was possible for demons and humans to coexist peacefully, if that was possible. The boy realized that this was why she had decided to get married, and gave her an answer that he would be frank, said the peasant. With a sad look in his eyes, he replied that it was impossible, looking at the little demoness. The girl looked at him with longing and fear in her eyes. He told the demon that even if they did nothing, the monsters would continue to attack people, and people would hate them just as much, and the demons, having stopped attacking, would begin to curse people. The little girl, comforting herself with hope, screamed, but, interrupting, he continued that even if we exclude the fact that monsters were created by demons, there are many people who know that demons are not so different from humans. She looked at one point with a downcast gaze and said that this couldn't be. He answered with pain in his eyes that such is the complex structure of the world. The child, hearing such an answer, wondered what this meant. This man. What he knew. She asked him why he didn't want to kill demons then, looking at him with hope. He looked away and thought. The main character replied that it was because he was a fool, walking away from the girl. The little girl thought to herself, "What a fool, you say? Why do you think that? What is this man even thinking about?" she asked herself, looking at the back of the retreating figure. At first, she was confused and stood there dejectedly, but then, pulling herself together, she boldly took a step forward. The demoness jumped up and ran after Kagami. Having reached the city of Valman, the hero exhaled that he had finally done it, looking behind his back and asked the girl how long she was going to pursue him. She replies that this is the only city where she can buy medicine for her father. So he interrupts her and asks if she has come to buy medicine. "Do you have money?" he asks with surprise. The girl looks at him with tears in her eyes. "So, no," the main character answers with a little amusement. "Tell me, why don't you hate people?" Kagami asks the demon. They look at each other with some excitement. He lingers his gaze on the girl, waiting for an answer, and she naively answers, "But should she, if she only hates, nothing will change." The little girl's answer brought our main character into genuine shock. She notes in the end, "Everyone is similar," she says sincerely. Kagami is taken aback by such clarification. The young man is shocked, he thinks to himself. Looking at this child, I have never heard demons say such things. The boy couldn't help but laugh loudly. The girl asked in fright what. With tears of laughter in his eyes, he says, "Is she really a little demon?" The demon's eyes brightened. She answered him sincerely, "An unusual person." Continuing, she said, "Father said that there is hope that such people exist." The girl says with joy on her face. The young man agrees, it's true, but it's still a minority. The girl, looking up at him with confidence in her eyes, looks at him and asks, "So what?" Boyko, standing on her feet, she says with all her courage, "I will never give up." The protagonist, puzzled by such an answer, looks at the child. Watching the girl, he thinks that for a little demon who has gone so far from home, it will be dangerous to return to the castle alone if it does not take much time. He says, by the way, "There's a little time." The girl is shocked by such a statement and looks at the peasant. "Come here for a second," he tells her, holding out his hand forward. He turned her around, taking her by the horns, and she asked in fear what he was doing. He replied that he would buy medicine and take her with him. The girl asked with genuine surprise if this was true. She looked at him indignantly, covering her horns with her palms, and said that it was impossible because of her demonic aura. Meanwhile, feeling something on her horns, she shouted. He watched the girl with a smile and said that there was no demonic aura. She turned around and reached out to him, asking herself in shock, "What is this? How? What did he do?" The protagonist answered that he simply covered them with something. That's all. He said that the summoning blocks were nasty things. They spawned hordes of monsters, and he was lucky enough to destroy one of them, obtaining an S-rank mystical material. He explained that this material gave demons the ability to change their body type, and then by reworking the S-rank material, he created an amazing rare element called. He replied that it was cloth with a puzzled expression. The young lady exclaimed that it was incredible. She asked if it could be made for all the demons, to which he replied that he had made it from a very rare mystical material. He said that as long as she kept it to herself, everything would be fine and offered to pull up the hood. The girl looked at him and asked what made him do that, since it looked like he had specifically created it for demon horns. Scratching his head, he replied that, in that respect, they were probably similar. The girl looked at him hopefully. She screamed in surprise. He interrupted her with displeasure. That's enough already. She screamed with confusion and delight. This is excellent. The protagonist, hearing this, said with excitement that what was more important was that he still did not know her name and looked back at the girl. With a soft smile on her face, Alice introduces herself as Alice Bulmicio. Kagami Koji introduces himself in the same way in return. With his hand on his stomach and his head thrown back to the sky, the peasant complained of hunger and invited Alice to come with him. Smiling, so childishly, she looked at his back. Approaching Kagami from behind, the girl happily agreed to go with him and, smiling, ran after him. The main characters came to the city and, standing in the market, looked around the area. Alice grabbed her hood and thought fearfully that this was a human city. Looking around at everything around her, with fear in her eyes, she thought about how many people were here and what would happen if they found out that she was a demon. At that very moment, ice cream appeared in front of her face. Kagami handed it to her and happily offered the girl to try it. The boys sat on a bench enjoying their ice cream. Alice was happy about how delicious it was, and the farmer asked if it was true, noting that ice cream was usually eaten after a healthy meal, but today was a special occasion. Walking further, the girl was stopped by an old man who offered her a pie. Surprised, she asked if it was ice cream. Hearing that the man passing behind her was surprised. The old man, realizing that Alice was new to their city, gave her a little bit of everything. An apple, pizza, burgers. She was amazed by such a gesture, and the peasant watched from behind with a smile on his face. Having taken all the treats for herself, the girl was happy and thought that one only had to meet people to understand them. Somewhere behind, clutching his stomach, the dejected protagonist walked and thought that he could not believe it. Looking at the sky and standing between the houses, the peasant thought that his father would definitely be proud. At that moment, a man was riding on a large crow and watching the city. He muttered under his breath, making people tremble. Wandering around the city and scratching his head, the peasant said that now they needed to find a hotel. The girl, indignantly, asked whether it was a hotel. Alice, with guilt and weariness in her heart, thought that she couldn't afford such luxury now. But how wonderful it would be to sleep on a real bed. Arriving at the hotel, the girl fell flat on her bed with great pleasure, thinking only about the bed in her head. Kagami said that he had to be sure that you would bring her home safe and sound, so he was going to get some medicine, adding that he would also call his friend. The girl, hearing this news, was confused. With despair and fear in her eyes, she said, "Who else?" Kagame told her that if there was just a fight, he would be enough, but someone else was needed to protect her. He added that they would still have to defend themselves from other wanderers. The girl was shocked and confused. He said that he had left, to which Alice replied that he should come back quickly. Sitting on the bed, the little girl thought that she had forgotten that humans and demons cannot live hand in hand because of what happened recently, and she had to remind herself of that. She said that Kagami-san's friend must be a good one. A knock on the door echoed through the room. The girl was confused. Kagame's voice was heard behind the door, saying that he had returned and asking her to open the door. With disbelief, Alice reached out and opened the door. Opening the door, she saw a big, muscular man with an angry face. With a stony face, he said, "What a beautiful little creature." The little demon looked at him in a state of shock and fear, not understanding anything. Already sitting in the room and drinking tea, the stranger introduced himself. Takaku Builda, a fighter, which at first glance you wouldn't say, but... Exclaiming to himself, Kagami disagreed, saying that it was obvious. The farmer reassured the girl, telling her not to worry since Takako-chan already knew about her race. The little girl was a little worried and surprised. Making his voice softer and smiling, Takako told the young lady that he would never turn away from such a cutie, smiling at her. He decided to tell her his story about how he was once wounded and fell into the arms of death. Continuing, he said that the good demon gave him a medicine that saved his life. After all, he added, humans and demons aren't that different when he thought about it. All the fighting and hatred seemed stupid to him, and shared that he now lives by running a club and bar. The little girl responded like this. A little puzzled after the story, the little demon gathered her thoughts. She sincerely apologized to Takako for her fright, introduced herself to him, and expressed her hope for further friendship. The fighter, with a smile on his face, was sure that they would definitely get along, my dear, showing a thumbs up. He also decided to share the story of how he met Kagami, saying that he came to his bar as a customer, and then they formed a special bond. The peasant jokingly hit the fighter, who grabbed him. The demoness noted that the guys get along well. The next moment, Takako hit the protagonist in the body. Alice was confused and scared, wondering about level 999 in her head. Having fallen, the peasant at the fighter's feet, he did not waste time asking Alice what he was proposing to her to go to the hot springs. She, delighted, happily agreed and said that Kagami-san would go too. He, lying on the floor without strength, replied that he would stay and wished them to have fun, handing Alice the fabric for the horns. The demoness repeated in shock. When she went outside, the woman kept laughing, noting that Kagami-chan didn't like taking a bath like a woman at all. It was very shocking. Alice thought uncomfortably to herself that it was the woman who was really shocking. The peasant, watching the girls from the balcony, laughed, because he thought that the little girl had thought all this time that he was a man. And then he remembered her puppy eyes when she said about her father. Her father, Kagami remembered, his eyes frozen. Kagami's father drove the cart, explaining to his son that he understood that a peasant did not need to know how to fight. He asked him to be good and do his job, and to strive to become a good tailor. The boy lay down on the bed sadly. The boy recalled his battles and thought that if it was a slug or a moss-covered goblin, he could easily deal with it by throwing a stone from afar. But monsters of level 4 and above, this attack would not work on them. Fortunately, a strong warrior saved him then and said that the villagers were indeed weak. Raising his head, he turned to God. Hey, God, this is unfair. At least let me decide who to be, the boy thought suddenly. The cart stopped. The boy, falling to the floor, asked his father why they had stopped. His father climbed into the cart, and the boy turned his head toward his father. The father is tense, seeing a monster with an open mouth behind him, with fear in his voice, looking at his son, shouting at him to run. The main character grabbed his face, remembering this moment. He was scared. Exhaling, he said that it was all in the past. All in the past. And suddenly noticing something in the window, he wondered what it was. The girls were chatting outside the square. Takako asked Alice if everything was okay, and the demon asked how Kagami-san reached level 999. Since there are no monsters above level 500, she asked in confusion. She worried that if a level 999 fighter other than Kagami appeared, he would try to kill her father. Scared by this thought, she closed her eyes and Takako noticed it. He reassured the girl, saying that there was nothing to worry about, my dear. No one except Kagame-san had reached level 999. Alice turned around and naively asked why he was so sure. Smiling contentedly, the fighter said that Kagami-chan was missing one important thing that every living being should have, and in his opinion, that made him the biggest fool in the entire world. The girl, her eyes wide with misunderstanding, clarified what she was missing. Frustrated that she didn't understand what he was talking about, she asked him what he was missing, what it meant. Alice screamed that she wanted to know what kind of person he was, what he was thinking, and how he became so strong. She turned to the fighter, asking him to tell her more about Kagami-san, and with interest in her eyes, she asked the woman in front of her, wanting to know everything about him. The woman thought with a wicked smile on her face. The little demon was waiting impatiently for answers to his questions next to Takako. Takako noted that simply asking for an answer was not enough, since today was the first time they had met, and added, addressing her interlocutor, that she was her dear. Smiling, the woman hinted that in time they would all find out, that it was more pleasant to get to know each other this way. Alice looked at the fighter a little absent-mindedly. Having accepted this answer, she brightened up and said that since that was the case, she would try to get to know both of them better. Thanking Taka-chan. The woman was delighted with such a cute creature, clutching her head, thinking how amazing she was. Takako grabbed Alice by the shoulder and ran with her, shouting that there were hot springs ahead. Frightened cries were heard behind them. The heroes looked up to the sky, noticing monsters and birds falling from the sky. Monsters falling from the sky landed in a crowd of people, ready to fight. A man watched all this, chuckling under his breath. In the sky, a man sat on a rooster, shouting to the crowd that the Demon King's army was beginning its attack, and that all humans would fall before their might. Kagami looked out the window, seeing a flock of hellish roosters. Meanwhile, in the square, Takako was covering Alice from attack, and she herself couldn't believe her eyes, asking what the Demon King's army was doing here. People crowded into the square trying to escape from the monsters flying from the sky. Appearing the four people, the demon screamed, "From now on and forever." Alice, seeing this scene, stood in the middle of the crowd, confused, in shock. And the men behind were shouting that there were even more demons, and shouting that they would destroy them, grabbing any weapon. The lost girl fell to her knees and said sadly that her father would not have wanted this. A fighter appeared behind her, calming her down and telling her not to worry. As she was worried about the city, Takako was comforting the little girl, saying that Valmon City is a city of adventurers, and no one will be defeated just like that. Then people saw something flying in the sky at a tremendous speed. People noticed that the monsters were flying back, and the heroes, seeing this, claimed that only he was capable of such a thing. The fighter grabbed Alice by the neck and tried to run, saying that they needed to find where they were flying from in order to find him. The peasant grabbed the horned monster on top of himself and screamed with all his fury, and now he threw the demon into the sky and shouted after her, "Fly away." The demon that flew into the bird next to the demon man left him perplexed. He thought about it and noticed that the bloody boar could fly, and they were all flying to the same place. He continued to reason that this was a hero. But how would a hero do such a thing while looking down at the surroundings? Kagami was strategizing from below, looking up, thinking about how to bring down the commander. After that, he started running to find his friends and stopped, surprised. In front of him on the square, he saw a hero who wanted to attack the commander, shouting, "Try the blade." Seeing the sight, the villager was scared and wondered if this idiot was seriously going to use one of those techniques here. The hero raised his sword and prepared to attack, but Kagami, grabbing the boar, flew up above Rex. The boy knocked the hero to the ground, still holding the boar above him. He yelled at Rex, calling him an idiot, and Rex threatened him in return. The peasant threw the boar into the sky and shouted after it to get lost. The adventurers were shocked, wondering who this guy was and how he could raise monsters so easily. The hero, lying on the ground, turned to the peasant and asked what the hell he was doing, and told him to stop trying to show how great and strong he thought he was by saying it with a displeased face. Kajan noted that it was true that we needed to unite and launch a counterattack. The boy asked in surprise if these bows, arrows, and crossbows were really needed for this. Helena noted that the mages were here too. He noted that the idea was not bad, but adding that it was too naive. He stood next to Kukru and patted her on the head. The peasant praised the hero for his powerful techniques, but scolded him for wanting to kill the commander immediately without interrogating him. He told the princess that arrows fired at the target could fall on the city and cause harm. He lacked experience, but with a smile on his face, he praised her for her good intentions. The princess admitted to herself that he was right, that, worrying about the monsters, she had forgotten about the city and instead of protecting the people, almost put them in even greater danger. Palna shouted at Kagami that if that's the case, then what to do? How can he throw monsters around like that after all? He's not the one using magic. The protagonist was embarrassed by such a question and began to answer. Alice ran out from around the corner. The protagonist, seeing his friends, asked if they were okay. Takako said that they had finally found them. Palna, hearing the girl's appeal to the young man, latched onto this. She asked if she was a sister. The main character, with displeasure covering the girl, answered that if she really were a sister, she would call him by his last name. He knelt down next to Alice and asked if she was okay. She said yes. He noticed that something was wrong when he asked the reason for her tears. Alice couldn't say a word. She just looked at the peasant with tears in her eyes, and he looked at the baby with longing. He encouraged her, holding her by the shoulders. assuring her that everything would be fine and promising to take care of it. Kururu turned to him. He turned to her and she introduced herself to him, telling him that she doubted they could demonstrate the full power of humanity unless they worked together. He easily claims that there is no need for this. The sage asked in surprise why. The youth replied that the Demon King's army did not know about their strength, so they would not be surprised by this. And how would they organize an attack? The team of heroes were perplexed and looked at him. The peasant was convinced that when it came to enemies, they had to be defeated. Palna, disagreeing, attacked the protagonist, replying that the demon from above was a completely different matter. He explained to them that when faced with an enemy of uncertain intentions, the opponent must be suspicious of suspicious things. He answered in the affirmative. The team of heroes was again perplexed by the peasant's words and stood watching him. Palna latched onto the words again, thinking that it sounded like he knew more than he let on. So this guy really did know something. The peasant, tense from the magician's gaze, tensed up and thought that it seemed his little sister had fallen for the bait. He thought that the Demon King's army had never attacked anyone before this day. But with his dad sleeping on the job, this performance seems too unnatural. He turned to Alice and thought it would be nice if he could lift her up to him and ask what he wanted. The main character squatted down. The girl asked what he was going to do. He answered, something like this. With a wild look, he sat in this pose. The peasant pushed off the ground and flew up into the sky, leaving behind dust and wind. Everyone below was in great shock from this picture. Taka-chan shouted at him. He replied that they would do it, with a twinkle in his eye. At that very second, the woman pushed off the ground with a deft jerk and flew after the peasant, who was thinking about another blow, waiting for the fighter. The young man, flying further upward, waited for Takako to spin below. The fighter shouted that she was ready for free delivery of the special express service, adding that protection for passengers was not guaranteed. The woman kicked the main character in the legs, and he flew up like a rocket. The demon, sitting on the bird, was surprised at what was happening to this city. First monsters, and now people were flying. With surprise on his face, he asked questions. A peasant flew past him, screaming as he flew higher than the demon. The demon, looking at the sky, said that it seemed he had gone too far. It was a little disturbing, and worriedly asked if this was really a human city. Then something fell from above onto the bird behind him. The bird was bawling, and the demon did not understand what was happening. Turning around, he saw a peasant. The demon turned around in surprise. The young man, trembling from such a flight, said that she was a damn gorilla. She should find a better target next time. Thinking about the woman. Having regained his footing, the protagonist looked up at the commander and asked him to explain why all this was happening. The antagonist and protagonist, standing on the bird, looked at each other, with a question hanging in the air. The commander, indignant, turned to the peasant and asked what was wrong with him. The protagonist answered in his usual manner that he was simply passing by, scratching the back of his head. The peasant responded to the protagonist, demonstrating his status and level. The demon asked in shock that he was a level 999 peasant. It was ridiculous that he could harm a king with such power. Kagami casually replied that if he was a demon king, his opponent was not satisfied with the answer. The commander struck the peasant, proclaiming, "I will not allow you to lay a finger on his demonic majesty." He flew off to the side, raising dust. The man watched what was happening, raised his frightened gaze. The main character stood up and said, "No need to be so nervous." In a rush, dissatisfied, the young man replied that the Demon King was his acquaintance, and he had no intention of killing him or anyone else. Surprised by such an answer, the demon looked at him in bewilderment and thought that the attack could not destroy him, and such a peasant supposedly knew his majesty. Nonsense. With his arms folded across his chest, shivering from the cold, the young man asked if Alice was not the king's daughter, and that he was now taking care of her. Speechless, the demon stood up dead. That he even knew of Lady Alice's existence. Walking towards the peasant, the demon understood that if he was really looking after her, then he should not be ignored, and asked the young man that he was an ally of the demons. The protagonist confidently answered that he was neither an enemy nor an ally, although he would not say that he was on the side of the people. The commander looked at him with malice in his eyes, asked him the main question, why did he come here? The peasant smiled and answered him that he had a question. The Demon King, I know, would not want to destroy all humans, and his daughter said that he was sick and in search of a cure for him. She dared to go to such a distant place. Meanwhile, the people below were watching the scene in the sky. The peasant continued that this attack was actually an order from the Demon King. The opponent, shouting, was indignant that the king was ill. This was definitely an order from His Majesty. The peasant asked calmly if he was absolutely sure that the order was directly from him. If so, looking from under his forehead with a frightening gaze, the main character said that if this is so, then in fact he will not leave everything like this. The demon, taken aback by such a statement, stood rooted to the spot. Meanwhile, the demon was coming to a realization. He asked if the demon lord had actually ordered this. There should be nothing unusual about it if the Majesty was sitting on the throne. Realizing, the demon remembered that Lord Stellar Urgot had given this order. He said, standing over the demon, he ordered to attack the city of Valman. Understanding dawned on the demon. His eyes filled with worry. He wondered if the orders had not come from his demonic majesty. The satisfied peasant, turning to the demon, said, "Well, great. It's probably too early to say." However, the man noticed that the Lord was standing next to his demonic majesty. Still standing on the bird, the young man said, "It is too early to talk. In truth, they know nothing about the situation. These could be his true intentions." With a sad look in his eyes, he suggested that there was a possibility that he might have been controlled. A great creature like his demonic creation. The demon clenches his fists and screams. The peasant calmly replies that this is too strong a reaction. The commander shouts that they must hurry to the king's castle, but the peasant intercepts the bird. The bird, not understanding the situation, screams and flaps its wings. The demon threateningly asks the young man what he is doing. Directing the bird towards the forest, the demon threatens it, telling it not to get in his way. Having reached the remaining hell crows, he looks at them, shouting that this is great. Finally, everyone is here, squatting down. The peasant breaks the remaining flock of hellish crows in flight with his feet and his whole body. The commander below says in shock, "The whole flock of hellish crows at once." The young man lands back. "It seems to be a lucky day," the farmer remarks as a stream of coins falls behind him. The commander shouts at the protagonist, who simply listens in shock, covering himself with his palms. "I am worried about the king's illness. Why are you behaving like this? Why are you behaving like this? Why are you getting in the way?" "As I thought you were plotting some kind of conspiracy," the demon shouts. He asked the man to calm down, saying that if he continued in the same spirit, it would only get worse. The demon looked up at him and asked. The peasant points out that perhaps they have played him for a fool, that he will go back to confirm his suspicions and, together with the king, may find himself in danger. Wouldn't it be better to completely destroy the attacking forces so that you can secretly return to the king's castle as a demon? The young man asks the puzzled and absent-minded demon, scratching the back of his head. Grabbing a bag of gold on his back, Kagami says that he really wants to take all the money he got for destroying the hellish crows. The demon screams in rage, "Stop, because the crow can't handle such a weight. We'll fall to the ground." The young man, smiling, said that he didn't know that this was what he was trying to achieve, kicking the bird. The bird, unable to stay in the air, begins to fall to the ground along with the heroes. The demon asks the boy that they are falling now and how he is going to survive in the situation. The peasant, assuming a flying pose, replies that he will be fine, but the demon will probably be in a bit of pain. They land. Waking up and leaning against a tree, the demon comes to his senses. Opposite, there stands an unharmed peasant. He says that he has finally woken up, and the demon looks good. The commander, displeased, notes that he survived. He happily answers, and by the way asks what the demon's name is. The demon introduces himself as Maino Abershar, and, to clarify, asks if he really does not intend to kill him. The peasant, looking angrily, tells him to stop with his idiotic questions. Kagami replies that if there is no other choice, he will do so. The demon seems quite reasonable to him. He claims that he was actually worried about the king and Alice, and points out that this means the demon can't be such a bad guy. Mino asks if the peasant is really in league with the humans, to which he replies that it's stupid. If there weren't monsters around, they could get along. He notes that because monsters are born from the horn of a demon, people only want them dead. He looks at the demon and wonders if he thinks it's just sad. Relaxing, his hands behind his head, he smiled as the demon digested. The peasant said that now, having dealt with all the demon's subordinates, he would go back. He hinted that somewhere, tomorrow afternoon, he would drop by with Alice, taking the bag of gold on his shoulder, and went off into the distance. He tells them that the demon will go with him. The demon asks, displeased, why he is taking such a risk. He shouted, "Are you really worried about me?" The demon, dumbfounded, shouted, "No way," and that he simply couldn't believe that he'd gone so far. He replied that he thought so, and would never worry about anything. He notes that he wants to check on the king's condition. The demon says that as long as Alice is safe, he will allow her to keep them company. The peasant replies that he's a good guy, and she will certainly be glad. He shouts that he will see her tomorrow, and leaves with the loot. Mono thinks that a level 999 peasant sounds absurd, and that it seems like he won't be able to move for a while, but at least he's alive. Understanding and coexisting with humans while fighting is impossible. Continuing to mumble, the demon says that this idiot, too, just a passing peasant, will keep an eye on him. Sitting by the tree, he said that if it were possible, peace could be achieved. With longing in his eyes, something clicked in his head, and he says, "Oh, this is not something to fantasize about. I hope Lady Alice is safe." Back at the hotel, Kagame sits in a pub, yawning loudly. Opposite him sits Alice, smiling. He asks, looking at the girl, what is with that grin while she chews a bun? The girl thanks him for having a proper talk with Minnow. The protagonist listens to her, on the contrary, chewing his food, shocked by such words. The peasant notes that he is quite reasonable and thinks things through, smiling with despair. She says that it is true, and she knows. The girl, with surprise and delight in her eyes, replies that she is surprised that it was he who attacked, and that she will be happy to meet him. Kagami notes that the hero's team is here, but even though she's pretending to be a normal person, it might be risky. Although talking to people is also important. The farmer is puzzled by the question of where Takako-san is. The girl says that she went to check on her shop. Not surprised by such an answer, he says that this is typical Takako-chan, and in such a case, he will have to think about everything later. He says there are a lot of people around, and demonic energy is oozing out of Mino. Horses and demons won't work together, so it's useless. Alice, worried, notes that the journey will take too long. Kagami replies that, of course, there's nothing to be done. The peasant claims that there is a type of transport that is willing to work with demons. Alice, delighted, asks if this is true and suggests that they do so. He looks at her with uncertainty. He points to a standing cart. The centaurs are wondering out loud what kind of people they are. Street scum, they should stop staring. They're monsters, centaurs. Their pride is so great that they don't even acknowledge the existence of humans. In addition, the peasant notes that she should see how they react. The grandpa in glasses lashes the centaurs with a whip. After such a blow, the centaurs become delighted, showing their love for pain. The hero notes that they all love pain to the point of disgust. They will obey a man's commands to be flogged. He does not want to use them. She, supporting him, agrees, saying that her eyes would rot from such a sight. Alice is shocked and says that she didn't know such monsters existed, and asks Kagami-san with a smile if he knows much. The peasant replies that he traveled a lot before reaching level 999. The little demon asks with interest why the peasant was able to achieve what the hero could not, and how he actually reached level 999. He replied that he had to force it. The girl, waving her hands, said that she didn't mind if it was a secret. She was just curious. Alice, making puppy eyes, waits for an answer. Kagami replies that there is no need to make such a face, and that anyone would be interested. As for how he reached level 999, he replies that he has reached level 999, thinking. The girl looks at him expectantly. The hero's eyes lit up with a spark when he told her that he had started saving money in order to live a peaceful life and had raised his level. She had not expected such an answer and screamed in surprise. The peasant replies that money is very important, surprised by her confused face. She absent-mindedly replies that she understands and all that, but he continues that, of course, you can't say that there is money in this whole world. He turns to Alice, saying that to hire a bodyguard or even for a place to stay, that for everything, money is needed. He clarifies that they are obtained after defeating a strong monster, and she asks that, once he realized this, he reached his current level. The girl asks what about the threat to his own life. Kagami replies that he hoped that after gaining money, it would be easier to bear the hardships. But one day, after finding something in the Adventurers Guild shop, He talks about a mysterious item, the contents of which you won't know until you buy it, for 10,000 gold. The girl comes in shock from such a figure, telling him not to buy it and asking how much he has now, after he answers that he has 5,000. She grabs him by the jacket, saying that for that amount he could buy a castle. The peasant replies that buying such things is pointless, because there is a dream. The price of an object says nothing about its content. It was a test that he willingly accepted. The girl screams at him not to buy it. Foaming at the mouth, he continues that perhaps this is an object that contains the secrets of the world. She realizes that she cannot stop him. The little demon thinks that she cannot tell if he is serious, and that he will not give a simple explanation. She looks at him with concern in her eyes, thinking that this is something that cannot be explained. He, noticing her concern, replies that it was all about money from the start. The little girl timidly agrees. Scratching his head, the peasant turns to Alice and says that money is truly a mysterious thing, meaning he hands her a coin and asks why money dropped by monsters is so important to people. Alice, frightened, asks why he's asking this, and adds that hasn't it always been this way? Suddenly, Tako appears in front of the heroes. She insists that she was looking for them everywhere. Kagami, happy to see them, puts his hand on the girl's back and says that they will continue this conversation next time, since they need to meet Mino. Seeing the expression on the little girl's face, the warrior asked if they had talked. She said with a soft smile and a shy expression that she would not rush him. Taking the woman's hand, they followed the peasant. The woman thought how sweet it was. With hope in her eyes, Alice thought that would happen later. Looking at his back, she wondered how long they would be together. Already on the outskirts, the main characters come to Minnow. The demon and the girl are happy to meet. She runs to him. He, kneeling, lowers his head. He is glad that she is safe. He sincerely regrets that the lady had to travel so far on her own, despite the fact that he exists to protect her, and he attacked the city she was in. With her head down, she asks him not to worry about it. The pleased commander notes that the peasant was not lying. He, brightening up, replied that he now understood. Mono, turning to the main character, replies that he must thank the brave man who defended Alice. Before he can finish shouting, a figure appears behind him. Jumping up, turning to the woman, he exclaims, "What is this?" The girl explains that Takako is not scary, throwing herself into the commander's arms. She replies that she even accepts demons. Confused, he introduces himself and apologizes. The woman, embarrassed, turns her face away and replies that it's nothing to be afraid of. Mono says that he is a brave gentleman. The woman interrupts him, asking him that he considers him a man, but she is a woman. He, dumbfounded, turns to the heroes. They confirm her words, that she is a woman. The fighter answers with a menacing face, introduces himself and says that she is pleased to meet him, extending his hand to the demon. He extends his hand to the demon. He extends his hand in return, again offering a sincere apology. Looking at a map of the area, the farmer explains that since Menno is emitting demonic power, it will be necessary to keep him away from prying eyes. Assuming that we will have to go from here, the demon, noticing the girl's aura, turns to her. He, looking at the back of her head, clarifies that he had been thinking about this for a long time, but the demonic force not feeling it from the girl. She, touching her hair, explains that because of this, she cannot sense it, showing his horns wrapped in cloth, with a ribbon tied over them. The demon, dumbfounded by this, proclaims that this is incredible. He said that they are quite rare, having heard their conversation, and that it was possible to make only one. A little with excitement, the demon asks a question, and in fact, you do not despise demons. But before he could finish, he saw something behind Kagami. A bright ball of energy flies from the forest towards the heroes, which flies next to the main character. A figure emerges from the forest. Rex, coming out of the forest, shouted that he finally showed what he really was, turning to Kagami. Everyone is a little distracted. Takako covers the girl with her hand, and only the peasant grumbles discontentedly about the idiot hero who has appeared. A team of heroes appeared from behind the trees. The magician shouts that she thought so. And Kuchan, surprised, confirms that she knew something was wrong. Tina understands that it was all a deception. Surrounding the boys, the heroes shout. Kagami, standing with a stony face, wonders why they appear one after another. Rex says that the protagonist's path undoubtedly ends here. The peasant, with his hands behind his head, asks in a drawn-out voice why they decided to surround them. So that they could not escape, the sage answers seriously. At the same second, the main character jumps closer to the sage, swinging his hand. He gives her some spelt. She is confused by this gesture and looks at him in bewilderment. He says that this time she has 0 points. He asks about the fact that there is no point in fighting an invincible enemy. Behind him, preparing to attack, Rex runs towards the peasant, raising his sword at him. The peasant quickly jumps around the hero. What with your encirclement tactics sounds question. He answers that it seems, on such scumbags as him, it does not work. They, colliding head-on. Landing on his feet, the peasant then says that he should finally give in. Rex, struck by such words, says that if the hero gives in, jumping up, he directs his attack at the peasant, finishing the sentence, "Who will fight the villain?" The young man thinks to himself that he is reckless and inept, but he has the guts to block the hero's attack. Reaching out his hand towards Rex, the peasant thinks for a moment, but then speaks out. He grabs the sword with his hand and replies that it will be bad if the hero died. The peasant pushed Rex away from himself. The hero calls the peasant a monster, to which the peasant replies that he doesn't mind being one, but he should leave the monster alone and return to his task of destroying the Demon King. Tina notes that the Demon King's subordinates are right in front of them. Paulina picks up on this and states that there were many casualties due to yesterday's attack. In all seriousness, she says that there is no way they will let the culprit of this attack just get away with it. The peasant is convinced that this is honest, and they do not deny that Manhua was rampaging in the city. The mage asks if he thinks he should apologize for this. Turning to the commander, he asks with contempt on his face, shouting why this is. He tells how the demons were constantly being belittled. Alice stands dejected, and Takako strokes the girl's head. The hero stepped forward and told his opponent that simple apologies would not be enough. Demons that threaten people's lives are evil. He continues that everyone who helps them is just as evil. Kagami, shocked by these words, intercepts the hero's new attack with his own hands. Faced head-on, the peasant holds a sword in anger and asks who decided this. If he is an idiot, Rex asks him in confusion, "Him? What is he talking about?" Kagami replies that his fake little sister, she seems evil too. The hero looked down, lost in thought. The peasant continued that he might think that he knew everything about demons. He says that she is the daughter of the Demon King, addressing Alice. The young man turns around in fear and shock at the girl and screams, "She is the daughter of the Demon King," claiming. The protagonist says that every time they encountered each other, they did not notice. Isn't it because they never saw true evil? Rex began to realize. The farmer says that because monsters are born from the horns of demons, they are dangerous to people. But apart from this harm, demons are no different from people. Paulina looks on with distrust from behind the tree. The peasant says that he will not let his demon friends die, and at that moment breaks the hero's sword in half. The hero's team is shocked as they run up to Rex. Kururu says excitedly, "That's how." She continues that whoever attacked the city, no matter how you look at it, is a criminal. Both Mino and Kagami are tense, disturbed by this claim. Kagami sweats as he grabs Mono's head and begins to lean in with him, admitting that they are sorry. Tina, surprised by this answer, stands in shock. The villager continues to defend Mono, saying that he was simply following orders and that according to Alice, the Demon King is not feeling well. The sage, not understanding what he was talking about, asks him what he means by not feeling well. He tells them that he had already met the king once. The entire team of heroes is shocked, wondering. The protagonist insists that he did not see in him the desire to destroy humanity, and therefore does not think that this attack occurred at the will of the king. Therefore, he himself intends to go to the king. The hero is furious at this development. He shouts at the peasant that he is joking and that he will not believe him. He is hysterical, asking about the meeting with the king and his motives. He continued dejectedly that he had had enough of his lies, and on what grounds did he decide so? Kururu supported his thoughts. Chu-chan boldly clarifies that the demons are enemies. The peasant's eyes show despair. He sharply reminds everyone that the Demon King's army has never attacked humans. The hero becomes confused when he thinks about the peasant's words. He realized that this had never happened, Even after the people had destroyed the demons they could find, the king had not come to take revenge. Digesting everything in his head, he asks himself if there is even a 1 in a million chance that he is telling the truth. That if the king is not like that, then what is there to fight for? He bitterly realizes. Palma exclaims that the king of demons, the enemy. Rex turns to his ally. The mage, starting to cast an attack, exclaims that everyone needs. She deftly throws out the magic balls, continuing her phrase about how everyone needs to pull themselves together. Kagami barely managed to jump away from the attack. The mage confidently reminds her that yesterday's attack happened and that it was true, hinting that the peasant was brainwashed. He points at himself in shock, his mouth open. She claims that she shouldn't blindly trust him, scratching the back of his head. He says that there is nothing to be done, and since they think so, it is time to say goodbye. He waves his arms furiously, smiling wildly, his gaze aimed at the heroes. The peasant grabs Mono, and the woman throws Alice over her shoulders, and they begin to quickly run away, loudly saying goodbye to the heroes. The team stands dumbfounded. Rex shouts that that's it. Tina notes that the guys are running away and that he lied to them. The peasant, with a smile on his face, shouts to them that if they had talked, they would have understood everything. He, shouting after them about a quick meeting, smiling, continues to run. He wondered if they had ever accepted it. For humans, living with demons meant coming to terms with the wounds the monsters had inflicted on them while still running. The peasant, turning to the girl, notes that the road to existence is indeed difficult. She lowers her head in sadness, but she reminds him that, unlike before, at least they were being heard. The peasant turned his head in surprise. "That's true," he replied, smiling, thinking in his head that he had no choice. Continuing to walk contentedly, he thinks that as long as the girl does not give in, he will be with her. Noticing the young man's face, Mono looks at her with bewilderment. The demon turns to him, telling him that he has prepared the cart. The peasant asks him in surprise, when did he manage to do it? The heroes come across a cart with those centaurs. One of them says that they are human trash from the gutter and that they should not be spotted. The main character, upset, says that the demon is a scoundrel. Menno happily replies that he stole it from a passing merchant. Of course, he didn't kill him, so it shouldn't be a problem. The warrior excitedly replies that it was because of this that the heroes found them. Kagami throws the demon right into the carriage with displeasure, calling him an idiot. The woman takes a whip in her hands and hits the centaurs, giving the command to move forward. The warrior laughs contentedly. The boys, sitting in the cart with stony faces, are silent. Mino, trembling, apologizes. The carriage rushes forward to the sound of Takako's ringing laughter. The team of heroes watches the carriage leave. Tina notes that they have escaped. The sage reassures them that their destination is the same, so they will most likely meet again. Rex says monsters are hateful creatures that he must destroy. He continues that the demons who want to destroy humanity will not escape either. But he thinks to himself that there are demons who want peace with sadness in their eyes. The hero purses his lips and says, Kuchen, concerned about his condition, addresses him from behind. Pauna reminds them in all seriousness that they need to move on and replenish their supplies. Rex, addressing her, notes that she did not even flinch. With her arms folded across her chest, the mage asserts that she has no doubts. She replies with confidence in her eyes. The team looks at her in confusion at her answer. The main characters, finding themselves in the city of Samaria, located near the castle of the Lord of Demons. Alice, delighted, says that the wall is so huge, it's amazing. She's completely different from Volmen. Turning to the peasant, Kagami explains that Samaria is quite close to the Demon King's castle, so some of the laws are quite strict. However, if she really wants to continue walking, he will support her. The villager asks the warrior why the hell she rides centaurs. He replies that they are wonderful. The centaur cheekily intervenes, telling Kagami to stop addressing Takako in such a familiar manner. The young man says that the plan is clear to everyone, and they are in this city for trade. During our journey, having obtained the horn of the demon that we defeated, to hide Menno's aura, we need to disguise it with the items on the cart. I hope that with the horn, everything will work out. We will pass the test, the guy says. He turns to the woman and asks if she could dismount. Pouting, she replies, Okay. The protagonists are tested. The warrior asks about trade. It must be very difficult for a peasant to take such a risk, he notes. The young man replies that he is so glad that he hired such reliable bodyguards. The man, having checked everything, lets them through. The boys thank him, and he tells them that there are a lot of people now because of the parade, so they will be lucky. The peasant turns around anxiously, asking again about the parade. Meanwhile, back on the streets of the city, the parade is in full swing. Alice, seeing this spectacle, is delighted. "This city is incredible," she shouted. The peasant is upset. The warrior asks what's wrong. He is a little unwell. Kagami tells that a few days ago this place was attacked and the battle ended with Samaria's victory. And tomorrow they will form a punitive detachment. The warrior notes, "Attacked, just like in Valman." He continued to say that the Demon King had never done anything like this before. He noted that the fact that he had successfully defended against the first attack would make a strong impression, so today was the day of celebration. He adds that the monsters roaming around the Lord's castle are terribly strong. The party will be destroyed, and at best, only half of them will return. To think that the Demon Lord's army is the first to attack this city. The girl looks at him with disappointment. That if everything goes on like this, the endless and continuous revenge will continue. He bitterly replies that the road to coexistence will most likely be destroyed. The little girl looks on, upset. Takako notes with concern that it will be quite difficult to stop the punitive forces now. And once the demon army attacks again, it will be very difficult to defend Samaria. The peasant replies, "Atros Island, where the king's castle is located, a place where monsters with a terribly high level are born. That there is a possibility that by the time of the real attack, they will gather a huge number of monsters. If the demons had intended it that way, they could have practically wiped out their opponents in one go. Even Samaria would not have been able to withstand such an invasion," he notes. The warrior agrees. The peasant interrupts by saying that he has come up with something. He jumps up from his seat and shouts that instead of a punitive detachment, they will go to meet with the demon king, persuade him, and then escape with the entire demon race. The boys are shocked by this news. The warrior notes that he understands his feelings, but the plan is reckless. What will he do if the demon king really wants to destroy all humans? The warrior continues. If this is how it will be, does he really think that he will turn a blind eye to it? The peasant answers that he will fight. The girl turns to him sadly. He interrupts her. He said that by uniting into an allied force with humans and demons, they would be able to ensure coexistence. The main characters are shocked and look at him with surprised faces, digesting this thought. The peasant looks at them with a smile, pleased with himself. He says, "Let's gather a whole bunch of people and demons who want to put an end to the conflict. Don't think we'll find this bunch of people if we look." Everyone thought about it. The warrior answers with concern that even in a similar situation, when he asked about it before, it is impossible for both sides to live in peace. Alice shouts that they have already achieved that. The girl shouts that she too will join these united forces. The peasant points out that if she does this in the future, she will very well have to turn against her father. She says that even if he really does intend to declare war on the humans, she will still do so. With confidence in his eyes, he notes that he does not want to give up the idea of coexistence between our races. With tears in her eyes, she notices her retreat. The peasant approaches her, stroking her head. "Then let's try together," he says, stroking the girl. She happily says, "Of course." "And what about Mino?" He turns to the demon, who trembles with fear. He thinks he is loyal to the demonic majesty. However, he can't just abandon Alice. He screams, "I can't stay on Ellie-sama's side." They are shocked by his answer. Takako looks at this picture, smiling with relief. She says that she is such a fool and asks if she can join this fun group. The girl looks at her with a smile. Boiko, raising his hand up. The peasant says that in that case, from now on, let's be friends. Everyone raises their hands up. The bearded centaur says with displeasure that no matter what they say, they will continue to accompany them. The boys chat and say that great, let's go to the Demon Lord's castle. Once in the hotel, lying on the bed, the young man notices that, of course, everything is fine. But he would like to leave this place as soon as possible. He notices this with displeasure. The woman tells him to sit down normally. Everyone, finding themselves on the bed, discusses among themselves. The warrior says that in light of the recent attack, the main gates are closed until sunset. She continues that the guards at the gate are quite strict. The girl sadly notes that it seems too difficult to slip out quietly. The peasant says that one should avoid excessive celebrity. He says that's why they need to get the hell out of here as soon as the gates open. Alice supports his idea. She says that the party will be quite large and their departure will take some time, so they can get there before them. The peasant smiles and says that she can read his mind. Lying on the bed, they chat with each other. The woman, looking at this picture, is delighted and notes that she thought that the guys would be more excited. But instead, they are calmly thinking everything over. The peasant grabs Alice by the shoulders, and the woman reflects that if you look at them, you wouldn't think that the peace between humans and demons was so far-fetched. The girl is sitting on the peasant's back, as if she is going somewhere. The woman, clapping her hands and attracting attention, shouts for them to stop riding here. She suggests that since they can't just walk around carefree, why don't the two of them enjoy the parade? The girl shyly replies that it's not quite the right time. She also says that she would feel bad for Mino and relays his words about them not to worry. He seriously asks Kagami-san to go and accompany this child while walking around the city. Arriving at a street parade, a girl asks what a parade is, that these people are amazing. The city is buzzing with excitement, she says. A young man takes her by the head and tells her to calm down and offers to get something to eat. The clown approaches the girl and tells her what a lovely little girl she is and offers her a balloon. She exclaims in delight. Everyone in the square treats her, offering her aunt's bread and kebab. She runs up to the peasant with all the treats and shouts that she has received so many things from other people again. He reminds her that she also received a lot in Velman. It must be talent. She pushes the bag forward with drool at her mouth and offers Kagami-san to eat it together. He looks at her questioningly. She sincerely remarks that he is always looking out for her, so she needs him to eat it to gain strength. He looks at her in shock, stroking her head, and says that even as a child, she is so honest. He grabs his muscles and tells her that even if she is worried, because of the skill she has, there is no need to worry. When she asks about the skill, he explains. He says that the skill is called auto-recovery. It is an ability that will easily heal all minor injuries. She says that's why he never looks shabby. He confirms that it's true. She says that Kagami-san is really amazing, and expresses her desire to be useful to everyone too. He scratches his head and replies that she is already proving her usefulness, and says that before she appeared he had almost given up on the idea of coexistence. The girl looks up at him in surprise, asking what he said. He awkwardly makes excuses when he sees the restaurant behind her, and shouts that he wants to try spaghetti, asking if she minds. They go into a restaurant, and she asks him what he wanted to say earlier. He pretends not to understand. He realizes that the hero's team is behind him. Paulna asks Rex how he can eat so slowly, and he replies that table manners are very important. Rex and Kagami meet with tense gazes. Rex jumps up at the table, spitting food right at the mage, and shouts at the peasant. Meanwhile, on the island of Atros, where the castle of the demon lord is located, monsters are awakening. The hero notices that they have met again. The protagonist covers Alice with a displeased face. Rex, jumping up from the table, shouts that he has waited for their new meeting with the peasant. The cook, coming up behind Rex and putting his hand on his shoulder, tells the visitor that you need to watch your tone in a restaurant. The peasant runs out with the girl. The hero turns in his direction and says that he wanted to ask about something. He notices him leaving, screaming about it. Tina picks up with fury that he ran away again. The team jumps up from the table and starts chasing him. The hero, kneeling, thinks that they have lost him. Palma asks what to do now, and Rex replies that they have learned that he is now in this city. Tina briskly suggests telling the townspeople and making them look for these guys together. The young man says that we need to stop, because it is unknown how this guy will react. Tina asks if he is afraid that he might harm those who find him, to which the young man answers negatively. The sage says that this will not happen because they came out of their last battle with this guy unscathed. Everyone looks on in bewilderment. He adds that he doesn't think he's such a bad person. The girls ask about that guy with disbelief in their voices, and she continues, reminds them that he came to talk, and when they attacked without giving him a chance, he did not fight, did not try to impose his values and use force to make them submit to his will. He points out that he simply ran away. The hero replies that he always looks down on people, but one should not thoughtlessly harm others. Rex notes that this is disturbing. He desperately runs away. It would be better if they did not try to drive him into a corner. The magician asks, "What now?" "Just follow him." "Or how? Have you signed up to be friends with demons now?" Rex says he just wants to ask him something. Karuru picks up on why he protects demons and wants to ask him about it the next time they meet. Rex reassures her that their goal of destroying demons has not changed. The boys, having run to the square, discuss the situation. Kagami says that he didn't think that they would get there so quickly, and the girl notes that this surprised her. He says that they just keep bumping into each other. They hear screams. He says they are definitely having fun. The girl starts looking for a place to see what is going on and looks up in surprise. The peasant deftly throws her over his shoulders, asking if she can see better now. Laughing, he asks about her nerves of steel and how she still dreams of the festival. She apologizes and he says it's okay. It'll be a fun way to learn something new. He notices an ice cream stand and looks at it in surprise. The girl happily eats ice cream. Alice laughs and says that humans are really amazing, creating something so delicious, and wants to give everyone a chance to try them. The boy with ice cream in his mouth is surprised by her thoughts. Suddenly, someone shouts, "Hey, hurry up!" The crowd runs and shouts that it is beginning. The girl wonders what it is, looking ahead. She screams in surprise that it is a monster, and the crowd, ready to attack him, screams that they will deal with him. She asks, not understanding what it is, why they are all so excited. The peasant explains that it is a festival performance where they show warriors defeating weak monsters. Something is happening in the crowd here. The heroes, seeing the dust rising, do not understand what is happening. A horned monster appears in front of the crowd. People, seeing this spectacle, note that this time they have released a more difficult opponent. The monster, hitting the ground and scattering the crowd around itself, waves its arms. The crowd scatters in horror, screaming that this isn't just a show. Kagami, covering Alice, tells the crowd not to come near him, starting to think that if he starts to build up strength for his skill, it will take time. One man from the crowd falls to the ground. The monster approaches him. Suddenly, a cry for a divine shield is heard. The sage appears before him, erecting a shield with her staff in front of the monster. She turns to the man and asks him to run away quickly, as this shield will not last long. The monster swings and hits the shield, which shatters into pieces. The girl is thrown against the man. He asks her in surprise if she is afraid. She covers him with her body and tells him to forget and run. He replies that he will not run away. She grits her teeth and says that it is a nobleman's duty to protect people, and she will not sacrifice the lives of others to save her own. The monster stands in front of her, growling, preparing to swing. The girl, frozen, cannot move and simply looks at him as the beast swings. Kagami appears in front of her, intercepting the monster's hand onto himself. She, seeing him in front of her, asks why he is here. He, accumulating strength in his fist, makes a swing, pouncing on the monster. The peasant, gathering all his strength, makes a charge blow straight to his head. He flies into the wall of the building. The girl, falling to her knees, watches him with superiority. Coins fly off the monster. He tells her with a smile that the princess has earned herself 100 points this time. She looks at him. The heroes appear behind them, calling out to the girl with concern. Tina yells that it's the level 999. He replies with displeasure that it must be his destiny. Rex walks up to him, taking him in his arms, and wonders how the hell he was able to defeat him. He says that the monster was actually strong, but by using a charged strike he managed to win. The hero is surprised that he managed to do it with a basic technique. He sadly replies that it is the only fast skill. Rex admits that he wants to discuss a lot with the peasant. Hana looks at him puzzled. The protagonist asks if he wants to discuss it. He says he's totally fine with it, but first he needs to make sure there are no other monsters nearby. Karuru is puzzled. Running up to her savior, she thanks him for saving her, grabbing his hands. The young man answers with embarrassment that it all worked out only because she bought time. Thanks to her, he was able to gather enough energy to defeat the monster with one blow. She is happy. Palama says with displeasure that even if it is not a demon, he will still save him. He replies with displeasure that it is a neutral party. A guard appears behind the guys and shouts at them. Out of breath, he insists that they need to run away right now. Kagami is surprised. He clarifies that they need to run away and asks if there are more monsters roaming around. The guard fearfully says that is not the case. and the villager tenses up. The warrior shouts that a huge gathering of monsters from Alstoro Island is heading here, and specifies that there are about 10,000 of them. Kagami, with the coming realization, goes into shock. The guard finishes by saying that the city is doomed. The heroes look at him with despair and shock. The warrior, kneeling, tells that a horde of monsters is heading towards the city and notes that this is true. He notes that about 10,000 monsters are heading this way. The protagonist turns to Rex and says that they should start evacuating the townspeople as quickly as possible, and he himself will go look for his comrades. Kagami says that he will need Takako's help. The hero, having managed to say only one word with excitement in his eyes, looks at the peasant. The peasant, taking Alice by the shoulders, interrupts him and says that he will leave the girl in their care. The team is simply shocked by such a statement. The young man starts shouting and says that demons are their sworn enemies and asks what he would do if they decided to kill her. He asks him to think about it. He notes that if they intended to do that, he wouldn't ask. He also asks if he wanted to discuss something. Rex confirms. Palma interjects and asks if he's worried about her being killed, because that will matter in the end. He asks them with sadness in his eyes to take care of her safety. He asks them, holding her shoulder, and the team stands there, puzzled. He runs away from the team. Tina notes that he is clearly in despair. The magician tells the girl that he finally gave up. She sadly says that she does not think so at all. She says that Kagami-san actually believed. That's why she will believe him too, with hope in her eyes. In her head, she wonders what will happen when this horde of monsters finally arrives. What to do. With tears in her eyes, she bows her head. The princess, embracing her from behind with anxiety, says that she does not need to burden her little head with all this, and promises to fulfill her promise with repentance. She says that she is not dangerous after all. Kuchan says with a glimmer in her eyes. The girl is embarrassed. The mage inhales, saying that now is not the time for such a thing, and says that he will go ahead. The sage turns to Alice and suggests that they work together to evacuate everyone safely. The little girl sees the light. In the square, Rex destroys the monsters one by one. The girls scream that a horde of monsters is heading towards the city and ask for an immediate evacuation. They scream for everyone to run away. At this time, a stone falls from the wall and flies towards the demoness. The hero notices this and covers for her, telling her to be careful. She is shocked. He asks if everything is okay. The sage asks him if everything is okay. The little girl thanks him. Before he can finish his sentence, they hear an insult. Mono runs to the heroes with Takako. The demon furiously shouts at the hero to get away from Alice-sama. The warrior picks him up and asks if everything is okay. The girl happily shouts to them. Rex, surprised, notices this, guys. The hero shouts to the woman that a muscular man, a peasant, has gone looking for them. Alice tugs at him, pointing out that it is a woman. He is convinced that it is a muscular man. She repeats that it is a woman. Takako is seething. The woman asks, again puzzled, if it is him. Takako is not pleased with such impudence and answers that yes, he came to a unique conclusion. Menno shouts in a hurry, demanding that Alisama be released immediately, and rushes at him. Rex says that the peasant ordered him to keep an eye on her. Menno appears indignantly. The woman asks in surprise what he's even thinking about. Rex stretches out his hand with excitement. The woman, having grasped the situation, says that she will also look for Kagami, since there is only one road leading to the hotel, and wonders if he could have taken a wrong turn. The demoness listens to her with concern. The hero asks where this guy is. A warrior runs out and rushes towards them in a hurry. He reports that a boy is fighting a horde of monsters at the western gate, and everyone has escaped except for this boy. He falls to his knees and admits that he is fighting alone there. The girl listens to the man in fear. He continues that if nothing is done, he will die, and asks someone to save him. The whole team is shocked by this news. Alice realizes that it is Kagami-san. She muses that if there are people who despise demons for destroying their villages, then the idea of coexistence will be impossible. She, shaking with tears in her eyes, realizes that he intends to protect them all alone. Jumping up from her spot, she begins to run. Takako notices this and shouts after her. The girl, continuing to run, thinks that even if he tries to resist everyone alone, it is too much. Then the warrior picks her up on his shoulders and says that it will be faster. she joyfully exclaims. Turning to the woman, she anxiously guesses that the person they were talking about is most likely the main character. That she should hurry. That even with the recovery skill, there are too many enemies for one. The woman frowned seriously and said that even if they were talking about Kagami, this wasn't something that could be dealt with alone. It was something that only a fool would do. Rex, catching up from behind, asks if this guy is seriously looking for death. The girls are surprised. The demoness asks if he is coming too. He replies that when he hears something like that, he can't just ignore it. Because what's more important is why he would do something like that without support. He suggests that he probably just doesn't want anyone to get hurt because of it, either humans or demons. He asks if doing something like that is the same as asking to die. Takako replies that recklessness or not, when there is a chance of success, he will not give up. The hero says that there's a difference between recklessness and bravery. She continues that for Kagami, if it is for the sake of those dear to him, she finishes by saying that he simply doesn't have anything like fear for his own life. Rex says with concern that he's prepared. They continue to run forward. The woman notes that it is not a question of whether he is ready or not. Mino, who was running ahead, stops. Rex asks in confusion why he suddenly stopped. Raising his eyes and looking forward, they see a horde of dead monsters in front of them. The hero is perplexed as to how this is even possible and wonders how a peasant can be so strong. Alice, with tears in her eyes, cries out to the peasant. The peasant continues to destroy the monsters, grabbing the snake in his hands and starting to squeeze it. He tears the monster apart with his bare hands. Rex, amazed by this sight, involuntarily asks if he is really human. He notes that this level 999 peasant is like a demon, looking at how Kagami destroyed the monster. The boy continues to destroy monsters. The team looks at him in bewilderment. Rex questions how incredible this is and wonders why he would go so far. The woman sadly says the name Kagami-chan. The guys turn to look at her. She tells him that when he was a child, monsters killed his father right in front of him. She says that because of his sadness and disappointment, he could not forgive himself for his weakness. He cursed the world that made only peasants, monsters, and demons weak, even his own helplessness. She continues that after that, he wished to become strong by destroying monsters, but she says that he defeated them by throwing rocks from afar, but killing level 4 monsters this way had its limits. No matter how many monsters he defeated, his points did not increase. She says that even his level didn't increase. All he did was run away and kill monsters from a safe distance. Ultimately, he was still bound to his weak nature. She continues that this is why he stopped fighting from a safe distance and desperately challenged them face to face. She says that, even if it was suicide for the peasant's fight, he wanted it. He wanted to see if he would have to give up avenging his father and live on, to see if he was still that weak. She asks whether it was worth living at all. She says that a very young peasant, lying on the ground, analyzed that these goblins are strong. No, maybe it's just that the peasants are so weak. She says that he, lying down, opens his status and looks at her in surprise. She says he saw his level rise. She notes that this ever-unchanging level has finally risen from 4 to 5. It was then that he realized the mechanics were when someone defeats an enemy under extremely unfavorable conditions, even if they are the same level, the amount of experience points gained will be increased proportionally to the difference in strength. She says that the weaker the equipment and fighting skills compared to the enemy, the more experience he will gain. Experience is a double-edged sword for which one must risk one's life. The only advantage of the peasants, the woman notes. She says that this turned out to be their greatest weakness. She says that young Kagami asked if it was interesting that a peasant dies while becoming stronger, and that was fine. She says that he, sobbing, screams that even if he pays with his life for his level, the monsters and demons that gave them life, he will kill them all. She continues that, following his words, risking his life, he again and again threw himself into battles that were unfavorable for him. The death of his father left him with a feeling of hatred. The woman replies. She says that at that time, he was traveling far from home. Then he hurried home, seeing the devastation in the city. She says he saw the peasants fall, their settlement plundered. She says that then he noticed his mother in a pile of corpses. She notes that the village must have been completely wiped out by a gang of bandits. Alice sadly says that can't be true, poor thing. Takako says with sorrow in his eyes that his mother was killed by humans, and his father was killed by monsters. Menno says with a look of realization in his eyes that this is why. Rex, behind him, listening to this, thinks in his head that this is how his parents are too. The woman continues that he decided to remain neutral. For him, meeting her father had a strong influence on this decision, she says to Alice, stroking her head. The girl looks at him puzzled and asks him again about the meeting with her father. The woman replies that she should hear the details from him himself. A loud then is heard behind the heroes. Girls appear behind the heroes. Kuchan screams that they can't let this guy die. Out of breath, she claims. The woman agrees. Alice says with embarrassment that she will also do everything in her power, thinking only about Kagami. The peasant continues to fight the demons, caught between them. He thinks that if it weren't for these monsters, there would be no need to fight the demons. As he escapes from the clutches of the monsters, he muses that if monsters didn't exist, then everyone would get along. And then Mom and Dad definitely wouldn't have to die. He wonders who decided to make all these rules. Completely consumed by monsters, he does not give up. Even if this world itself never forgives him, more monsters appear in the distance. He notices that one of them has a glow in its mouth. The demon releases energy in the form of a glow at the protagonist. He looks at this spectacle with fury. Kagami, surrounded by monsters, looks ahead at the new enemy, watching his attack. He realizes that he won't have time to gain the skill. He thinks it's bad, but at least he's managed to reduce their numbers a little. Now the spirit of Samaria's adventurers will rise, and the city won't fall into ruin. The seed of possibility for coexistence will remain. With humility and a smile on his face, he thinks that it doesn't sound so bad. At that moment, a glow appears in the sky. He looks there in surprise and screams in surprise. A pillar of magic falls on the monster, destroying everything around it. A sage appears before the main character with a staff in his hands and tells him that he will worry if he suddenly dies while protecting everyone. The princess asks about him in surprise. Behind the hero, someone walks with confident steps and shouts out heavenly fury. Decapitating wave. Attacks. Rex says he's a hero and claims there's no way in hell he'd run away and leave the battle to a peasant. The peasant, falling to the ground in surprise, absent-mindedly shouts that the hero and the magician have all come here to die and asks a question. A warrior runs behind him. The woman, determined, jumps and attacks the monster. The boy jumps off and they even scream Takachan. The warrior delivers a powerful blow to the monster. The woman landed on the ground. Kagami asks her why she came, and she answers with a sense of duty, that she came to save her friend, of course. The peasant spoke with all confidence that they were simply signing their own death certificates, that he alone had to die. At that moment, a voice came from behind, offering to share the burden. Mono, casting attacks in his hands, answers him that he is not going to die a very useless death. He, jumping up, asks in surprise, is he here too? Tina appears behind the peasant and asks to be allowed to heal him, as he is all wounded. Palna, who appears behind her, clarifies that this time she will make him explain everything properly. He is even more shocked, asking, is she here too? They answer in unison that they all came to save him and that they will push back the monsters together. The protagonist is shocked by such words and actions of the guys. He repeats that they want to push back the monsters and wonders if they want to die. The sage looks at him with disdain, and he shouts that they will not die and will not let him die, proclaiming this. The boys stand around Kagami, surrounding and protecting him. He realizes that he is not alone right now. Meanwhile, Alice is hiding behind the rocks, watching them. She looks at the wall with motivation. The peasant asks where the girl is. Mana replies that she has gone to find a safe place to hide. The sage points out that he should hide too, and the warrior, standing behind him, adds that perhaps that is not necessary. The boy exhales. He cheerfully raises his hand up and confidently replies that he understands everything, will only run away if necessary, and that this is not a suicide mission. The guys notice a new monster. The guy, standing up and flexing his fists, says that they have to finish this. Tina confidently supports him from behind, saying that she will help. The peasant advances towards the monster, shouting that he will not move an inch. The monster throws a boulder at the main character. After the blow, he lies on the ground. Tina runs up to him and asks if everything is okay. He replies that he could have died, and thinks that he got carried away. Knowing that she would heal him, he says laughing. She introduces herself to him and says that if her priest is taken out here, the whole team will be in trouble, and asks him not to act rashly. He admits that he has never fought alongside other people before. Turning to the princess, he says that he shouldn't have said that she got 0 points and asks for forgiveness. He enthusiastically tells the boys to work together. The girls think to themselves that's what they were talking about. He replies that these flying monsters are definitely a nuisance, and with a sigh, he calls on the magician and sage to come to him. He grabs the girls and holds them close. They are not happy. Kururu screams at him for what he is doing to the princess, and Palna screams at them for being annoying. He asks if he can ask them to create a few spells. The girls are surprised. The magician answers that he can, but before he can finish speaking, he makes a dash. He and the magicians are lifted off the ground, and they, not having time to react, simply scream. He asks them if they can create attacks while in the sky. Holding the ladies, the princess begins to create an attack. The girls cast attacks, directing them at the monsters. The peasant delightedly remarks that the magicians are definitely incredible. He lowers them to the ground, talking about a wonderful success and smiling. Kururu is upset and tells him that he even realizes what he is doing to the princess. He looks at her, not understanding. He squatted down and remarked that he thought they were working together as teammates. Teammates, she thinks to herself. Shocked by this answer, the princess. She says that then she will be forced to forgive him. Takako and Rex attack the monsters. She screams that they won't lose, hinting that she'll leave the weaklings to him and deal with the stronger ones. The hero, indignant, replies that he can handle at least that many. Takako destroys the monsters one by one. The boy, shocked, claims that he will definitely become stronger one day. Mono remarks behind his back that it would be a problem if such a hero became stronger. The guy stopped, pretty tired. Kagami, standing behind them, looks and thinks that this is bad. They're all already on the edge. Raising his gaze to the monsters, he says that there are definitely still a lot of them. He thinks that while they are still able to move, they should retreat. He shouts that this is their chance. Everyone retreats. But before he can finish speaking, the woman interrupts him, looking at him sternly. She tells him not to say that. She asserts with all confidence, does he not see that there is still strength to fight? They refuse to run away, leaving anyone behind. The sage picks up that he knows what he is trying to do. The peasant is absent-minded. He thinks what to do. At this rate, everyone will die. Suddenly, from the side, someone called out to him. Alice appears before them, shouting enthusiastically that everything will be fine. He sees her and is enlightened. He looks at her in surprise and asks her a question. What? She shouts, Kagami-san. Alice answers him in surprise. She runs up to him, and he answers that the guys, and, falling silent, looks around the crowd that came with the girl. She looks at him smiling and happily says that everything will be fine. He shouts loudly that these are the adventurers of Samaria. The girl stands confidently on her feet, and behind her is a squad of fighters. She happily tells him that now it's her turn to save Kagami-san. Sweat is pouring off him. He doesn't know what to say. The warriors are determined. They proclaim that they will protect Samaria by attacking the monsters. Adventurers are actively fighting monsters. Kagami, surprised by this picture, asks what the hell is going on here. Alice cheerfully replies that she asked everyone and told the Samaria adventurers that the fighting needed help. At first, she lowers her head and replies that no one had the courage to fight this horde of monsters. But when they saw everyone fighting, that courage needed for battle returned to them, she noted. The peasant, having lowered himself a little towards her, looks at her in surprise, and she thanks him for trying so hard. He scratches his head in embarrassment, looking at the girl. The sage is watching them. The princess thinks that a peasant fighting 10,000 monsters alone could touch the hearts of so many adventurers. Like a painting from one of the epic poems she read in the castle library, she thinks with a smile. Rex, standing behind her, also notices how interesting this peasant is. He, having regained his sight, cheerfully waves his hands and shouts that this is why it is necessary to see everything to the end. The protagonist says he thinks he'll give it his all too. It's dangerous here. He turns to the girl and asks her to stay away. She says fine, and adds what a pity she wanted to help for a change. He strokes her head, and she opens her eyes in embarrassment. Addressing her with a glimmer in his eyes, the most impressive thing is that even though she is a demon, The girl listens with tears. She lowers her head in embarrassment, he continues, possessing only a strong desire to help, was able to convince all these people. Thank you. He turns to her with a smile. Uh-huh, she replies. The adventurers continue to fight. Kagami stands resolutely on the rocks. He says, okay. Jumping up from his seat, he shouts, let's give it our all, and win. Rex replies with displeasure, as if it was necessary to say this. Menno, with excitement, notes, just think that these guys could one day become my enemies. My enemies. Peasant moves towards monsters. He flies into a crowd of monsters, throwing them to the sides. The adventurers, not understanding what is happening, whisper to each other. Where does he get so much strength from? Hasn't he been fighting for some time already? The guy, finding himself near the big monster, stops. Grabbing his leg with a stony face, he asserts, and now clinging to his legs. Let's fly, he shouts as he pulls the monster towards himself. He spins it around, smashing other monsters with it. The fighters are surprised watching this. It's inhumane. I can't even tell which of them is the monster. The other man replies, at least he's on our side. He's happy. Kagami, having dropped the monster, confidently addresses the warriors. We win. Keep moving forward. Adventurers motivated by words raise their weapons. The peasant thinks with joy in his eyes, guys, starting to make a new attack on the monster. He rushes furiously towards the crowd of monsters. Running into this crowd, he scatters them to the sides. Not done yet. He shouts, charging into the crowd. The adventurers behind him notice. Nothing like this can compare. Rex is tired. He stops. Tina notices him. Here, take this potion. He says no. It's okay. He's already drunk so much that they don't work anymore. The sage remarks that they should rest, but he interrupts her by answering. He proclaims that a hero can never give up. One must be able to maintain courage to the end. She reminds him with a shout that retreating also takes courage. Giving your tired body a rest is a choice you can make. You shouldn't overexert yourself in a fight like this. He turns and looks at her in despair, asking what about the peasant, pointing at him, not knowing what to answer. Tina holds out a well. She says he is resting, not worrying about anything in this world. Rex looks at her in surprise. She notes that thanks to the skill he has, he can heal himself while resting even without restorative items. The hero asks about the skill. He notes that this guy has a cellular level skill. Tina asks if he thinks that maybe he believes in the people around him more than anyone else. The hero realizes that he believes in his comrades with all his heart, so he can easily take a break. He really does. He really can't match him. The cleric says with a smile that level 999 really shocked him, but he interrupts her, saying that he's not talking about the level. The hero claims that what impresses him most is his ability to act without hesitation or attachment. The sage supports him, saying that he thinks so too. The magician, watching them, says that they decided to take a break, and that it is good work. A demon and a warrior appear behind her, saying that they also need a break. She hands him the potion and tells him to drink it if it is still effective. She turns her head to Mano, who is exhausted. Pana thinks it would be so easy to kill him right now, looking at him with hostility. She reaches her hand towards his horns. Noticing this, the warrior says that in her place he would not do this, and she, frightened by the surprise, stops. The woman asks if she wants to hear what Kagami has to say after all this, and she looks on with interest. The mage smiles and replies that he will wait for this, moving away from the heroes. She notes that it will happen soon. The peasant, continuing to fight the monsters, thinks that it works. The end can already be seen. He shouts that there is just a little bit left, guys. At this time, the warriors feel how the earth begins to tremble. When an earthquake occurs, he turns around and looks at the situation. The adventurers do not understand what is happening. A huge black monster, unlike any other, appears in front of the crowd. Everyone is perplexed by such a sight, and only one peasant says that this is bad, watching the actions of the monster. He reflects that this is definitely not what he expected. Everyone around is watching a new monster emerge from behind a mountain. The sage asks what kind of monster this is, because she has never heard of such a thing, not even in the royal records. She asks what kind of monster this is, to which even Mano does not know the answer. The demon says he has never seen anything like it. The warrior woman is confused, because even he, the servant of the demon lord, has no idea what it is. As he continues to ponder, he notes that this strength and his size are not for show. The woman runs to the peasant and convinces him that this is disappointing, but he must retreat without hesitation. Kagami answers with a calm face that the monster is big. He starts to warm up, and the woman asks what he is doing, because he needs to retreat, but the main character is serious. He jumps up and runs towards the monster screaming. Takako yells at him that he's a fool, but he takes off from the ground with a confident jerk. The main character grabs a stone in mid-flight and throws it at the monster with all his might. The monster raises his hand and hits him, sending him back into the crowd. The peasant landed on the ground. The crowd looks at him and shouts that even he cannot defeat him. Samaria is doomed, they say with sadness in their eyes. Takako is upset because even he couldn't make the monster move an inch. A cry is heard. Alice runs up to the peasant and asks him to hold on, giving him the potion. Seeing the girl, he says that it is dangerous, turning to her. She replies with tears in her eyes that it does not bother her at all, unlike him. Sitting down next to him, she falls silent. She tells him, with despair and hope in her eyes, that she will not run away, because they got into this together. He tries to smile, scratches his head, and says that there is no need to force himself, because he can see that she is scared. The princess shoves the bottle of potion into his mouth and starts pouring it in. Out of breath, she asks him. He points out that he is overdoing it, and that is why she is shaking with fear and anxiety, to which she responds. He awkwardly apologizes when a cry comes from the side. Still alive. How unusual. As the cloaked man descends from above, he says that everything is behind schedule. He explains that the reason the adventurers have been fighting for so long is because he thought for a moment that the hero had ignited the flame within them. He asks Kagami if that's right. Mono stands next to him. He proclaims that it is Lord Esteller. He says that he heard that Mono disappeared, but it turns out that he simply became a servant of Lady Alice, just like himself, entrusted to the Demon Lord until the very end. The peasant asks the commander if he knows him, to which he replies that long before he began to serve the king, this demon was at his side as his right hand, the second most powerful demon after the king himself. Mono calls him Lord Stellar Ergot. Below, a distracted girl calls out to him. Mono asks what's wrong with his wounds, to which the boy replies that everything is fine thanks to the potion he drank. He adds that he hasn't used any so far, so it worked great. The Lord asks if he still intends to fight. He replies that he wants to take care of the thug first, but if he's going to get involved, he'll take care of him. The Lord asks if he objects, to which the demon, with a flash of insight, says that of course, let him do whatever he wants. The protagonist, answering that that is exactly what he will do then, rises from the ground, again attacking the monster. Mono stands silently watching the Lord, adding that one should know that he is not an ordinary person at all. He may be a peasant, but he is level 999. Unsurprised, the Lord replies that reaching level 999 is definitely unprecedented. But he is still just a peasant, isn't he? He goes on to say that what escapes him is why they would go so far in supporting someone like him. The peasants are not worth praising at all. Kururu clarifies that he means he is still just a peasant, to which the demon asks if she doesn't know that a peasant has abnormally low stats. He proclaims that even at level 999, compared to the other classes, the peasant is so weak that he is not worth mentioning. He asks if she knows of any skills other than self-healing that he might have. The fact that he could even gain such a skill is a miracle in itself. He says that he is not the only example of a peasant aiming for the highest level. Because of their specialty, they are able to level up much faster than others. However, he is the first one to reach such an absurd level. But in the end, all the skills he has are as useless as those who have them. With a smile, the Lord continues that the skills seem to have the power to throw things with the fingers. The girl is confused, thinking that this is a demon. Takako tensed up. How does he know so much? Esteller says that even if we ignore the difference in skills, their characteristics are certainly not an opponent that a peasant could ever hope to defeat. Mono, raising his head, tells him to take a look. He shouts that the peasant is returning, watching as he falls to the ground. The Lord points out that being level 999, his growth is over. All his special skills are the limit for a peasant. Hearing this, Kagami shouts out if he really thinks so. He lands on his feet, looks at him with a feral gaze, and says that this time he definitely reduced the amount of damage he took. The Lord notes that even the peasant's health and mana are lower than the mage's. but his endurance is incredible. He wonders if it is possible that it's because of the skill he has. Turning to him, he says that his tenacity is admirable, but it is only because of his skill. He advises to give up while he is still alive. The demon calls. Kagami asks if he doesn't plan to kill everyone. He asks in surprise. The Lord replies that his only goal is the destruction of Samaria. He will tear him apart if he gets in his way. Only the destruction of Samaria, he clarifies, finishing the potion. Regarding the destruction of this miserable town, he says that their lives are of no value. Turning to the heroes, Alice calls out to him. She screams with fear and despair in her eyes, asking him to stop, because her father would never want this. She asks to speak to him again, begging, calling out to the Lord. He looks at her with disdain and thinks that he knows very well that neither she nor the demon lord would wish this. Standing in front of the heroes, he says, I wonder if they could ask the demon lord right now. Would he answer the same? Mono and Alice stand there scared. The demon says, it can't be. He notes that it would be quite problematic, but gradually adding the substance to weaken this gigantic power, he says about the Demon King. He ends by saying that he was finally able to bend him to his will with his powers. Mono angrily insults the Lord, who, putting his hand on his heart, replies that the Demon Lord did not want this war. With wildness in his eyes, he replies that this battle is his. The heroes notice that the monster contains the Demon King. Stellar excitedly explains that the Demon Lord did not want this war. From below, Alice asks why. Seeing this picture, the peasant wondered what the guy in black armor was asking. It was Mao. He explains that it is called the Mission, a weapon of mass destruction that only his demonic majesty can control. It was created in ancient times for the purpose of destroying the human race. The peasant asks what is to be destroyed. They will not turn a blind eye to it. The Lord looks at him in surprise, and the young man continues. He states with all confidence that it has nothing to do with the will of the Demon Lord himself, and yet forces him to control this thing. The Lord replies that it is true. Kagami shouts that he will then save the Demon Lord along with the people of Samaria, since Alice's father is his best friend. While slapping her on the head, the Lord says that if Alisama's behavior is still understandable, then he will be forced to consider all demons as his enemies, but advises him to give up, as this is not something a peasant can handle. He notes that it is hopeless, no matter how hard the peasant fights and tries. The peasant gets angry. He breaks away and runs forward, shouting that he will never give in. The Lord mutters that he is a stubborn worm. When attacking the monster, he responds with a blow from his hand. Hitting the hero, he is imprinted into the stones. Kagami-san shouts at him, a worried demoness. He raises his hand and asks for a potion. The Lord, observing the zeal of the protagonist, says that this peasant, why is he still standing? The girls, watching the main character's injuries, worry with tears in their eyes. But he immediately gets up and starts attacking the monster again, shouting once more. Rex watches this sight silently, noticing that this guy is even bigger than before. Kagami performs a series of attacks over and over again on the monster. The peasant, driving his fists into the same place of the monster, continues to beat him. Lord, noticing this, looks on in shock. Rex shouts that it works, asking. The protagonist gets hit again, flying away from the mission. Alice watches his fall with alarm. Having fallen to the ground, Stellar watches the peasant from the air and thinks that this man is really an ordinary peasant, with a worried look on his face. The friends run up to Kagami and lift him up. The Lord asks what he did, to which he replies, tired from the fight, that he tried. Alice, grabbing him by the arm, cries out contentedly and tells him not to force himself so much when addressing the peasant. Tina and Karuru support him. Tina says that at this rate he'll just kill himself. Anne notes that the potions no longer have an effect. The sage adds that they can heal as long as they have mana. He notices smoke coming out of the monster, and, surprised, turns to the demoness. He replies that he promised to save her dad. Polna addresses him, asking how he can fight like that, and where he gets his fighting spirit from. He turns to her and tells her that she is capable of using restoration magic. She asks why he refuses to see demons as enemies, and why he continues to fight so recklessly. Everyone looks on in bewilderment. She continues that if she doesn't explain this now, she will stop treating him. He declares that he will. Remembering the events of old, He says that when his father was killed by monsters, he asks why the villagers are so weak. It was so painful that he couldn't bear it. After desperately searching for a way to become stronger, he focused solely on leveling up. As he began to earn more money and his life became easier, it suddenly dawned on him that killing monsters was the most effective way. After that, doubts began to arise in his head. With a flash of insight, he asks why monsters drop money that can be used in human settlements. Everyone, having heard this information, thought. He continues, "What is a class? Why do they differ so much in strength?" He asks what this is. A status window, and if its only purpose is to show his status. He shouts that you gain experience level by defeating a monster with a level higher than yours. Every 100 levels you gain a skill. Rex clarifies what he means. Fear in his eyes. He says that his mother was killed by people, not demons or monsters. He says that if they were monsters, then nothing could be done. But in the end, there are as many good demons in this world as there are bad people. But that is not enough. People will continue to hate demons. He says that if people kill dangerous monsters, their lives become richer. That's what this world is like, where killing monsters and demons is their only way to survive, keeping their heads down. He says sadly that, without asking questions, they believe that everything is as it should be, blindly fighting on the indicated path, trapped in the roles given to people. He turns to the hero, who stands there confused. The peasant says that every time he speaks because he is a hero, it looks like he is trying to convince himself and not others. He shouts furiously that he wants to choose for himself. Grabbing his shirt, he screams that everyone should be allowed to choose who they want to be. But the rules of this world get in the way. Getting to his feet, he continues that after reaching level 999, he became desperate because the counter for the required experience to level up was not shown in the status window. He replies that no matter how much one wants to become stronger, it is impossible. He thought that whoever decided all this should not mess with him. Wanting to become even stronger, he stood in front of the Lord. Esteller, watching him, asks why he still continues to fight despite knowing his limits. The peasant notes that becoming level 999 and gaining a skill was such a small thing, but it added fuel to the boiling cauldron of his doubts. It shows its status. The skill is defying the god. The development effect of the one who has the skill does not stop. All the experience gain is transformed into a power that exceeds the original limits. The Lord is horrified by such a status. The young man adds that this is the right to challenge. He shouts that if there is a god who created this world, he will send him flying and tell him that everyone should have the freedom to live the way they want. Everyone around him is genuinely shocked. The Lord replies that with this skill, if he continues to fight, with empty eyes, he wonders if it could be that this man actually gained experience from fighting the mission. Kagami, standing in a stance and leaning on his knees, says that everything is fine, directing his gaze to the monster. Everyone looks at the peasant with bewilderment. He takes a step forward, causing the earth to shake, stones to fly in all directions. The heroes cover themselves from them. The demon, not understanding what is happening, simply watches. Rex shouts what he's going to do. The young man, clenching his fists, shouts that it would be better not to use this skill. But it seems that it is forced to do so. For a short period of time, his strength doubled. The demon exclaims. The villager replies that although you are on the verge of death after using it, unable to move, that is why it is a last resort skill. He replies with rage. He shouts that they will see who is stronger, rushing forward and leaving behind shards of stone. Approaching the monster, he confidently rushes forward. Taking off from the ground, he swings at the monster. Jumping over the monster, the protagonist delivers the most powerful blow to the monster's head. Screaming furiously and directing his whole body towards the monster, he screams that he has twisted all the limits of level 999 and the rules of this world. He replies that he will decide where the limit will be, delivering a powerful blow that exceeds the limit and smashes the monster's body. Finding himself in the rubble, he says hey hey with a smile. Finding the demon lord in the rubble, the protagonist proclaims that he has finally found him. The Dark Lord lies unconscious in Kagami's arms. Alice, worried about her father, runs to him. The man opens his eyes and sees his daughter. The guy is glad that he woke up. Kagami says he can't move an inch. He admits that's why he doesn't like using this skill. The Overlord watches the boy silently. The man admits that he is now in his debt, to which the guy says that it is all for him and his best friend Alice. The man is surprised that he called her his best friend. He says that the peasant is definitely strange. Alice looks at him in surprise. He asks the hero if he wants to destroy him, but the guy doesn't have time to finish speaking before Pauna interrupts him. The girl realizes that she has no strength left, but she still wants to destroy the ruler. Mena blocks her path and says that as long as he breathes, he will not allow His Majesty to be killed. Suddenly, Alice also blocks the way, protecting her father. The Lord is grateful to the boy for helping him all this time. The man asks Eller what he is going to do. He says he would like to use the Demon Lord's power once more, but he hesitates. He asks Kagami if he wants to send the creator of this world flying. The man says that there are 2 ways to achieve this goal. Kagami is surprised. He says that the first way is to destroy the waters of the demons himself. The guys do not understand what this guy is talking about. Kagami reasons that when the villagers were attacked, the escape route was not blocked. He thinks that the man was holding back, planning to later turn the flames of chaos and hatred towards the demon lord. The guy says he won't do it, to which Esteller says that's why it's problematic. Kagami asks how he knows about it. The guy goes on to say that if he killed his demon allies just for this advice, then he too is just following the rules of this world, to which the man gets angry at his answer. Kagami asks what about the second piece of advice. A man talks about an expensive, nameless item being sold in the city, and the guy wonders what he's talking about. Having guessed, he asks about the item for 10,000 gold. The man is surprised that the guy knows about it. Esteller waves his hand and the demon lord begins to disappear. Alice worries about her father. Kagami scolds, saying that shouldn't he be faithful to the lord's wife? To which the man replies that this was his destiny. The man gives the boy 1 year, and in the meantime, he will keep the lord. Esteller says that if he can't handle it, he will use the demon lord again to attack humanity. The man asks who will die at their next meeting. Kagami realized that he must collect 10,000 gold in a year. The girls ask what will happen now. The guy turns around and says with a smile that they need to open a casino first. The friends are surprised by Kagami's antics. Kagami, turning to the guys, says that it's time to get down to business. He says that in order to save the demon lord, they must obtain 10,000 gold coins. But to do so, they must continue their preparations, as the huge casino is almost ready to open. Kagami admits that they haven't hired any staff yet, and the opening is in 2 weeks. The guys are very surprised that there is so little time left. Takako scolds the guy, saying that he is not taking it seriously, to which the guy denies and says that the city is full of rich people who have fun every day from dawn to dusk. Kagami claims that soon the money will be pouring in, and all they have left to do is hire staff, to which the girl scolds again, saying that she already has to work hard to run a small establishment. Takako asks how he will be able to train people in such a short time, asks what he's going to do with salaries and inventory, how he's going to solve all this. Tina admits that they are also to blame, for blaming everything on Kagami. She says that she knows they need a lot of gold, but she wonders how much more gold they might need. The guy says that there are still about 5,000 gold. The guys are surprised. Rex says that this is a very large amount, and do they really need to earn so much? He asks what he's been doing for the last 2 months. The guy admits that he locked himself in the dungeon to earn money. Tina doesn't understand how he could forget to hire staff. Kagami says that this time he was able to create a cloth that hides magical energy. Putting a bandage on Menu's horns, he assures that now if he puts on a hat, he will be able to move freely. Meno says that for the past 2 months, he had to camp and be away from Alice. But now he can stay close to her and serve her. Tako says that with one person, it is still not enough to manage a huge casino. Karuru says that they have to try hard due to the current situation, to which Tina says that they need to recruit a large number of personnel. Suddenly, Rex says that with his hero, Charisma, everything should be fine. Alice understands that they are in a very difficult situation now, but she is very happy to see how people and a demon work together. The girl just wants to run to her father and tell him about it. Alice remembers that Esteller gave them his 1-year ultimatum, by which time Kagami must reveal the secrets of this world, or else his father's power will be used again to fight the humans. She understands that in order to reveal these secrets, they need a special item, and for this, they need 10,000 gold. The guys are sitting at the table when they hear Palna leaving. Palna says that she originally joined this party to defeat the demon lord, But given the circumstances, her presence here is meaningless. She tells Kagami that she will return, but until then, their conversation is not over. The boy asks what the others are going to do. Tina admits that she wanted to train. She thinks the best choice would be to stay with Rex and Kururu, so she leaves the decision in their hands. The girl says that she grew up inside the palace walls. She admits that thanks to Kagami, she now understands that you can learn much more about something when you see it with your own eyes. So she decides to stay with them. She asks Kagami to let her help, to which the boy happily relies on her. Rex says he doesn't care about the Demon Lord anymore. He admits he didn't live for himself. The guy says he's grateful to Kagami too. After all, he showed him the value of living the life of more than just a hero. So if there is something he can do to help, he will gladly lend a helping hand to him. Kagami asks how a peasant could help a hero. Rex admits that he showed him that roles and races mean nothing, so he will call him Master from now on. Alice reasons that it's been 2 months since then, and they've been working together all this time. She never thought that they could work together with a hero. She admits that the hero who gave them hope was Kagami. Rex says that he wants to train with Kagami, and in return he will help him with everything he needs. To which the guy looks at him in surprise, but suddenly, the girls interrupt them. Kururu says that time is running out. It's time to go to a place where people gather and hire some workers. Rex suggests going to the market square. Kagami makes a decision and calls all his friends by name, preparing to hand in the task. He says that they were going to the market square to hire staff. The guys start to rejoice, to which Takako understands that it's not all that simple. While at the market square, Kagami doesn't understand why they haven't hired anyone yet after all this time. The guy doesn't understand why no one is there, because they have a hot guy and a princess helping with recruitment. But no one is buying into the hot coworkers, even after he made all these brochures. Walking through the market, Kagami is completely hopeless. But suddenly, while looking ahead, she crashes into the man in front of her. The girl is worried and asks for forgiveness. She admits that she wasn't looking where she was going. She sees a tall, mustachioed man in front of her, and Alice is frightened by his threatening appearance. The man, turning to Alice, compliments her that she is a very sweet lady, like an angel. Kagami, noticing what is happening, calls the girl. The boy takes the girl aside. The man apologizes and introduces himself, saying that his name is David Foreign. He says that he is a humble servant of the royal family, and he has come to protect Lady Kururu. Kagami doesn't trust him and becomes thoughtful, clearly plotting something. Suddenly, he shouts to the whole street that this man is here to seduce young girls, to which David is afraid of slander. All the townspeople turn around to look at him. The man gets angry, realizing that it is a lie, when suddenly a guard grabs him and takes him away. Suddenly, Alice screams to let this man go. He did nothing wrong. Kagami and David look at the girl in surprise. The girl trusts the man and tells the guy that it was a bad thing to do, to which Kagami agrees. David thanks the girl for saving him. He notes that she is really wonderful for her age. The girl smiles back. Kagami asks what he was trying to do. He wonders what the man said about coming to take Kururu, and so he's sure he has an ulterior motive. David admits that he has business that concerns everyone. Kururu and Rex notice the man, asking what he is doing there. David showers the girl with compliments, to which Kagami notes that he is indeed strange. But Rex says that this is just how David is. Rex greets David and asks if they should talk somewhere else instead of standing here. The man agrees. Kururu asks again what David is doing here, to which the man apologizes for being rude. He says that a report was received that instead of continuing their journey to destroy the Demon Lord, they decided to temporarily stay in this city. The man admits that he came here to check. Rex asks if he really came to take Kururu. David says he has no such intentions, as this is Rex's top priority. The girl says that they are training and collecting funds to purchase suitable equipment, since that is how Kagami reached level 999. Kururu says that her goal hasn't changed at all, so she asks David to tell her father this. David says they received reports that the boys had been deceived by a peasant and rumors of this spread, including information about their whereabouts. Kagami gets angry and asks what he's getting at. The man admits that he came to take the princess, but this has nothing to do with his true purpose. David says that if what the princess said is true, then there should be no further questions. The man says that to confirm their statements, he would like to observe them for a month. The guy replies that it is very difficult when his life is being watched. David says that it would be logical to assume that if he really wanted to, he could easily defeat the Demon Lord. Kagami gets angry and tells him not to underestimate the peasant's weakness. He says that everything worked out thanks to his comrades. The guy asks if he didn't know that the enemy was not the Lord, but his servant, because if it was the Lord, they would never have won. So they save up and improve not the equipment, and Rex and Kururu help him with funds in exchange for training. David says he understands. David says that he is ready to at least help them, because even though he is an observer, he is first and foremost a humble servant of Lady Kururu. Takako came to see how things were going and was surprised that they had a lot of people wanting to join. She asks what spell they used. The girl sees David and asks her comrades who he is. The guys ask how the man was able to do this, to which he replies that he simply put the information on the pieces of paper in order. Rex is surprised that everything became clear, and David asks to let him help with the casino. The guys notice Takako and tell her that, thanks to David, they were able to recruit enough staff. The girl admires the man who knows how to work. She reacts sharply and introduces herself, saying that she hopes they will get along. Tina sends Kagami away, telling him to go hunt monsters, since David is helping them now. Rex told the guy to swear at them. He warns that he will join him on the hunt, to which Kagami refuses. The boy notes that David and the girl get along well. Rex explains that David served the kingdom before Kururu was born. He asks what's bothering him. He says that this month of surveillance seems rather unexpected. Rex asks if it has anything to do with them abandoning their mission. The guy doesn't deny it and tells him to be careful. The king was told the news and he cannot believe that Kururu did this. Paulna says that the peasants and demons want to coexist peacefully. Sina says that he suspects that they have strayed from the path he desires. The king does not understand how the peasant managed to break Kururu's will, which should by definition despise demons. He explains that this was achieved through his training. He asks if she has changed because of the peasant. The king asks what Paulna hopes for. She admits that it seems strange to her. The king asks what she wants then. The girl says that she wants a world where demons do not exist. The woman leaves, but the king notices that she too bears a heavy burden. Paulna remembers the peasant and his friends, and she is filled with anger. She insists that demons must be destroyed. 9-year-old Paulna enters the royal library. She thinks that magic is a combination of accumulated knowledge and creativity, and only through this can it be controlled. But without the ability to control it, she will not be able to use magic. To expand her knowledge, she was instructed to continue reading books, so she is tied to her work in the library every day. A friend, a boy with glasses, notices her and asks why she hates books. She asks who he is. The guy replies that he is the one who was forced to come here. The guy hands the girl a book. He says that if she really doesn't like the books, he would recommend this one, since resources for learning magic aren't just in the library. She says she doesn't want to upset anyone, so she'll return the book. To which the boy replies that there is no mom or dad here, there is only him. Paulna takes the book and begins to read. She muses that the guy who reads too many books while wearing his glasses has the kindest smile. She recalls that his ability to manipulate magic and knowledge was head and shoulders above the rest, and in order to satisfy his thirst for knowledge, he would go on research into anything that caught his interest. The guy had ideas about how things should be done and he worked to make them happen, but that was both his strength and weakness. Paulna is surprised that he wants to trade with the demons. The guy says that if humans and demons got along, life would be even richer. She says that if he wants to learn more about demons, aren't there other ways to do it? To which he replies that it will take them time to understand each other. But he is sure that there will be things they don't understand. The girl realizes that his thirst for knowledge has taken over him, turning his attention to the mysterious mystery known as demons. He then believes that by communicating and exchanging knowledge with demons, he can control the appearance of monsters. The girl convinces him that it is still dangerous. She tried to stop him, but he had already taken the first step and started communicating with demons. The demons notice them. The guy starts talking to them, but the demons aren't in the mood for conversation. The guys understand that it's not that easy, but the guy persistently continued to visit the demons without taking any weapons with him. He continued to communicate with them, establishing relationships, and the demons' attitude began to soften. The girl noticed that the demons began to like the boy. He decided it was time. The boy says that they taught him so much and he wanted to teach them the ways of humans. He said that he wanted to introduce them to the human village. The boy assures them that no one will harm them. The demon leader agrees, and the boy happily flies up to Pana, hugging her, and saying that he did it. The girl was glad that the demons believed in him. They chose her hometown as the place for the exchange, since the level of hostility towards demons was not that great. The demons arrived on a road that was usually impassable to them. Palma notices her friend waving happily at her. There was a demon walking behind him, clearly intending to harm him, but the boy didn't notice it. The demon pierced him with his magic, and he fell to the ground. The demon ordered the others to grab the people, and they rushed forward. The demons began to harm people, but the girl did not understand how it came to this. One of the soldiers ordered the girl to get out of here, but she looked at her teacher. The soldier grabs the girl and takes her away from the fight. She doesn't understand what they were hoping for. Pawnee should have forgotten about it and lived a normal life. And then she met them, the two who were sent to defeat the demons and their lord. She won't let them take away the chance for revenge that finally came her way, even if her teacher is no longer there. The girl holds a casino flyer and recalls all the past events. She says she will make the peasant return it to her. Kururu and Rex practice their skills in the training cave. Kagami says that Rex needs to repeat himself, because what's the point if he uses body enhancement magic? The point is to defeat an opponent stronger than himself. The man says that by fighting in an unfavorable position, he will gain, in addition to the usual experience, invaluable combat experience of fighting a stronger enemy. Because, in addition to this, it would be good to get used to fighting in unfavorable conditions. The guy, having listened to the teacher, gathers his strength and attacks the enemy again. And he hits the monster, but the monster attacks again without thinking. Rex gets burned by the blow, to which Kagami tells him to remember that the enemy is stronger than him, as the hit-and-run tactic works better if he is patient and stays on guard. Kururu begins to heal the boy's burn. Kagami says that the boy still has plenty of strength, but that's good, because he can gradually become stronger. Suddenly, David appears, addressing Kururu. He reasons that Kagami meant that this type of battle is always accompanied by danger, and they cannot become stronger by constantly avoiding pain. Kururu asks that Kagami is a peasant, which means he is much weaker than her. The guy says that because she's a girl, he doesn't want to drag her into anything painful or scary, to which Rex protests that his pain and hardships are a different matter. Kagami realizes that the boy has become stronger, and despite the pain, he no longer hesitates because the heroes are burdened with great responsibility. But could Kururu withstand something like that? The girl says that her level only went up by 3 levels. Kagami replies that she probably shouldn't act recklessly. The guy says he has an idea that will help her level up. The girl says she needs to reach level 200, to which Kagami is surprised by such a number. She asks why he looked away. When suddenly they notice Rex asking for healing, the girl apologizes and runs to his aid. David notes that the guy needs to learn more about girls' hearts and what helped him become so strong. The guy says that he will tell another time, because he initially began to fight only to collect the money left over from the defeated monsters. Kagami asks if he thinks that because he is a peasant, he became strong just for money. To which David replies that, why would he even think about that? He says that it is rare to find a peasant willing to level up, as they mostly do it for the money. Alice asks if defeating a monster can give you a lot of money. David confirms her words. The guy asks the girl if she knows a place where he can find rare monsters, for which he apologizes, saying that he doesn't know about such a thing. She remembers that she once found a book in the library that spoke of a powerful monster, and that if it were possible to defeat it, she wonders how much money could be obtained from it. Kagami asks how the preparations are going, since he hasn't forgotten that the opening is the day after tomorrow, to which David replies that he won't allow such a miscalculation. He says he just had some free time, so he decided to visit them, because after all, watching him is part of his job. Kagami admits that he is grateful to him because he can trust him with his work. He says that at first he did not trust him, but now, thanks to him, the opening will take place on time. David admits that he was surprised by Takako, because he can do all the work without relying on anyone and earns respect. He says that he is a real man among men, to which Kagami replies that Takako is a woman. David is surprised and asks how he can be considered a woman, to which he replies if he heard him, he would already be finished. Suddenly the man remembers how she touched him. Kagami replies that she was just flirting with him. The guy is surprised that she actually fell in love with David. Alice asks Kagami what happened, to which he replies that he doubts he will find a wife anytime soon. To which the girl tells him not to worry, because he has me. The guy agrees only if in 10 years he will still be alone. Kururu, upon hearing this, is frightened that he is going to marry Alice in 10 years, to which the guy replies that he said so that David would not begin to suspect that Alice is a demon. The girl says that she will not allow a wedding with such an age difference, to which Alice says that she does not mind. Rex is glad that it's over. He admits that his teacher is really strong. Alice apologizes to him for not being able to use healing magic, to which he replies that she has been supplying him with potions all this time. But Alice realizes that in times like these, she cannot protect anyone, and this makes her feel sad. Kagami asks how much experience he got from it. The guy takes out a tablet, checking. He sees that he has gained a lot of experience. Kagami says that he has gained a lot because the mortal threat is quite an important factor. Rex realizes how the boy could reach such a high level. Kagami says that it is all thanks to his recovery skill. The boy says that is why he should not fight against strong enemies without Kuru. The guy wonders how he got his self-healing skill. He says that he got it at level 100. The guy says that it was a rare case, because only peasants can learn unusual skills. Rex explains that Kagami said that he has a self-healing skill, a skill to overcome physical limitations, and a skill to overcome established strength growth limits. The guy asks about other skills, to which he replies that it's not information he wants to share with everyone around him, to which Rex replies that he needs to know about it. Kagami asks if he really wants to know about all the skills he was able to obtain. Kagami looks at his friends and realizes that he can't escape the answer. Then he looks at the monsters and decides to do something. He falls to the ground and says that it's time. The heroes look at him in surprise as the guy takes a pebble and throws it. The stone hits the monster and it disappears, dropping coins. Kagami says he just showed you 5 of the remaining 7 skills. The guys don't understand anything, so the guy shows them again. He picks up the rock again, throwing it at the monster. Rex says he still doesn't get it, so he picks up his tablet. Kagami shows the guys all his skills. Alice asks if there aren't too many finger skills. The guy asks Kagami what it means. Then the man decides to show them each separately. He tells about the skill, Super Finger, which increases in size by snapping a finger. Rex asks how much the snapping power increases. The guy answers that the power of 1 finger is equivalent to the power of 2. Kagami explains his other skills and their effects. The guy says that this is the feeling of a person who continues to obtain such skills until level 900. In simple terms, he can defeat a slime by simply throwing rocks at it. Alice understood everything, and Rex asks that compared to normal throwing stones, his clicks are much more accurate. Alice asks what about level 700, because it is different from all fingers. The guy explains the skill. Alice asks what it means that he can only use a charged attack. Rex says that the skill only becomes more useless over time and reduces the number of skills and spells he can use as he levels up. He says that the teacher is amazing because he can destroy monsters just by throwing rocks at them. Kagami says that regarding the skills you've acquired, it's better to have none at all than have skills you can't use or understand. Alice wonders what he's talking about when suddenly they hear a girl calling out to Kagami. Takako says she's been looking for him everywhere. She gets angry and heads towards Kagami. Alice asks what happened. She turns to David and tells him to listen to her. She told him what had happened, and the man realized that they were short of goods. The girl confesses that she had completely forgotten to order goods for the casino. Kagami realized that they would be dealing with nobles and offering cheap booze to the guests, and they simply cannot afford it. Takako admits that it was her mistake, for which the guys tell her not to worry. Kagami, that even if they don't make it in time for the grand opening, they can always order the goods later. To which David says that they could go to the city where the production is located that supplies the capital with wine and return on a supply wagon. Kagami agrees with the man that the capital sells first-class alcohol. As long as they supply the capital with the amount needed, they shouldn't object too much. The guy asks how he knows, to which David says that he's already looked into the matter. Kagami realized that this man was not an ordinary employee at all, but what else could he be doing here besides watching Kururu? Suddenly Alice runs up to Kagami and says that she is glad that they have David. The guy agrees and thinks that all they can do is watch and wait. On the opening day of the casino, girls in beautiful outfits invite everyone to come inside. Alice is surprised by the number of people, but she is embarrassed by her outfit. Kagami says that it suits her very well, and no one wants to harm her. The guy wonders if they will succeed or not, with the help of David and all these tireless preparations. But somehow they were able to open their casino. Alice and Kagami are surprised by the number of visitors. Suddenly, the girl notices Minnow. He turns around with a tired look when he hears her voice. The man is surprised at how beautiful she looks today. The girl thanks him for the compliment. Alice sees a surprised Kagami and asks what happened. The guy saw Takako's room and wanted to look inside, but upon seeing it, he abruptly closed the door. The boys notice Rex and say he's working hard. Alice asks where Kururu is. The guy says she can't handle dealing with customers. He asks why they're sitting there happily staring at the menu. He says they put off the silly stuff, but later. To which Kagami says that they are customers now. Alice orders a chocolate parfait, and the guy also orders a dish from the menu. The boys leave the canteen full. The girl asks where Tina is now. The boys notice the girl, and Alice is surprised that they even built a chapel. The guy asks, since they built a chapel, why didn't they do something? At least teach people the word of God. After all, there is even a confessional, to which Tina says that confession is the job of a priest. Kagami says that she can inspire people to continue living despite their failures and losses, to which the girl asks if there is no one more suitable for that. To which the man says that she is perfect for that. The guy says she's good at listening to people and wants to test it out. Kagami and Tina sit down at the table, and the guy teaches the girl how to properly listen to visitors. The boys enter the lounge and see the rest of their friends. Kururu and Takako are surprised at how beautiful Alice looks in that dress. The girl hugs the girl, but then David tells them to continue, but he doesn't dare interrupt them. The girls show off the outfits they want Alice to wear, to which David points out that Kururu has never been interested in such jewelry before. The girl disagrees with him, to which David notes that she and Kagami have changed a lot during these unexpected meetings. Alice says who would think that, because she can finally be talked to and she can really look at her. The girl says that Kururu is a very important person to her, even though there are things she cannot tell her. Kururu admits that listening to her words fills her heart with happiness. The girl admits that perhaps she really has changed, from thinking that they should destroy this child to thinking that we should not kill her. She learned that Kagami will fight with all his might to protect humans and demons. The girl admits that she has come to the conclusion that you should decide for yourself. She wonders if she is really doing the right thing. David notes that if this were the old Kururu, she would have shown a more strained expression, remaining true to her principles. David decided that people can change in any direction because of the people they meet along the way. Takako says that meeting David has changed her, to which the man apologizes and leaves, saying that he has to go get some scheduled supplies. The girls then attack Alice, asking her to put on a dress, but suddenly she notices the glove David forgot. The girl runs away, saying that she must give them to him. When she goes outside, she worries that she can't find David. Suddenly, she notices a man ahead and runs towards him. Suddenly, the girl trips over a rock and falls on David, dropping her ribbon that covers her horns. The tape finally falls, and David notices her demon horns. The girl is scared, realizing that everything will change dramatically. Alice grabbed her head, wondering what she should do now. To this, David says that she has the most beautiful ribbon. He asks if Mr. Kagami gave it to her. He hands her a ribbon, saying that she uses it to hide her horns and that she should take proper care of it. The girl doesn't understand, and David offers to help her. He tied a ribbon around her neck, saying that everything looked wonderful now. She was as cute as Lady Kururu. The girl thanks the man, and he replies that he still has things to do, so he will return to the room, and she should return to Kagami. Alice's friend hands him the gloves. David accepts them and thanks her for her help. The girl hesitates, not understanding what to do, but, having collected her thoughts, she thanks the man in return. In the break room, Mino is swearing. Takako says that she completely understands his concerns, but they still don't know if it's true or not. Alice peeks out and asks what's wrong, to which the man replies that he was worried that Mistress Alice had disappeared without saying a word. To which she replies that she simply decided to return the gloves to David. The boy grabs the girl and says they have to get out of here. The girl says she wants to stay with Kagami. Takako tells Minnow to calm down, but he knocks over Alice's table. The guy asks Kagami that if what was said is true, then it is very bad, because if the identities of Minnow and Alice are revealed, then they will be expected not only here, The girl can't take it anymore and screams for them to tell her what's going on. Kagami says that Menno found out that David is a spy for the kingdom. The guy says he saw David go to the warehouse and hand the casino worker an envelope. The envelope contained a report that needed to be delivered to the king. No suspicious activity among Karuru and Rex and their company has been detected. With these words, he handed over the document. The guy is bothered by the reference to the company. Kagami says that they weren't worried about him spying on Karuru as long as they let him watch. The guy asks if he could have actually been following Alice. The girl says that she thought David was being too nice to Alice. The guy replies that the kingdom doesn't know anything and they have some doubts about them. Kagami says that it will be very problematic if they start to doubt the true nature of Menno and Alice. Alice says that David was just keeping an eye on Karuru. The girl confesses that David just saw her horns, but he didn't say a word about her being a demon. It was as if he already knew about it and was keeping it a secret. Menno gets scared and says that they should run right now. Kagami asks the guy if he didn't hear that there was no suspicious activity. The boys argue. Menno replies that he can act as usual until the next report, or he will say that Alice is a demon. Kagami says that David is covering for them. Menno asks why he would lie for them, since he would hardly go so far as to lie to the kingdom. Kagami realizes that the guy is too stubborn. He turns to Alice, looking at her. The guy says, with determination, that since he is watching them, they will watch him. He says that if David reports the demons, they will somehow deal with it. Until then, they will trust David. Menno noticed that the girl smiles and agrees with him. Eventually, Menno also agrees, and Takako states that he would like him to keep an eye on him. Alice reflects that a week has passed since then, and David has not told the kingdom of her true nature. He continued to report no suspicious activity, but even though that problem has been solved, another has surfaced. Kagami noted that their profits were nowhere near enough. Kagami, realizing that they are making practically nothing, hears from the girls that the tourists are making low bets, and all the people came mainly for the opening of the casino. But the guy understands that it's a casino, and there's nothing to be done if the income is unstable from day to day. The girls say that he would be grateful that they haven't gone bankrupt yet. Kagami suggests giving out lucky tickets, but that will only cause more losses. David says he expected this, but was ill-prepared for the situation. He thinks there is no other way out than to create a VIP room for the nobles. Karuru thinks that they don't put in any effort to achieve anything on their own. The boy realizes that even the princess thinks so. The girl says that she constantly thinks about their people, so she asks not to put her in the same category. The guy justifies himself and says that he admires her. Hearing this, the girl apologizes for being too angry. David says he doesn't think there will be any problems if they create a VIP room. The guy says that if they don't create it, it's not a fact that anything will change. He tells them that he should go brain hunting to make up the difference. He wonders what could bring in more money. Takako asks why not ask Menno to create a flock of hell ravens. Then he could make money by exterminating them. Kagami replies that he had thought of something like that, but Soviet monsters are terribly difficult to deal with. Says you can never know where you can find a place where the hell ravens spawn. The guy says that spawn points are formed by collecting the demon's magical energy, which gives life to the monsters. He says that it seems like a spawn point can form somewhere in the dungeon, but not a single new monster may appear for a whole day. Kagami says that you will need to find the place where rare monsters appear and make it absorb the magical energy of Menno and Alice. And, after waiting for the monster to appear, destroy it. But after that, you will have to look for a new place again. The guy says it's too inefficient. Then Alice comes up with something. She asks if he has ever heard of the Dark Dragon. Alice asks how much money he would get if he beat him. The guy thinks about it and answers that he could get an equivalent amount. The guy asks if they know where he can be found. The girl replies that if they had a map, she could show him where he is. The guy asks if Menno could tell him more details. He grabs the guy and takes him aside with the excuse that they need to go to the toilet. In the alley behind the bar, Menno says he knows about it, but he can't say for sure whether he's there or not. Kagami asks if he hasn't seen him before. The guy tells him that he learned about him from a recording in the palace. He admits that even demons don't know that much. The guy says that he can be found near the royal capital. Kagami says he doesn't know of any dungeons in the area. Menno asks why there is such interest in such a creature. Kagami says that Ilya knows where to find it, so he plans to defeat it. The guy only recommends not to try something like that because they have too little information about him. Kagami says that he understands everything, but the man interrupts him. He says that the power of the Dark Dragon is comparable to that of his demonic majesty. He says that if he dies, everything will be in vain. Menno says that he is grateful for his efforts in trying to save the Lord. He admits that if the guy dies, it will bring too many problems. Kagami admits that if he tries to achieve a peaceful existence for humans and demons, then shouldn't he try all the options for earning money? Kagami says that without these 10,000 coins, they won't be able to save the demon lord, and then the war will start again. The guy asks if there is no other way. The guy says that they need to find a way to earn the required amount of money. This is only one of the tasks, because in addition to this, they have a problem with a lack of time. In addition, he is interested in this legendary creature. Menno says that in that case he will join him. The guy asks if they are really going with him. He says that most likely they are being watched by more than just David. The boy says he has no idea where the creature is, and if they go alone, it shouldn't raise any suspicions. Menno says he should definitely take Alice with him. Kagami says that they are not making enough money, so he is handing out responsibilities. He says that David is in charge of building the new VIP room. The guys ask what he is going to do. The guy says that they are going underground to earn some money, to which the guys also say that they will go with them. Kagami says that they are staying. He says that this creature will be incredibly strong, so only he and Mina are going. Alice is indignant, to which the guy says that he is leaving her to look after the casino. Tina packs a large bag and asks Kagami if he has everything he needs for the hike. She worries about the guy, to which he replies that they are all overreacting, because they will be back within a month. The guys all went to see them off. Kagami turns to David, telling him to take care of the casino in his absence. Takako says that this is the fate of all leaders, since they are responsible for making important decisions. Kagami believes that the time has come. Alice tells the boy that while he's gone, there's something he'd like her to do. Kagami replies that he'd like her to just stay healthy. The guy says that he is standing here now because of her. So if something happens to her, he will lose the will to fight. David asks if he needs anything else, to which the guy replies that he asked Takako about it yesterday and thinks he should ask him. Kagami asks the man to look after Alice for him. David agrees and says he will accept his frank request. The guy thanks him, and he admits that he relies on them. Kagami and Menno take big backpacks and say that they are leaving. The guys watch them and see them off. Alice wonders why she can't be useful to Kagami. David replies that her very existence gives everyone strength. He says that she is like a golden ray of sunshine. David says they all support Kagami, but admits that's not the only way they can be useful. He says that there are things that Kagami hasn't thought of continuing yet, and by doing this, you can help him. David admits that her honey is a weapon in itself. He says that she must find a way to use it to its full potential, to which the girl admits that she doesn't quite understand. The man says that her very presence next to Kagami can be considered a way of support because what she can do right now is not the only important thing. Alice wonders if there is a way she can be useful. The girl admits that she must work hard to increase the number of things she is capable of, to which David says he will support her. In response, she thanks him. Alice runs up to Kururu, addressing her. She firmly declares to her that she wants to learn magic. Well, the guys are surprised. Kururu began the lesson, "What is magic?" She says that it is important to read a lot of books to stock up on knowledge. The girl asks Alice to try hard and learn more. The girl agrees. The girl says that thanks to David and Takako, the casino is back in business and continues to improve. But she wonders why Rex is here too. The guy replies that he also wants to learn at least a little about magic, because he only had time to train his body. The girl says that it is pointless to be born a hero with a huge supply of magical energy and not know how to use it. The guy says he only has one technique where he can change magic. He asks the girl what it means to introduce magic. Kururu explains that magic is a power that can use and consume magical energy. Because if you have magical energy, then with practice, you should be able to use it. The girl tells Alice that Kagami's ability to use magic is sealed due to the skills he has been training with. The girl is sad and says that they have been training for 10 days already, and perhaps she has no talent for it at all. David says that magic is not so easy to handle, so she should continue to study. Alice agrees with him, so she will continue to study. David says that they should start learning only one type of magic that they would like to use. because once they master it, they will definitely be able to expand their arsenal. The girl thinks, and the man asks what kind of magic she would like to learn the most. Alice says she wants to learn healing magic because if someone gets hurt, she can help. To which the man says that this is a wonderful choice. David notices that it's time to get back to work, so he asks him to hurry up and get ready. Alice is delighted and quickly starts to go to work. The visitors to the hall are charmed by the cheerful Alice, and the staff asks if everything is okay, to which she replies that everything is fine. The girl understands that the staff and visitors treat her well and always come to her aid only because they do not know who she really is. She wonders what they would do if they found out she was a demon, when David comes up to her and tells her he's finally found her. He says that everything is going according to plan, but they are out of a couple of things. He notes that Kururu and Rex are helping him a lot. Rex helps with the rowdy customers, and Kururu treats the wounded. David says that given their notoriety, Takako suggested putting masks on them. Alice says they need a little help taking care of things. She offers to help him, to which he thanks her and asks to get to work. The girl wants to ask the man something. She asks why he keeps it a secret, to which he asks in bewilderment, to which the girl asks him not to pretend. Alice says she is worried because, after all, she is an enemy that must be dealt with at any cost. David notes that she may be right, but the girl has become too dear to him to classify her with just one word. He says that if she is worried, he can discriminate against her somehow. He knows that Kururu considers her a good friend. The man adds that after everything he has seen, he can say that the girl is wonderful and deserves respect. David says she is always honest and kind to everyone more than most people. He says it doesn't matter who she really is. She is who she is. Alice smiles and thanks him. She admits that he's an important person to her, too. David is glad to hear it. Minno and Kagami walk through the sacred forest. Suddenly, the guy with a scary look says that it's bad, that he just realized. Minno worries about Kagami, asking what happened. The boy screams and falls to the ground, declaring that this journey is terribly boring. Kagami states that traveling with him is very boring. The guy replies that it bothers him, too. Kagami says that their conversations are limited to the necessary minimum. The guy lists 4 words Minno has said in the last few days. He says there must be something they can talk about. Kagami notes that Alice is much more cheerful. He says that, unlike her, he is disappointed in Minno, to which the guy apologizes. The guy says that he should have expected this from him, because what is more important is that they are already close to the area marked on the map. Minno says that he should actually be somewhere in this forest based on the records in the books in the Demon Lord's library. Kagami wonders if the entrance could be very small. The guy replies that it can't be. The man says that in the Holy Forest, even in the hidden areas, only terribly weak monsters live. Kagami says that he has been here before and has not found an awesome-looking dungeon here. Minno says that the mark on the map cannot point to the wrong place. The guy suggests returning to the city before sunset. The guys are looking for the entrance and can't find it. The guy asks, what? Maybe that's enough for today. Kagami says that today is a no-no, because they spent too much time and they should go back. The guy says that if they leave now, they will reach the city late at night, so they should stay overnight. Kagami suggests taking turns on duty, because the guy is too tired. Kagami asks the boy to quickly come up with more interesting topics for conversation. He asks if this place is hidden somewhere in this forest, to which he replies that he is sure of it. Minno says that he read the book in the past and came to His Majesty to confirm the truth of what was written in it. The Lord said that he knew that a powerful being lived there. Kagami asks what exactly he felt there. The guy says that a stellar also acknowledged the presence of some kind of presence. He says that in the center of the forest there is also an ordinary-looking entrance. Kagami suggests that there is no entrance at all. Since the Dark Dragon is a legendary creature, why do people not know anything about it? Since the texts do not say how the dungeon was originally opened, the guy claims that the information in the book is too fragmentary, so there is no mention of any entrance. And because of this, only the forest is mentioned there. Minno asks if there is no entrance. How did they know the location of the dragon? The boy replies that the Demon Lord and Esteller told them that it was somewhere here. The guy reasons that this is a place that can only be entered under certain conditions. Minno says that if the entrance is not visible, does that mean that the dungeon itself is hidden underground? Then Kagami decides to start digging. The guy asks if he really wants to dig right here, since this is the very center of the sacred forest. Kagami suggests trying to dig with his own hands. Suddenly, the guy starts digging the ground at high speed. Mino says that doing something like that with his bare hands might be too much of a challenge for him. After a few minutes, he thinks he should have just used magic and blown everything up. Suddenly, the boy calls Kagami, saying that he should take a look at it. They see the land recovering. Mino says it feels like something is telling them they can't go any further. The boy says he's never heard anything like it. Kagami reasons that it doesn't make sense, but sometimes he can't see the way. He realizes that she's killing all motivation. Mino wonders if this will be the case wherever they dig. Kagami says that this shouldn't be the case, since he was able to dig much bigger holes to destroy monsters in the past. Mino says that this anomaly is limited to this area. The boys understand that there is something here. Mino says that since they can't get to him, it's useless, because it's probably a primitive measure against unwanted guests. The boys understand that means there must be another way. Then Kagami starts digging harder and faster. Mino at first says it's useless when suddenly he notices something. The boy realized that the restoration was failing. Kagami says that it will never end, to which Meno replies that if he continues, little by little they will be able to get there. Kagami says he wants to try something reckless. Meno asks what he's going to do. The guy says that if things go badly, he'll rely on him. The boy yells at Meno to stay closer, when suddenly, he uses limit break and explodes the ground. The guy holds on to Kagami and says that he is too extreme. Kagami agrees with him, but asks that it is very suspicious. Suddenly the ground ends and they fall down. The boys fell to the ground and looked around. Kagami says that the hole they fell through has closed. Meno says that the dungeon was in a sacred forest, which means that the dark dragon is lurking somewhere nearby. The guy realizes that they won't be able to get out the same way, so they'll have to find another entrance. Kagami is indignant about who would have thought that there would be a dungeon here. Suddenly Kagami falls to the ground saying that he needs to rest. Alice starts to get the hang of healing magic, and David says she's doing a good job. In just 5 days, she learned to use 3 types of magic. Kururu says that she will definitely become a powerful magician. Alice says that she was able to learn so quickly only thanks to Tina, and admits that she is grateful to her. Tina says that if Alice wants to know more, she should tell her. Kururu says that their training has been delayed due to Kagami's absence, and it would be useful for her to learn magic with her. Alice says that this will finally make her useful to others. Rex tries to combine magic with his techniques and dreams. Alice asks where he is today. David says he needs to take care of some business. Tina says Rex is upset and suggests they work on healing people. David offers to help, even though he can't use discipline magic. The boys came to the park to get some food. David says that since he is in charge of this place, they can order whatever they want. The girls hesitated, saying that eating before bed was bad for them. David asked them to take care of their health, and the girls said they would order a salad. David says it will be very lonely when everyone goes their separate ways. Alice asks where he is going. The man says that he will soon have to return to the king. He asks the girls not to be sad because if they wish, they will definitely meet. Kororo says that it will be sad when David leaves. The man agrees, because spending time with them these days have become a blessing for him. Tina says David's work was impeccable and she's worried about who's going to do it now. She's sure Kagami will have something to say about that. David turns to Alice and says that he will definitely visit them when he has free time. The girl agrees with him. Suddenly, Rex appears. He said he was looking for them everywhere. The guys ask what happened. The man grabs the girls and tells them that they need to run away from here right now. Suddenly, Palna appeared in front of them, insisting that they should take a break. The girls were surprised to see her. David asks why she came. The girl replies that if he feeds them false reports, they will not guess anything. The man tells him to tell him how suddenly a joyful Alice, seeing Palna, runs towards her. David screams at Alice to get away from her, when suddenly the woman rips off the bandage covering her horns. The bandage fell to pieces, and all the guests saw her horns. The girl was frightened by what happened, as the guests began to whisper in panic that there was a demon among the staff. Suddenly, soldiers enter the casino, ordering no one to move. The Duke turns to David, telling him how he will now get out of this situation dry. The man realizes that even the king's right hand has arrived here. He says that he could hardly believe the witch, but she was right after all. The Duke says that Palma's report was true, as was the report of his lies. The man asks if he understands how serious his crime is. Kururu asks what's wrong. David replies that he was ordered to come here and observe their squad's activities, but that was a lie. He says that Polna came to the king and told him that Kururu and Rex had united with the demons, but the king did not believe her, and so sent him to investigate. The Duke quotes that he received a report that said, "I have not met anyone who could be a demon." David asks why the Duke came here, since he did not believe his report. The man says he was considered for the role of observer, and was the one who approved it. David asks why he came then. The man says that if someone other than Polna had reported this, he would not have believed it, but he has known the girl for quite a long time, so he believed her. The Duke says he chose David to confirm her words, but discrepancies in the reports made him suspicious. The man couldn't believe that he would lie in the report. The girl thought that the traces of Militaria had disappeared from this world. The Duke asks what he was thinking, because if there was a serious reason for this, then what role could lighten the punishment? David asks what he plans to do with Rex, Kururu, and Alice. The Duke says that the king will decide Rex and Kururu's fate. The man says that as soon as they catch the second demon, they will be executed. The boys are surprised by the sentence. Rex asks the girl why she decided that, since she also listened to the teacher's story. He says that demons and humans are no different from each other. He asks why she couldn't wait until they had 10,000 coins. Paulna says she doubts anyone would think they could return to normal life after being labeled a criminal. She tells the boy to just give up. The girl says she never wanted this. Tina says that while they were together, nothing happened. But the witch says that Tina is naive. She says that they can't exist with demons because they will definitely come for them. The girl says even if Alice is a good demon, can she say the same about others? So the woman assures that she will put an end to this. Karua says that there is nothing more they can do here. The Duke ordered their arrest. The girl asked David why he did not decide to obey her father's orders. The man replies that it was all because of her, because she was able to smile the same way as before. Suddenly, Taco breaks the wall, knocking down the soldiers. David orders her to take care of Alice while he attacks the soldiers. The man throws Alice into Takako's arms, and she successfully catches her. The witch admits that she forgot about the other one because she saw Rex worried, so she thought something happened. Takako orders David, Alice, and Tina to run away because they can't save Rex and Toru now. David asks them to run. Alice asks what about him. He says he will buy some time, but for now they must run. Takako says she can help him, but suddenly notices that her body feels heavy. David says that this is the Duke's ability. The man says they must flee. The Duke says enough of this futile resistance. They must simply surrender peacefully. David begs Tina, Takako, and Alice to find Kagami and Mino as soon as possible. Taka leads the boys away. David turns to the soldiers and says that he will not let anyone pass him by. Suddenly, Kagami groans. Mino asks what happened. The guy answers that it was just an unexpected muscle spasm, but it is already passed. Suddenly, the monster appears in front of them again, and Kagami immediately defeats it. The guy asks for help, to which he replies that it is better to save his strength for the most urgent need, because if he fought, it would take a lot more time. He says that there are many monsters close to his level. The guy notes that they earned 284 gold coins by getting here. Kagami says that luckily the monsters didn't want to attack while he was unconscious. The guy thinks that this is a very strange place, because they don't want to sleep or eat and don't realize how much time has passed. Menno says he wants to finish this quickly and go back. The boys are constantly going down the stairs and defeating monsters. Suddenly, there's another staircase ahead of them. The boys approach the ring and do not see the ladder. Meino suggests jumping, to which Kagami says that he does not even see the bottom. The boy decides to flip a coin, and Menno declares that they are going back. Kagami is outraged that they could have come this far and not met the dark dragon. The guy wants to go there, to which his friend says that it is dangerous. But Kagami does not listen to him and already throws his backpack there. He goes down there and tells Menno to wait for him here, but he replies that he cannot allow him to go there alone. The guys go down there, when suddenly they fall into a black liquid. Kagami dives under the water and says that it is quite safe to jump. Menno realized that this was a space that did not allow one to see what was below. The guy turns to Kagami and asks why he has that expression on his face. The boys see a big dragon. He tells them that they have tried hard to get to his lair. The dark dragon greets them, because they tried hard to get into the lair. The boys were surprised to see him. The boys realized that the dark dragon was saying that since they could not pass through a path that they could not even see, then they must have reliable courage. He says that they are his fathers, that they were able to gather up the courage to jump into this hole, to which Kagami replies that they got down here with the help of knives. The dragon did not believe what he heard. He noticed that the guys had a lot of things. He did not understand how it was possible to descend in such conditions. Kagami suggests putting that question aside for now. He asks if he really is a monster. The dragon confirms and says that they have come to one of the singularities of this world. He explains that the singularity is a creature that knows the truths of this world, that watches over the world system and maintains it. Kagami asks if he is the god of this world. The dragon denies it and says that he is nothing more than one of the singularities that exist in this world. He says that his existence is different from the divine. Kagami realized that they really exist. The dragon asks the boy why he is not afraid of him. Kagami replies that he realized that there is no point in being afraid of you, because he is not an intelligent monster, and it is time to kill him. The dragon warns that he is stronger than the demon lord. Menno is indignant, and the dragon asks why the demon came here. The boy asks what he means by stating that he is stronger than the demonic majesty. The boy asks why he doesn't feel any magical energy in him. The dragon states that such a creature can't feel him. The dragon explains that they have lived surrounded by his magical energy for a long time, but only those with a certain level of power can feel it. Manu doesn't understand how the Demon Lord and Esteller were able to sense the presence of this being. Kagami asks what he meant by this world system. The dragon replies that it is a system that regularly creates and returns strength to individuals like him. The dragon was surprised that he didn't bring any weapons with him, as this was an unprecedented case. But this time, he would accept it. The monster says that they have clearly demonstrated their true strength. He welcomes them to the dungeon, which opens its doors only after the Demon Lord is defeated. Kagami asks if he knows about the item that can be bought for 10,000 gold coins. The dragon says that it is proof that a person is not able to obtain anything by relying on strength alone, neglecting to use charm and wisdom. He asks if he has received it. The boy replies that he hasn't yet. Kagami realizes that there are two important points: that the dark dragon is a creature that helps bring back strong people, and the location of a dungeon that can only be entered by obtaining an item or defeating a demon lord. Minnow asks if they haven't killed the demonic majesty yet, but Kagami interrupts him, asking him to play along. The guy says he killed the demon lord with his own hands. The dragon asks why a demon is traveling with a human. Since they got here, it means that he helped him in battles. Kagami replies that he brainwashed him, to which the dragon is surprised, because he has never heard of such a thing. Kagami explains how he brainwashed him, but the demon was still loyal to the Lord. The demon says that this is the only creature he can detect while here, but he stopped sensing it about 3 months ago. The guy is surprised by what he heard. Kagami asks if there was a reason for them to come here. The dragon replies that his journey here was not just so he could thank him for his actions, as he was waiting for truly strong people to come. The dragon says that since he has come here, he can grant him one wish. But for this, he must choose one of two. The monster says that the first thing is that his wish will be fulfilled, and he will go to the next stage. He says that only those who pass to it have the right to know. Kagami thinks that it is related to the world system. He says that for those who have lost the will to fight, the thought of even more terrible battles seems like nothing more than a futile effort. So they have a choice. But after the wish is fulfilled, all his memories of the path to victory will be erased. Kagami asks that people will return to the surface incredibly strong, but without memories of how they got that power. The guy asks, why go that far then? The dragon replies that it's all to raise strong people. Kagami wonders how many people actually made it here. It's good that even without memories, there is a possibility that they won't be able to return here. The dragon says that's how this world works. Kagami asks if there is no better way to show true strength, since you have to collect 10,000 gold. The dragon asks again, to which Kagami replies that there is no other way. The dragon says that now that the demon lord is no more, all memories of that battle will be erased from the minds of anyone who didn't know. The dragon says that after this, the world will be reset. Kagami asks that there are no records of anyone defeating the demon lord. The monster agrees and says that many demon lords have already died at the hands of other warriors. Mino asks what about the lord he spent all this time with. The dragon explains that a new demon will soon rise from the ashes and take his place. Kagami asks if when the memories are erased, it will be a reboot. The dragon says that the demon lord is an era, is too strong, and unless defeated, it will take some time before a new lord takes his place. Mino asks what will happen to his daughter then. The dragon replies that they will be created anew. The boy asks if his memories have been altered. The dragon replies that the demons will be remade according to his laws. Kagami asks the dragon if God really created this system. The boy asks about monsters. Because of them and demons, this world has never seen peace. The dragon answers that they are created to raise strong people. Kagami asks why they are needed at all. The dragon says that if he wants to know, he must come to the next stage. Kagami realized that by killing monsters, he gets money, and the more monsters stronger than himself you defeat, the stronger you become. The guy thinks that the previous ruler was killed 30 years ago, and Estelar may have been rendered speechless by what happened. The dragon asks what he chose, as this is his last chance to retreat. Kagami states that he will not choose either option. He says he refuses to let the demons be erased. The dragon is surprised. Kagami says that demons are the same as us, because he met those who tried to work with people right on our path. And he met a demon who trained him. He admits that he has even met a demon who is more honest and caring than most people. The dragon asks what he is trying to say. Kagami replies that he will burn this system to the ground. The dragon asks what I'm going to do. The guy replies that if he defeats him, this reboot will never happen. The guy flies up to the dragon, striking it in the face. The dragon is surprised by his speed and power. He reasons that, compared to those who came here before, he is much stronger. The dragon says he would be grateful if he agreed to go to the next stage. Kagami replies that this is problematic. The dragon replies that he must obey the rules laid down. The boy replies that once he has dealt with him, he will put an end to his rules. The dragon states that he has no chance of defeating him. Mino dissuades him from the duel. Suddenly, the dragon deals a strong blow to the guy. Mino is surprised by how much magical energy she has. The dragon replies that his power is practically limitless. The guy understands that they were naive, because he thought that with Kagami's level they would be able to defeat him. But in the face of a creature created to carry out the will of God, the boy remembered that the level made no sense, when suddenly they noticed Kagami standing straight on his feet. The dragon was surprised how the boy could withstand his attack, because even he lost his fighting spirit until he passed out. The dragon admits that he is truly magnificent. Suddenly, Kagami strikes back, claiming that he did not lose consciousness. The guy says that in fact a little friend helped him survive this attack. To which the dragon replies that it is impossible to defend against such an attack. The guy says he hit the beam first and made it explode, then used his second hand to take care of the next one. He says it's just a matter of knowing how to take hits. Kagami confidently invites the dragon to continue, to which the monster asks if he is not afraid. The dragon says that it was only a fraction of his power, and yet he still wishes to fight him. The guy explains that he's actually afraid of a life full of regrets, to which the dragon replies that he's an interesting person. The dragon asks him to prove that his words are proof of his beliefs. He asks him to show if he has the strength to follow the path to his future. The dragon strikes him harder. Mino worries about his friend because he won't be able to withstand such an attack. The boy asks Kagami to answer him. Suddenly, he appears next to him. Mino and the dragon wonder how he got there. The monster asks how he dodged, since he attacked from all sides. The guy replies that didn't he notice that no matter where he was, he kept attacking the same spot. He realized that this type of spell is best used against enemies who are stuck in one place, so he used smoke to hide and escape from damage. The dragon says that he can detect the enemy's location by their magical energy, to which the boy replies that he doesn't have that much magical energy. The dragon says that it was an attack from all directions. He would have felt the blasts of those magical beams anyway. If even one had hit him, they would have been wiped off the face of the earth. Kagami admits that many of them did hit, but he avoided them thanks to his hand. The dragon asks what it is. Kagami tells him to attack him with the same attack. The dragon strikes, but the blow ricochets back to him. The dragon does not understand how this is even possible, because at the beginning of the battle he did not use this power. He thinks that it awakened during their battle. The dragon says that this skill is proof of his strength. because having received this skill at the most difficult moment, his level should have increased. Kagami replies that his level hasn't increased, but the dragon convinces him that he's wrong, as his level should have increased. The guy shows that he is level 999, which surprises the dragon. The dragon doesn't understand where the peasant got such a level from. The monster says that this is impossible, because even after reaching level 999, he is still a peasant. The dragon doesn't understand what he did to get such power, and how he gets new skills. The guy agrees that his level can't grow anymore. Kagami replies that he overcame these limits to become strong because he wanted to gain a new skill, and so he thanks him, since he can only gain a skill every 100 levels. He believes that he has gathered enough experience to reach level 1100. The dragon says that to get to level 1100, he would have gained incredible power, but it took a long time. The guy replies that he got to level 999 a long time ago, and after the battle with him, he collected enough experience to get a new skill. The dragon turns away. The boy replies that they are not finished with their battle yet. The dragon says that he must move on to the next stage at any cost. The guy asks if the dragon still wants to use the reset. The monster says that after he moves on to the next stage, new strong individuals will need to be raised. Kagami then decides that their battle is not over yet. The dragon asks why he went so far. Didn't he just mind-wash the demon for his own gain? Suddenly, the demon appears from behind, saying that he lied. He says it would be fair to say it was all a lie. The boys are scared by what they see. The demon appears and states that Kagami is lying. Menno scolds him. The dragon asks why Stellar came here, to which the man smirks. He says that the show was so entertaining that he decided to wait until the end. The man apologizes for being rude and says that it was the first time he saw the dark dragon so confused. The dragon asks if he came here to mock him, to which he denies and says that he came here for a reason. He says that it shouldn't be strange that he finds this situation funny. Kagami asks what he did to the Demon King, to which he replies that he took proper care of him. Stellar asks if he didn't want to anger the Celestial, since advancing to the next stage won't get him any closer to him. Kagami tells him to think whatever he wants, but for him, the existence of the demons in front of him is irreplaceable. The man asks if he will continue to care for them even though he knows their role in the world system. Kagami says that he himself is a demon. Menno says that he, a loyal servant of the demonic majesty, will dedicate his pathetic life to protect Kagami. The boy says that then, in the future, he will leave the casino to him. The dragon asks how he met them, and what he means when he said he was looking after the Demon Lord, and what is with the statement that Kagami is lying. Stellar states that this man has never defeated a Demon Lord. The dragon is surprised, asking what he means. The man says that since no one came by, he thought now would be the time. Stellar reveals that 3 months ago he ordered Messiah to take action. He admits that he intended to instill fear in the people. He says that this man defeated him. The dragon is surprised that a peasant could defeat the Messiah. The man says that he is a real, hidden treasure. Stellar says that he is very strange, even with such power, because instead of defeating the Demon Lord, he tried to save him, so he decided to change the rules. Kagami asks if he became Gamma to lure him here. The man replies that even if it took him more than a year, he would still have used the Demon Lord as planned. Kagami asks who he is. Stellar says that he is a being similar to a dark dragon. He exists to maintain world order, but he does not have the same power as a dark dragon. And with each reboot, he is reborn as a consort for a demon lord, whose purpose of existence is to maintain the world of demons. He says that in the end, wouldn't it be bad if nothing changed as it was in the past? The dragon asks if he really collected 10,000 gold in such a short period of time, to which the man replies that it is not so, since Kagami got here by digging a hole. The dragon does not believe what he heard and asks to repeat. Stellar admits that he was also surprised, but the guy was able to dig faster than the earth was restored. The dragon says that even level 500 cannot overcome this test, because it was created by God himself. The man says that he can even compete with a level 999 hero, albeit for a short time. The dragon states that even the lore could not predict such a thing. He asks that he wants the man to not fulfill any of the conditions set by the Lord to advance to the next stage. The man says that isn't that enough to fulfill all the necessary conditions. The dragon says that even though this man is so strong, he can't cheat the rules that have been set. Stellar addresses the dragon, saying that hasn't he seen his true power, His power is enough, because until then, no one could bring them hope. The man says that he has luck on his side and loyal comrades who can turn everything around at the decisive moment. So much so that they even shake his faith. He asks if this man is not the one they have been looking for all this time. Kagami says he doesn't really want to move on to the next stage. He asks if they could return him to the surface. The man asks if going to the next stage will not help him achieve his goal. The boy states that if he were to go to the next stage, it would only last for a while. But if the demon lord is defeated, the process will start again. Therefore, he is convinced that there is no point in it. Esteller says that he won't be able to move forward, and so his goal will always remain out of reach. The guy replies that he wants to move on to the next stage, but since he can't stop the reset function under these conditions, he needs to prepare. He asks that they let him return to the surface until then. The man asks what he is going to do. The boy replies that when everything is ready, he will return for 10,000 gold. Kagami asks for the demon lord to be returned to him. The boy says that if he makes it in time, he can return to his wars. The man asks that he needs the power of the demon king, and therefore giving it away will be much more dangerous. The dragon laughs, saying why not let him? After all, when the time comes, he will also help bring back the demon king, so it is safe to give him away. Esteller agrees and returns the demon lord. Kagami thanks them for believing in them. The man replies that he actually expects a lot from him and will look forward to what he will show him. He tells him to take the demon lord and do whatever he wants. He brings them back to the surface, saying that Kagami is a person with the potential to become the savior of this world. A man lies and sleeps near a fire. Kagami sits next to him, waiting for something. Suddenly, the man wakes up and opens his eyes, groaning. The guy breaks out of his thoughts and asks in surprise if he is awake. The man wakes up and asks in confusion how long he slept. Kagami, looking at the man, replies that he slept for about half a day. The man touches his headband with his hand, not understanding where his magic is. The boy apologizes for not asking permission. He says he wrapped his horns to hide his magic. Kagami continues to say that he has a few spare ones for rainy days, but he never thought that he would have to use them all to completely suppress his magical energy. The man closes his eyes and says that he helped him again, to which the guy asks if this shouldn't be a touching reunion with your student. He says that the man could have acted happier. The man tells the boy that he started calling himself that. Kagami just rubbed the back of his head with a smile, and a boy with horns and firewood in his hands appeared behind him. He cries out in surprise upon seeing his demonic majesty. The man asks Menno in surprise if he made him worry so much, to which he replies that he's glad that he finally came to his senses. The guy asks if he is in pain or if he is tired. Menno asks for permission to cook something to eat. Menno, with great insistence, asks what ingredients he should cook with, worried about his master, to which the man tells him to just relax. He realizes that the guy is still as hyper-caring as ever. Mino asks the Lord for forgiveness, to which Kagami says that he is so easy to read, because he is like an open book, especially when he panics. To which the guy replies that at their first meeting in Valmont, anyone would have been scared out of their minds if something had suddenly flown out of the sky. He continues to say, screaming, that he was shocked that none of his attacks worked on him. Kagami replies that from what he remembers, it was quite painful. Even his clothes were burned. Menno replies that then he should have shown that he was really hurt. The Lord, unable to hold back his laughter, starts to laugh loudly, to which the boys were frightened, hearing unexpected laughter behind them. The man tells Kagami that he hasn't lost his talent for attracting people to him. He really is an amazing guy, to which Kagami just scratches the back of his head, grimacing. The guy looks at the man and says that it's not quite like that, even though he has changed since they last met. It's not like they did anything unusual. He keeps looking at the men and talking about how it doesn't matter what kind of human or dragon they are. They should be able to get along, just like we are now. The Lord simply remains silent in response. Kagami continues to say that he always thought that in this world this was considered completely normal, but he realized that this was absolute nonsense. He turns to the man and says that because of this, he needs their help, just like in the good old days. The man lowers his head and replies that he never helped him. It was just that he challenged him and became stronger. The guy replies that then this must be the first time he actually helps him. The man looks at the guy and replies that he has no reason to refuse. Mina watches from the side as the Lord and Kagami shake hands. The man asks the boy to tell him his plan. Suddenly, more guys come out of the bushes and, clearly not expecting to see men, look at them in surprise. Suddenly, the girl notices Kagami, to which he and Mena look at them in surprise and with their mouths slightly open. The guy recognized the girl when suddenly she looked forward in surprise. She recognized her father. The other guys who came out of the forest were also very scared by what they saw, to which the man simply looked at them calmly. The Lord turns to the girl and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He asks if everything is okay with her, to which Alice presses her lips and hides her gaze. The girl runs to her father with all her might and with tears in her eyes, hugging him. The man strokes his daughter and says that she has really grown up in such a short time, to which Kagami looks at them with a warm gaze. The girl with fear on her face asks what is going on here. She asks why the Demon King, and before she can finish speaking, she asks what about collecting 10,000 gold. The guy replies that they would never take such a sum in such a short period of time. To which the girl replies that where did the Demon Lord come from then? She asks if this means that we don't need the money anymore. The guy looks the girl straight in the eye and says that they still need to collect money. He asks why they came here and what happened to the casino. To which the guys just look away. Suddenly, the man decides to tell and says that the royal army came to see them. He says that information was revealed in front of others that Alice is a demon. He continues to say that the people saw her horns, so they decided to run away. They hoped that by hiding in the holy forest, they could hide her aura. Mino asks in surprise how this could happen, to which the man replies that it wasn't him. David covered for them, even after he himself found out that Alice was a demon. The man goes on to say that the very fact that they were able to avoid this is all thanks to David. Mino realized what happened. Kagami asks the man how they knew all this. The man remained silent, saying nothing, when suddenly he started telling that Palna did all this. Kagami rubbed his head and asked about Kururu and Rex. The man tells the boy that they were caught by the kingdom's forces. He admits that they only had enough strength to escape. The man assures the boy that given their status in society, he does not think they will be mistreated. But still, the man worries about them. Kagami asks that the two are most likely locked in the castle. The boy admits that saving them is not an option now, after they found out that they are traveling with a demon. Suddenly, Kagami heads off in an unknown direction. The man calls out to him, asking where he is going. The guy stops and says that he is heading to the capital and asks if they didn't understand this. He offers them to go with him too, to which the guys looked at him in horror. The girl asks when their conversation turned to this direction. She asks if he even understands that this time, his opponent is not a monster. Even if he goes to the capital, they will still be considered only traitors who conspired with demons. Kagami, looking at the tablet, is surprised by something. He says he just noticed that a criminal icon has appeared in his status window. The girl, looking at her sign, also notices with horror that she has the same icon. The man asks the boy what he is going to do and how he plans to take care of things in the capital in the first place. He also asks if he understands that this time his opponent is not a monster, to which Kagami only says, with a smile on his face, that his opponents in Salmaria were monsters, and this time they were the kingdom. The guy confidently says that he will continue to act to achieve his goals, to which the man clenches his fist and sadly says that it is true, but their opponent is still too dangerous this time. But before he can finish speaking, the guy interrupts him, telling him to be simpler, to which the man looks at the guy in surprise. Kagami turns around, looking at the man and asking if he doesn't want to save Kururu and Rex. The boys just looked at the boy in silence. Kagami replies that he understood everything. He tells that in the past he also thought so. But they can't just say that it's impossible and give up. Because whether it's the kingdom or the foundations of the world itself, if they just continue to smile and endure, then nothing will change. The boy continues to say that it was all because he didn't understand anything. Kagami admits that he always thought it was impossible and always gave up. But he realized that in the end, he was just running away. The guy raises his hand and says that this is why his personal credo is, if it's not 100% possible, then I won't run away from a fight. The guys agree with him. To which the guy understands this and shouts at them to go to the capital and save Kururu and Rex. To which the guys agree with the guy and head after him. The boys are walking along the road on the outskirts of the capital. Suddenly they meet an old man who wishes them a good day. The boys, as if nothing had happened, greet him. Masha waves her hand. They were surprised that the old man with the big backpack did not notice anything, to which Kagami replies that he doubts that among everyone in their squad, anyone would suspect that this weak old man is actually the Demon King. The man responds that even if that were true, each of them still has a criminal mark on their status. But he doesn't think the news of it has spread that far. He asks Kagami about the next step. He is surprised that the Dark Dragon actually exists, and that the endless human quest to destroy the Ku Demon's waters is actually part of the world system. The man screams that his brain is ready to explode from such information, to which Kagami smiles and, looking at the girl, tells her not to be so gloomy. He strokes the girl with a smile on his face and says that he, a simple green guy, will somehow sort this out, to which the girl smiles at him in response. The Lord turns to the girl and says that he is glad that she met such a peasant, to which Alice agrees with the man. She says that she is also glad that she was able to meet Kagami. She is glad that after he found out who she is, he still protected her from danger. She says with a warm and joyful look that he is really very dear. The Lord turns to Kagami and tells him that he has truly grown into a fine young man, to which the boy replies that perhaps it is because he is a peasant. The two men smile at each other. The guy reasons that from the outside he is no different from a human. He could not even imagine that all this time he was fighting with him. And suddenly the ruler hiccuped loudly from something. The girl was very scared from what she saw. Kagami, worried, asks if he is okay. The boy thinks that the healing magic does not work because of some curse. He replies that he could think of something if he had the right item on hand, to which the Lord replies with a serious look that he still has enough strength left to fight, to which the guy replies that he is not going to make him fight anyone, he just wants to talk, to which the man asks the guy again in surprise. He asks with a serious and cold look what he is going to make him do. Kagami replies that he would like him, as the Demon King, to propose a peace treaty, to which the man silently looked at him with a thoughtful look. And the guys behind him were very surprised by this information. The girl, not understanding, asks how he can suggest something so ridiculous. The guy replies that even if it seems ridiculous, he needs to try. He says that nothing will work if you don't try. He asks the girl if she doesn't remember how hostile she was at first. The girl gets angry and yells that didn't they talk about the kingdom? She says that if he tries to force them to accept something like that, they will sue them for everything they did. The guy asks about how, if it were demons, the outcome would be the same. The guy convinces that this is why they need the big shots to discuss everything. Kagami says that if everything goes well, Kururu and Rexa will be released. To which the girl nervously replies that everything can't be that simple. The man turns to the boy and says that if he meets someone who won't listen and decides to start a war, Kagami admits that if the negotiations fail, then they will have no choice but to fight. He does not want to drag the Demon King into the mess. The guy says that in that case, he will fight alone. The man, sighing, says that this is also a bad decision. He asks if he really thinks that force will solve everything, to which the boy replies that even if they can't convince them to make peace, he still wants the kingdom to know that this is the will of the Demon King. Kagami admits that this is reckless, but in order to convey this message, he must meet the king, no matter what it takes. The girl looks at the angry guy with tears in her eyes. Suddenly, she comes up to him and grabs him by the jacket, to which the guy is surprised. Alice looks up and addresses the boy, saying that she wants him to know that she loves him. The boy turns around and is surprised by what he hears. Suddenly, David appears out of nowhere, looking worn out, saying that, unfortunately, the likelihood of them agreeing to such a truce is incredibly low. The boys are surprised, clearly not expecting to see this man. The boys run up to David, though he needs help, and heal him. Kagami is surprised by what he heard. He asks Alice if she can really use healing magic. The girl turns around and agrees, saying that she wanted to be able to help him. David laughs and says that the girl has put all of herself into her studies. He turns to the boy, saying that from what he can see, he has done a good job too. Kagami replies that it is immediately obvious. The man asks David what he is doing here, and then asks what happened after they escaped. The man replies that, unable to save either Mr. Rexa or Mrs. Kururu, he decided to run away. The man continues to say that he would not want to be found when he is not even able to move normally. To which the guys reply that everything is fine, and the main thing is that he is safe. David says that it's most likely because he's useless to them now. He says that the original mission was to expose Lady Alice and bring Lord Rexa and Lady Karuru back to the castle. Kagami asks about how. Why he thinks the chances of them agreeing to a truce are so low. David replies that it is all because of the king. He is obsessed with destroying demons, as if it is the very reason for his existence. The king is ready to give everything for the sake of destroying demons and their lord. Kagami, that such hostility will definitely be fuel for a single purpose, since he is a representative of humanity after all. David replies that it is unnatural, since he is downright possessed by the demons and their lord. The guy asks him why he is so sure, but before he can finish speaking, David interrupts him, saying that it is because of Mrs. Karuru. Kagami abruptly closes his mouth and looks at the man in surprise. The girl, not understanding, asks what he means, to which the guy ponders and says that Karuru is the king's daughter. Kagami says that as a sage, she will have to fight a demon lord, or something on the front lines. When they first met, she kept asking if Alice was a demon or not. The girl agrees and says that compared to how she was, Karuru has definitely become softer. David agrees with the guy. He says that the king even made his own daughter fight, and it was he who taught her to hate demons. The man gets up and says that an attempt to go to the capital and negotiate a truce will end in failure. David grabs the boy's hand and says that if it's for Lady Karuru, he'll do anything to save her. He continues to say that they have to hurry, or Lady Karuru will never smile again, to which the boy looks at the man in surprise. Kagami asks him again how she won't smile anymore, to which David tells the story that around the time he started serving her, she was a very cheerful child. She was always more worried about others. David claims that she, like Alice, was an awfully kind creature. The man says that he would do anything to protect that smile. But the king wanted to raise the girl to be a real sage. He wanted to make her strong enough to defeat the demon king. Even though the girl was not ready, she was already forced to fight monsters much stronger than her. He goes on to say that Lady Karuru was horrified by the very thought of taking someone's life, even the weakest monster, and the fear of losing her own life held her in a cold grip, preventing her from moving. She cried for days because day after day she was a victim of this endless torture. She begged not to be forced to fight. But even so, the king refused to listen to her pleas. The man says that those days continued up to a certain point, until one day, the girl could no longer smile. David says she began to say that this was her destiny and took part in all the battles she was forced to. The man claims that her spirit was broken, to which the man replies that this is not true, because during their first meeting, he never felt that her spirit was broken. The girl agrees with him, but she will not deny that she was going to complete their mission to kill the demon king. David, with a cold look and some sadness, says that it was all the king's influence. The man says that seeing the girl's broken spirit, the king thought that if she could not fit into society, it would reflect badly on the royal family. So he made sure that her heart could no longer feel pain. Kagami asks if Karuru really wanted to destroy the demon lord all along, to which David denies it and says that she always had an aversion to fighting. The guy, not understanding, asks the man again, to which David replies that the king has the ability to brainwash. He reveals that when Lady Karuru's spirit was broken, he used this skill to restore it, and at that time he planted in her the goal of destroying the demon lord. He says that not only with the girl, he did the same with countless strongest adventurers. The guys do not believe what they heard and ask again. David says that when he came to see the gentleman, he was very surprised to see that Mrs. Karuru could smile again. The man claims that he believed that it was all natural. David says that from what he was told, the fat girl was able to free herself from the king's shackles and was even able to choose her own path. And because of this, he volunteered as an observer and began to falsify reports. But David realized that Lady Karuru had begun to change because of the people around her. The man claims that even if he were to challenge the king, he still wanted to protect the place Karuru treasured so much. Kagami is surprised by this. David falls at the boy's feet and begs him that at this rate, Lady Karuru doesn't become just a weapon to fight demons. With horror on her face, she begs, because soon the girl will forget what it means to smile happily, like before. Alice also began to beg the guy before it was too late, to which Kagami firmly replied that he had already made his decision. The guy sits down next to David and says that he doesn't need to beg him. He will save her anyway, because in the end, they are friends. The man looks at the guy with excitement. Kagami stands up and leaves, saying that he will never let the world system do what it wants. He needs to destroy it, otherwise this kind of thing will continue to happen. The guys look at the guy leaving in surprise, when suddenly he disappears and there is an empty space left behind. The man says that he is running away alone again, and the girl is angry at Kagami because he is rushing forward again at breakneck speed, to which Alice shouts after him that they will all follow him. The main characters have arrived at the capital of the kingdom of Hekasoldoria. They look around in amazement at the architecture before them. Bodhi says he never thought he would ever end up in this place. The girl noticed that none of the townspeople were panicking. The man noted that everyone looked quite normal. The girl says excitedly that she hopes they won't be found out. The man replies that they both will be wonderful. The man says that no matter what, they need to find Kagami before he does something reckless. The boys wonder where they should start looking, and worry that Kagami has managed to slip inside the castle. The girl asks if he could have done it, to which the man replies that everything is possible. Alice gets scared and worries about Kagami. The man says that if he had jumped from the ramparts, he would still have had to deal with the knights. They discuss how they could have hidden their presence with magic, but unfortunately the boy cannot use magic. The girl wonders what he would have done then. The Lord says it might be a good idea to wait at the castle in case the peasant decides to go there. David agrees, adding that it is the most likely scenario. The man says that, no matter what, they are running out of time the longer they influence Lady Kururu's will. The girls just look at them with a frustrated look. The man notes that given the circumstances, they will have to find out something themselves. He raises his head, looking at the sky, and mentally remembers Kagami. The boys are at the back entrance of the castle. They look around and notice that everything is very peaceful. They don't believe that Kagami will actually come here. The Lord asks if they can try to save Kururu themselves. The man says he didn't expect to hear a demon lord offer to risk his life for a human. She replies that one of these people helped him too. The Lord says that since the peasant is not with them now, only they can save her, but he has no idea what will happen next. He admits that at best, they will all have to endure the hardships of being branded criminals. Bodhi continues to say that the relationship between demons and humans will remain the same as it always was. The man reasons that if they go to save Kururu, then everything will only get worse. Suddenly, Alice lets out a loud yelp of surprise. Everyone notices Kagami heading towards the doors. The guys don't believe that the guy is going to head straight to the entrance of the castle where the guards are standing. The guards curse and ask what this guy is doing here, and if he even knows where he is. They ask if he knows that this is the entrance to the castle of His Majesty, who rules Hekasoldoria. The guards are surprised by the boy's silence and ask if he fell asleep. The guard points his spear at the boy, telling him to get out of here, to which Kagami hits the spears, smiling. Suddenly, the guards notice that their spears are in the guy's hands. They get angry, stretching out their hands, trying to take them back, to which the guy throws the spears back. Suddenly, Kagami screams that he has come to kidnap Rex and Kururu, and slams his head against the castle door with all his might, causing the door to fall and break. The girl says that the guy definitely doesn't think what's coming next. The guards standing behind the door shout at the guy who he is. The guard realizes that it is an intruder and shouts that he needs help. The guards realize that Kagami decided to storm the castle alone. They do not understand whether he does not value his life at all. To which he looks at them and asks again how he does not value his life. The guy says that the guards got it all wrong. In fact, his life is very precious, and therefore they should let him pass. Suddenly, Kagami breaks away and runs forward. The guy starts fighting a crowd of guards. A guard shouts to grab the guy, to which another guard replies that the guy is too strong. Suddenly, his friends appear out of nowhere. The guards notice the giant and, perplexed, ask if this is really his ally. Kagami is surprised by what he sees, and, with a smile on his face, tells the guys that they are too late, to which the man grabs the guy and, hitting him, tells him not to rush forward headlong anymore. The girl, perplexed, screams that how could he start acting without thinking about the consequences. Kagami is on the floor and says that none of them are going to come back after that. The girl says with tears that they still have David, who knows the layout of the palace. She claims that they could have entered here unnoticed. The guy gets up and says, "Do they have time for this?" He claims that the front door will be the fastest. Menno asks Kagami what he was doing all this time. The guy thoughtfully replies that he was preparing. Suddenly, the guards behind Kagami came to their senses and shouted to grab the guy right away. Before the guards could strike, Kagami suddenly jumps up and stuns his opponents with one kick. Mino says in surprise that it feels like they weren't needed here at all, to which Kagami turns around and tells him not to say things like that. He was trying not to hurt anyone too much, but he realized that it was very hard to hold back. The demon lord asked the boy again. He claims that all the people wanted to take his life, and he, in turn, is just playing the fool. Kagami looked at the man in surprise. The guy says, didn't they come here to offer a peace treaty? He claims if he had destroyed someone here, wouldn't they have used that as an excuse to refuse? Kagami says that even though he is here to change these ridiculous rules, that is no reason to just take lives. The boy says with confidence on his face that it goes against the very purpose of trying to reach an understanding. The demon lord closes his eyes and says that he will try not to kill anyone. He throws off his cloak and tells the peasant to watch carefully. When suddenly a new group of guards arrives. The Lord lifted the veil of power from himself and said to let him show how to do it for real. The Overlord says that in order to make them lose their will to fight without taking their lives, he says to let him show the stunning difference in their strength. Suddenly sparks appeared around the man. The guards were afraid of the demon and his enormous power. They realized that this was not an ordinary demon at all. The guards noticed that people and demons were working together. They realized that this was the same group of traitors they had heard about. Kagami curses at what he heard about. Kagami curses at what he heard, to which the Lord replies, why worry about their words? Because no matter what they do, they already consider us enemies. He says that in the royal castle there appeared people and demons working together. Such rumors will be very convenient. The Overlord continues to say that with their help they will be able to destroy the rules that dictate that the very existence of demons must end. Kagami says that if he can make them worry, it would be good, but they won't be able to go any further unless they get out of the way. The man then waves his hand and says that he'll try that. Suddenly, all the guards flew up and abruptly dropped down. The man screams for the boys to go forward. The men ask if anyone is dead, to which the Lord denies. Suddenly, a new group of guards appeared in front of the boy, ready to give their lives for the kingdom. Kagami delivers another stunning kick. They gathered in a circle, standing back to back. Suddenly, more guards appeared, running to attack. The boys were surprised by what they saw. Kagami grabs two guards and says with an angry face that he tried to hold back. All the boys fight the guards. The Lord says that the guards attack without caring about their own lives. Kagami agrees, saying that it's to be expected from the royal guards. He looks at the angry guards and realizes that this is no longer a joke. Kagami screams to the guards if they have a dying wish. At this time, the girl heals her allies. The guy understands that there is no end to the guards. Kagami asks how many more times they can use that spell. The Overlord replies that it won't be possible indefinitely, since it's very difficult to limit power. Suddenly, David calls out to Kagami, pointing his finger at the roof and asking if he can somehow get there. The boy wonders if they can get there, when he suddenly yells that they are moving to Plan B. The Overlord asks what that plan is, to which Kagami tells him to go there and catch the others. As soon as the Lord says that he understands everything, Kagami suddenly grabs him and throws him to the place that was just discussed. The girl gets scared and asks what he is doing. Suddenly, he grabs Alice, saying that she is next, and throws her up into the air. The girl grabs her dress in fear and screams, which frightens the boys even more. The girl, looking at her flying friend, gets scared and says that he can't do that, to which Kagami turns around and looks at her with a scary look. The girl gets even more scared. The guy throws the girl up, to which she swears at him in response. She thinks that she will die, when suddenly the demon lord catches her. The man carefully lowers Tina to the ground, while the girl, with fear and a sense of maturity, says that she thought she was finished. Alice looks at her worriedly. The girl asks her friend if she is okay, while the Lord catches Menno and David. Suddenly, he notices another one. They ask if he is the last one. The ally hits the wall, but the Lord still catches him. The man falls to the ground while the Overlord looks ahead. Suddenly, Kagami runs in, apologizing, saying that his hand slipped, to which the man nervously laughs, not believing, and asks if it was really an accident. Tina also wonders if it was really an accident. and Mano notes that perhaps it was payback for Takako. When you threw him in Valmain, straight into the sky, the boys run through the castle. Kagami asks David if he is sure this is the right way, to which the man nods and agrees. David says that if the king was able to brainwash Lady Kururu and Lord Rex, then instead of recklessly searching the entire castle, it would be best to go straight to the king's chambers. Suddenly, they stop in front of a large arch leading into a long corridor. David says that the king's chambers are behind this door. Suddenly, the boys turn around in fear, hearing the clanking of armor and loud footsteps. David says that if it is a matter of chance, they have no idea when to retreat. The guards advance, and one of the guards, swinging his sword, shouts that, as long as he breathes, they will not pass. A second before impact, Takako grabs one of the guards and throws him aside. He raises his fist and says he will hold them off. They can go ahead. David says he will help her too. Kagami, biting his lip, tells them not to let themselves be destroyed. Suddenly, David shouts at the guy. He says that if Mr. Militaria is waiting for them behind these doors, they should be wary of him. The guy turns around and asks who he is. David reveals that he helped Palna capture Lady Kururu and Lord Rex, and that he is a nobleman with great influence within these walls. The man continues to tell that Mr. Militaria has the ability to reduce the value of his opponent's characteristics, not affecting only magic, but he does not know the details, to which the guy only silently looks back. Kagami replies that he has enough reliable comrades who can look after him, including the Demon Lord. The boy says with confidence on his face that everything will be fine. Kagami shouts that they understand, and the boys head forward. David just looks at his comrades running behind him. The man begs the boys to take care of themselves and asks them to save Miss Kururu and Mr. Rex while staying to fight the guards. The guys approach the door. Kagami decides to open the door. He touches it and pushes, opening it. The guy is surprised. He never expected to see Palna on the other side of the door. The girl from the hat says, "Isn't it a bit late for a party?" The girl claims that she's ready for such a meeting. The guys look at what is happening with surprise. Kagami, with an evil look, says that she said it as if she was waiting for them. The girl is surprised by the guy's intelligence. Looking at him, she says that he is partially right. Palna says she thinks His Majesty is interested in you, especially since they got here so quickly. Alice looks at her with a frightened look. The girl notices this and asks if she is not going to hide her horns anymore. The girl can't take it anymore and screams back that they are not going to hide their existence anymore. The woman in the hat was surprised by the girl's statements. Suddenly, the king turns to them and says that demons are working together with humans to get to the throne room. He admits that he has definitely seen this for the first time. The man asks with some excitement and hatred about the soldiers guarding the palace. He wonders if they killed them all. Kagami makes a hand sign and says that they didn't kill anyone. Suddenly, Menno notices Rex. The guys also notice him and start calling him by name, to which the guy stood with a cold gaze, not paying attention to them. Kagami got scared, realizing what was going on. And Menno said out loud that this is what David was talking about. Brainwashing. The king tells them to relax. He claims that this is not brainwashing at all, but just a little hypnosis to make him docile and obedient. The king claims that he can only use his power on one person at a time. Kagami came to his senses and asked where Kururu was. With a cold and angry look, he said that she was in that tower. The man claims that she is currently undergoing a test to accept his baptism. The guy, puzzled, asks what he means. The king tells her that despite the talent she has been given, she lacks the willpower to use it properly. The man says that after brainwashing her once, he thought that everything would be fine with her. But he couldn't imagine that instead of moving towards her main goal of destroying the Demon King, she would start thinking about unnecessary things. The king says that as soon as he heard this from Palna, he could not believe his ears, because he understands that this is deplorable. Kagami gets angry and asks why this is necessary at all. He says that it shouldn't matter whether she stops thinking about killing the Demon King or not. The king glares back at him. The man states that in order to prevent her resolve from wavering a second time, he's decided to use his brainwashing even on the deepest parts of her mind. The boys are scared by what they hear. The king says that once his skill is activated, the other side cannot resist him, because without outside interference, the brainwashing will continue until it is completed, and for this reason, he locked the girl up. The man declares that nothing can interfere with the process. Suddenly, Kagami jumps up and heads towards the window, intending to get into the tower. But suddenly something blocks his path and he crashes into an invisible wall. The guy doesn't understand what happened and tries to repeat his actions again, but jumps back. Kagami lies on the floor, confused, and asks what happened. The king says there is no need to panic. He explains that this barrier will repel any attack. Mino realized that this is a special function to protect against external threats. The king claims that they can't break him. Alice immediately runs up to the boy, healing his wounds while he rages at what's happening. Menno touches the barrier and waves of magic come out from it. The Overlord says that thanks to this barrier, they are now trapped. Alice can't believe it. Alice is very worried and says that they have to get out of here, because if they don't, Karuru will be in big trouble. Kagami goes to the barrier and calls the girl by name. He shouts that they came to save her, so she should wake up. The man tells him to give up because this barrier is soundproof and therefore his voice will not reach her. The man turns to face the king. He tells the boy not to worry. The king asks him to talk. He claims that didn't he come here because he wanted to talk to him about something. Kagami and his allies were surprised by what they heard. They didn't understand how the king knew about everything. The boy asks again if he really wants to listen to them. The king says that he is ready to listen to his thoughts, and he can start talking. The boys look at what is happening in surprise. Kagami says that he wants to sign a truce treaty between humans and demons. The king only smiles slightly and looks at the boy coldly. Kagami asks if they can't stop fighting. He says that whether we can create monsters or not, that's the only difference between us. And to prove it, they all came here today. The man smiles slightly, clearly plotting something, and says that he has no doubt in your confidence that they can exist peacefully. The king claims that it is still impossible. Kagami is angry at what he hears. He asks why he is so sure of this. Not because demons create monsters. The boy asks if the problem is monsters, then can't humans and demons find solutions together? The king claims that this is a very exciting sequel. The man asks with whom he should sign this contract, with a demon or with a human. The king asks who represents whom. Kagami answers that the representative is the demon lord who is here. The man is scared and makes a face, asking again who he is. The guy states that the demon king has agreed to make peace with humans, and that all that's left is the king who must agree, and the world can be changed. The man looks at the guy with a cold gaze. Kagami explains that after defeating the demon lord, they will all be rebooted. All their memories of defeating the demon lord will be erased, and a new demon lord will be created. The guy claims that this war will continue forever. Pana and the king were surprised by what they heard. Kagami told them everything he knew about the system of this world, and Esteller, and the Dark Dragon. The king began to laugh hysterically, covering his face with his hand. The boy was frightened by what he saw, and the king declares that these are actually the most important parts. The man says that in order for the reboot to be completed, he sent the strongest representatives to defeat the demon lord. The heroes were very surprised and worried by what they heard. The king claims that the boy heard about it from Esteller and the Dark Dragon. He asks if something like this has happened to him. He says if demons and monsters exist to maintain the balance of this world, the king claims that they must then exist in order to select the best representatives of this world. Kagami bares his teeth and doesn't believe what he heard. Suddenly, the king rises and a weapon appears in the king's hand. The man says that's enough talking. Suddenly, Palna becomes agitated and the man turns around and asks her what happened. Palna asks him if he knew this all along, to which the man replies that he should have known, but he says that knowledge doesn't change anything. He claims that once everyone is rebooted, the demon lord will be created anew. The man claims that in the end, demons can only be our enemies. The girl hesitantly agrees with him. The king approaches the heroes and says it's time to start with the demon lord. Suddenly, he appears behind the demon. Before the lord can react, the king strikes, asking why he is so surprised. Doesn't he know he is the king? The king claims that his power is quite problematic, so he will lock him away somewhere further, and the demon lord disappears, leaving only the smoke of magic. Alice screams and worries about her father. The man says that the demon king is supposed to die, but his time has not yet come. He switches to the other heroes and says that there is no need for these demons. The king turns to Kagami and says that his power is a price and asks to let him brainwash him, which the boy gets angry at hearing. Suddenly, the guy jumps up and heads towards the king at high speed, insisting that they are not tools for their war. The boy raised his arm, about to strike, but suddenly, the king abruptly changed his position, leaving the boy behind. He agreed that they were not tools of war, but it would be problematic if they refused to fight for him, especially one as valuable as he was. The king swings his arm, hitting the boy. Kagami flies back from the blow and falls to the floor. Menno worries about his friend while Kagami lies on the floor, breathing deeply. Palna asks if he understands that he is not fighting monsters. She claims that things will not go as he wants. Kagami is surprised. The guy noticed that his body seemed to be filled with heaviness. The man says that apart from his physical strength, there is nothing attractive about him. The man claims that his skill has reduced his physical strength to almost zero. The guy curses and gets angry at his opponent. Menno noticed that this is the same militaria that David was talking about. Kagami gathered his courage and insisted that in that case he would finish him off first, when suddenly a man in armor appeared in front of the man. Rex covered him. The guy was surprised by what he saw, when suddenly the king appeared behind him, striking the guy. The man uses a beam of holy white lightning on Kagami. The boy realizes with horror that things are bad for him. Suddenly, Menno appears. He grabs his friend and pulls him away from the blow, thanks to which Kagami was not seriously injured. The guy admits that hiding such a crazy attack up his sleeve is mean. The guys are very worried about what is happening. The girl approaches the boy and begins to heal his wound. She says that the man has studied her while they were away, but she did not think that he would master her completely. The girl noticed that the boy had a rather severe wound. Kagami admits that the guy was trying hard too. The man gets up and says that he is using her well. The girl tells the guy not to move because she is not done yet. Suddenly, someone hits her hard on the back of the head. It was the king. He says it will never end with him and strikes the man again. The king says not to worry, since he didn't destroy it, considering it's quite valuable. Kagami gets angry at what's happening and tells Menno to cover for him, to which he replies that he knows what he needs to do, but his body is so heavy. He claims that this power is simply abnormal. The king says that they will see how long he can resist. Kagami grimaced, clearly not liking what he heard. Suddenly, Menno saw that the guy was looking for something behind his cloak. Kagami takes out the balls and says that he was right to come prepared. Menno asks what it is, to which the boy replies that he prepared it for emergencies. He couldn't just go empty-handed. The king, without waiting, approaches the guy, strikes him and says that he really thought that this returned everything in his favor. Kagami blocks the king's strike with balls, to which the king only became interested in the situation. He kicks the guy. Suddenly, Rex runs up, also about to strike. Suddenly, Kagami's ally appears, grabbing the man by the body, preventing him from striking the guy. But Palna, swinging her hand, uses her magic, striking the heroes. The boys withstood the blow. The king addresses them, saying that isn't it time to give up? If he just abandons that demon spawn, wouldn't he have a better chance of fighting them? To which Kagami replies that he will never give up. The king claims that he understands everything. Suddenly, he approaches Alice, swinging his sword. Kagami is horrified by what he sees. The king tells him to let him finish it for him. Alice is paralyzed with fear and cannot move. But the boy gets scared and runs as fast as he can to protect the girl. Kagami covers Alice with his body, and the blow hits the guy. They fly off to the side several meters. The girl gets up and sees her friend lying unconscious next to her. She looks at him with horror and doesn't understand what to do now. She moves closer to Kagami and grabs his shoulder, calling his name in hopes that he will open his eyes. Alice, with tears in her eyes, begs her friend to wake up. She does not believe that he is dead. The man says that the boy is very stupid for protecting the demon. Menno gets angry at the king, to which the man replies that he did not intend to kill the boy. He did not think he would go so far as to shield the demon. The man sits back down on his throne. Menno asks what he is going to do now. He says he doubts he is going to let them go alive. He says that, in addition, there are those among them who feel incredible hatred towards them. The demons. The man asks Palna if there are any problems, to which the girl uses her magic, saying that there are no problems at all. She moves closer to Kagami and a crying Alice, who asks the boy to get up. The woman raises her hand, casting a spell, to which Menno shouts what she is going to do. She replies that she is going to destroy Alice, and then him. The king tells the girl to do whatever she wants. The man also swings his magic at Menno. Palna tells the girl to quickly move away from the body, to which Alice does not intend to move from the spot. She says that if she dies anyway, she won't take a step away from Kagami. Alice says that he fought for her, so she will stay by his side, to which the woman gets extremely angry from hearing this. The girl says that it is very brave of her. She insists that if she is not going to leave, then she has no choice. Palna swings his magic at the girl, and the boy looks at what is happening in horror. The girl is unharmed. The woman insists that, as expected, this child is actually a demon, and she looks at her, plotting something terrible. The woman asked how much strength the girl had. She swings her magic, striking again, to which the girl only covers Kagami with her body. The girl is sure that it is just a demon, and she is not capable of appreciating a person so much. Palna muses that it's only a matter of time before she starts begging for her life, to which Alice replies that isn't she going to destroy her, since she's still alive. The woman is angry, and not understanding, wonders why she would go so far, because she is sure that demons enjoy betraying people. She considers them terrible monsters. Palna gets even more angry and starts yelling at the girl to get up and move away from the body. She asks her to act like a demon, but the girl replies that it is useless and she will never leave him. Alice says that she will never leave because she loves Kagami. Suddenly, the woman gets scared and remembers one boy. Palna bites her lip and says that she is just a demon. She repeats again that the girl is just a destroyed demon and hits her with magic. The woman comes up to her from the front and speaks, asking how much longer she is going to endure. She sees a tired girl with tears in her eyes trying to heal her friend's wounds. The woman is surprised, tears welling up in her eyes from what she saw. She realized that all this time, even in this state, she was trying to heal and help Kagami. Palna realizes what she has done, sits down and knows that because the girl is just a demon, the girl admits that she was very stupid. Watching as Alice continues to heal the boy with all her might, she remembers Kagami asking her to protect Alice. The girl raises her head, smiles, looking at the girl, and falls exhausted on the boy. The woman admits that she did not fulfill the guy's request. She repents and asks for forgiveness with tears in her eyes. The girl admits that she is very sorry. The king, addressing the man, says that to create a world where humans and demons coexist. He says that there was already such a man who tried to achieve such a noble goal. But Militaria took care of him, without even disturbing his report. The man looks at the king and asks for forgiveness for his insolence. He says that he thought that his existence would interfere with the fulfillment of his desires. A man approaches Palna and says that her son had potential. The girl is surprised, asks again, not understanding what he is talking about. The man says that his son wanted to establish relations with the demons. People revered this guy and tried to maintain friendly relations with the demons. But because this guy gathered so many followers under his wing, he used the demons to destroy the guy and make his people remember that the demons are even stronger than before. The girl does not understand what she heard. The king admits that this man is truly heartless, to which the man replies that it was done for the king. The man says that among his followers there were many useful people, and he made them despise demons so that they would become useful tools for the king. The man says that the very fact that Palna is here now is proof of the value of the pawns they received during those events. The woman listens to him with surprise and fear, not believing her ears. The girl asks that the teachers wanted to destroy him, not the demons. She asks what he did, to which the man sighs. The man says that he went to one of the settlements of demons with whom he had strengthened mutual relations and destroyed one of them. He says they believe he was one of his son's followers. He bows his head and says it was just what had to be done. The man claims that this one act was enough to destroy the relationship that had been built for so long. The girl insists that this cannot be. Palna remembers the boy who told the demons that no one would harm them. He asked them to trust him. The woman asks if it was humans who betrayed him. Tears well up in her eyes and she says, "How can anyone betray their own son?" The man says that's why he said that all his actions are for the good of the king. The man addresses the girl, telling her how she thinks why such a pathetic person like him was allowed to know the whole truth about the structure of this world. He insists that what is important is the loyalty he swore to his king. The man says loudly that his king is the whole world to him. He thinks that because he can understand the desire and pain of His Majesty, even if it is his own children, he can destroy any dangerous creature. The man hysterically says that His Majesty is absolute. He insists that their pathetic little people cannot even be compared to His Majesty. The woman asks why he is telling her all this. He replies that in order to understand whether there is a need for His Majesty to brainwash her too, since she has learned a lot of new things lately. The girl is surprised by what she heard. The man says that perhaps she no longer wants to destroy the Demon Lord. He insists that it would be very problematic. The girl gets angry and swings her hand, intending to cast magic. She strikes, and everything flares up before her, and in the midst of the smoke she looks at the man and is greatly surprised by what she sees. Kagami stood in the middle of the smoke. The man was surprised that the boy was still alive. He asks what he was trying to achieve by blocking him from the blow. Kagami replies that the girl has no need to bear the burden of his death. The man asks if the boy heard everything. Then why did he take so long to act? The guy claims he couldn't move. He admits he was on the verge of death, so close that even a small explosion would have been enough to turn him into dust. The girl sits on the floor and listens to the guy. Kagami holds Alice, who is unconscious from fatigue and weakness, in his arms and says that she healed his wounds, even at the cost of receiving such terrible wounds. The boy thanks the girl, saying that she held out long enough. He picks her up and turns to Palna again. He asks her to make sure to protect her this time. The girl looks at him with a fierce face. She asks the boy if he understands that it is her fault that the girl ended up in this state. The boy replies that what she did was definitely terrible and unforgivable. Palna yells at the guy to hit her because isn't she his enemy? Kagami looks at her carefully. The girl says that just as much as she hated demons, he should hate her, to which the guy only straightens up and puts Alice in her arms. The guy says that this has been bothering her for a long time, because she was always worried about what would be the best thing to do. The woman holds the girl, and tears well up in her eyes. She agrees with him. Kagami asks if she understands what she did wrong. He says with a smile on his face that now she knows that Alice is not an enemy that needs to be destroyed. The guy, walking away from the girls, tells her that from that moment on, she never did anything like that again. He asks her to show with her actions what she has learned. He says that it doesn't matter what she did in the past. He insists that what matters is what she is going to do now. Palna lifts Alice up and embraces her with all her soul and body. The guy just smiles at what he sees. The man claps his hands and says it's so inspiring. Says he's glad the boy is still alive. The man says that now, after all the effort it took to save his life, he asks him not to throw it away anymore. The man tells him to listen to his words and become a pawn, to which Kagami quickly approaches the man and angrily tells him to shut his mouth. The man is frightened by the surprise. He asks in confusion what he did. Kagami replies that it was breaking the limit. The man remembered that Palna had warned him that he had a side skill, but in the face of his beloved master's skill, it was useless. The man says that his skill is to reduce the characteristics of any opposing outside being, but it did not work on Kagami. The man was scared by what he saw. He says in confusion that his power must be suppressed. He has horror on his face and does not understand what is happening. The guy admits that he has become sluggish, but the man still does not understand where he got so much strength from. He claims that his overcoming of the limit should only double his strength, to which the guy smiles broadly. Kagami uses God-defying power, which has the user's power grow continuously. The boy asks if he knew about this skill. He says did he really think he got this far using only limit break. The man thinks that by using his skill, he created a disadvantageous situation for him, which turned into experience. The boy says that experience is proportional to the difficulty. Even if his opponents are humans, Kagami claims that he almost died, and thanks to that, he was able to overcome his limits once again. The man says that it is impossible, to which the boy replies that what he did is unforgivable. The boy asks if he understands that the death of someone dear to him is so painful for those left behind. Kagami asks if he understands the pain it causes others. The man is frightened by what he hears. He is afraid of what to do next. Kagami says that his conscious lie destroyed Palm's entire life. The guy looks at his interlocutor with fear in his eyes. The guy claims that the girl started to despise demons, that the world started to persecute them, and they even sent all the promising representatives to the next level. The guy claims that they are actually different. He says that Karu and Rexa were brainwashed. The man starts to justify himself to the guy. But before he could finish, Kagami shouted at him to shut up, and he, swinging a blow, insisted that for the sake of one single goal they brought so much pain and sorrow into this world. Kagami deals a strong blow to the enemy. The man understands that his end has come. Everyone watched what was happening. The guy insists that he will never be able to accept this and strikes with a fist of rage. The guy stopped a few centimeters from the man's face without striking. The man was very scared, thinking that this was his end. The king, watching the scene, asked if he had killed Mulituria. Kagami turned around and said that he had not. The boy points his finger at the frightened man and says that wasn't it because of the crooked system of this world that he ended up like this. Kagami catches on and says that he just scolded him well. The king takes out his sword, ready to fight again. The boy aggressively insists that he free Kururu, to which he replies that the boy is really trying to negotiate again. The man confidently says that he refuses and approaches the boy, starting a fight. Then Kagami confidently states that he himself will defeat him and save the girl. The man smirks and says that he really thinks that defeating him will dispel the barrier or the mind-washing. The king says that the guy mistakenly thought that he started winning, because even having defeated him, nothing can stop him. The king says that no matter what he does, the guy cannot change reality. Kagami does not listen to him and delivers a confident blow. After striking, the boy leaves, saying that Esteller was capable of the same. The man says that it will be impossible to defeat him, but he can't win either. The king asks Kagami to give up, because he doesn't have the strength to change this world, to which the guy just remains silent. Kagami approaches the barrier and touches it with his hand. The king asks what he is doing. The boy replies that he will destroy this barrier and save Kururu. The man explains that this barrier reflects any attack it receives, so his body will likely fall apart before the barrier does. To which the guy turns around and says that, without trying, you won't know. He says that it's like a truce agreement, because it's a way to cultivate strong personalities. The king replies that this is very funny, since he cannot defeat the world system. He admits that until a true hero appears, the king assures that until salvation appears in its true form, he will do his duty. Kagami claims that he will end it. Until then, the king must simply continue sending away strong men, and since they cannot grant him the salvation he seeks, he will continue to seek more and more. The boy insists that in that case, he will end it, to which the king only remains silent. Kagami puts his hand on his chest and confidently says that he will definitely bring this salvation to everyone. The king yells back at him not to make him laugh. Since the salvation he seeks is much greater than what he thinks, he convinces the boy not to be arrogant. Because when a child like him acts as if he knows everything about this world, the king gets angry and claims that he cannot save this world so easily. Kagami again claims that you won't know without trying, and besides, he's not going to force him to measure humans and demons. The guy offers the king a deal. The man asks again, because such a deal must offer something different from the very beginning. The king convinces that the guy must prove its value to him. Kagami explains that up until now, his goal has been to constantly level up, constantly earn money, and have the struggle light his way. The boy insists that from now on, he will use his power to stand by his side as his ally, without wasting a single drop of his power. He insists that he will use it to save him. The king looks at the boy in surprise. The man asks if this is really a worthy deal. Kagami looks at the king with confidence. The man replies that he doesn't understand him and why he would want to go so far in the fight against the world system. The guy replies that he too, so to speak, gave up. But then he met his friends. Kagami explains that despite their demonic nature, they tried to befriend humans, and even knowing that they were demons, he couldn't stop himself from worrying about them, since they were no different from humans. Kagami confidently tells the king that he loves them, and for their protection this stupid thing called the world system. He claims that she must disappear from his path. The guy swings and hits the barrier. The blow ricochets off the barrier, transferring damage to the guy's hand. The king insists that he stop, because soon Kuru's brainwashing will be complete, and something like this will shatter his ideal reality. Kagami confidently shouts that he can definitely save her and slams his hand on the barrier again with all his might. The blow is transferred to the boy's hand again. The king does not understand why he would go so far, to which Kagami only smiles widely. The guy says that when he found out that there was a way to destroy the world system, he was in seventh heaven. He says that he's finally getting closer to his goal, and that he's got the chance to beat all the bad out of the damn god who created this world. The king looks at the guy with a sad look. Kagami strikes the barrier again, and admits that he later realized that he only understood a tiny part of the world system. And in the end, he only played along with the desires of this universe. He says he tried to change the system, changing it little by little, but he realizes it wasn't enough. Kagami says that after realizing that he was wrong, you have to face that fact. Otherwise, you will never be able to move forward. As he hits the barrier, he says that he was filled with disappointment in this world. He insists that the greatest obstacle he had to overcome was himself. Kagami hits the barrier with all his might, creating a crack. The king was surprised by what he saw. Kagami confidently says that he will not run away anymore. The guy says that he has come this far to say that the king is wrong, that the world system in this common sense, he will destroy them all. Kagami delivers a final blow to the barrier, shattering it into pieces. The king looks at the guy in surprise and does not understand how this is possible. He says that the guy is still one step behind, because there's also a barrier around the tower where the girl is, and in his current state he can't even hope to destroy the barrier. Kagami thought about it, as Menno runs up to him. The guy turns around and looks at his friend in surprise, coming up with a plan. He shouts at him to hit Menno with all his remaining strength. Kagami calls his friend by name, clearly wanting something in return. Mino looks at his ally in surprise. Kagami says he needs him to hit him with all his remaining strength. The boy is confused, asking what if he does that. The boy shouts at Menno to trust his friends, to which Menno lowers his head. Suddenly, he makes up his mind and uses his power with all his might. He conjures a large ball from which sparks and a strong wind emanate, and with determination, he directs the blow at his friend. Kagami extends his hand, accepting the magic. He uses the antipathetic will, which allows the user's chosen area to be able to repel magical attacks for a short period of time. Kagami loudly says that even when he is so exhausted, he still has things he needs to do. The boy takes a punch from his friend. The boy knows that most of the peasant's skills are useless, but he understands that even useless skills, if used together, can be useful. Kagami activates the Super Finger skill, which increases the power of his finger snap, and then the Hyper Finger, which increases the power of his finger snap even more. The guy uses all his skills. He understands that the force of the finger snap is becoming stronger and stronger. He shouts that no one will ever underestimate the skills of a peasant again. A powerful stream bursts out of the castle, heading towards the tower. The tower breaks and begins to fall apart. Kagami saw something in surprise. The guy noticed Kururu. Kagami runs towards the girl, trying to catch her. The guy loudly calls the girl by name. Kururu, sitting on a large stone island, hears her name being called in the distance. She hears someone's voice and turns around looking for the source of the sound. Suddenly, Kagami appears, calling her name. He grabs her hand, and they fall down together. The guy grabs her by the waist, not intending to let go. The girl, having seen her savior, recognizes her friend. The girl asks if she did well, to which the guy agrees that she did a great job. Kururu quietly says that she heard his voice. She tells with tears in her eyes that she heard him say, "I came to kidnap these two." The guy was surprised by what he heard. He excitedly asks why she cried. Because he saved her, so she shouldn't be sad. To which the girl replies that these are tears of happiness. She does not understand why he did something so reckless. She asks excitedly what would happen if he died. Kagami replies with a wide smile on his face that didn't. He said that he refuses to lose any of his dear friends. Kururu is surprised and embarrassed by the guy's words. Kagami, looking tired, admits that he has something to tell her. The tired-faced guy says that the effect of his limit breaking is over, and he leaves the rest to her. The girl asks the guy again what he meant. Suddenly, Kagami loses consciousness, and they fall down. The girl screams in surprise. Then Kururu grabs the guy, taking matters into his own hands. The king is amazed that such a thing is impossible to achieve. The stranger replies that, as it turns out, it is quite possible. The man notes that this peasant has stunned the king. He admits that their way of thinking is not wrong, and that resistance to the system of this world is useless. The king admits that he could not receive him harshly, to which the man agrees that he should not receive them. He says there is no denying that he is incredibly valuable. He asks if it wouldn't be fun to give him a chance until he fails. The king remembers Kagami, his words about using all his power as his alliance. The king admits that the guy's deal isn't that bad. Both people and demons walk the city streets. The king, sitting on the throne, agrees to accept the non-aggression pact between humans and demons. The man warns that if anyone doesn't like it, the first thing they will do is decide that after years of hostility, they need to overcome the past and move into the future together. The man says that this will be his message to the people as the king of this country. Kagami asks if this is too drastic a change. The king answers the guy who spoke recently that this is only a temporary agreement. The man continues to say that his campaign against the world system has its advantages and it all depends on him. The guy smiles at the king's words. Kagami reflects that despite their differences of opinion on many issues, they decided to sign the agreement. When the truce was signed, they agreed to establish various rules. The humans and demons, who had openly expressed their hatred, are gradually beginning to make concessions. And now, after half a year, they have begun to accept each other. And the monsters that appear under the influence of demons are now dealt with jointly. Demons help protect human cities, and they are going to create a system that will make it easier for both kingdoms to work together. Tina addresses Kagami, saying that the hatred between the parties will not disappear so easily, because the problems will definitely remain. The guy just closes his eyes and stretches, thinking. Kagami says that it is inevitable, but in order to preserve the future they want, they must just keep trying. He asks the girl if things haven't gotten much better. Tina looks at the boy thoughtfully. The guy claims that this is just an artificial world. The girl agrees with him and asks if he is ready. Kagami gets scared, thinking about something completely different at first, but the girl interrupts him, telling him to talk to the owner. The guy says that this is very rude. Kagami replies that they won't see each other for a long time, to which Tina replies that they still have a lot of work to do and that they should try not to forget about it. Kagami says to himself that it looks like they can manage without him. He reveals that when he signed the treaty, he promised the king two things. The first promise was that within a year he would finish collecting 10,000 gold and return to the dragon's lair. The boy reflects that since he had already been there, he could have gone there unnoticed. But while collecting the money, he noticed that the world had become much calmer, and he was glad to see that. The man wonders if the entire past year had been part of the king's plan, too. He tells the girl that regarding the second promise, he will only be able to delay the transition to the next stage for 5 years. And this was an ultimatum, so that it would continue. During this time, if King Estra does not provide the Dark Dragon with the help he needs, everything will be reset and the war will start anew. The girl says that everything happened earlier than expected. She asks if he managed to collect 10,000 gold coins. The guy looks at his interlocutor in surprise. Kagami says that thanks to everyone's help, and he explains that humans and demons are actually very similar, the casino has attracted many new guests. Since demons are physically stronger, they have brought back a lot of gold dropped by monsters. And since they didn't have many ways to spend it before, they now spend mountains of gold. After the VIP room was created, Kuru and Rex were allowed to reveal their identities, and many nobles began to visit them. Kagami admits that the king is generous. Suddenly, the boys look around, hearing a suspicious sound from behind. The demon lord entered the room. He asks the boy if it was true that he heard that Kagami was leaving today. The boys looked at their friend in surprise. The boy replies that he didn't think the lord would come to see him off. The man replies that Alice told him, but before he could finish speaking, his daughter called out to him. The boys were glad to see the bishop. Menno greets the man very excitedly. The boy says that the man has come all this way just to come here. The lord notes that the boy is still very lively. Suddenly, a girl comes up wondering who has come to see them. Palna is surprised and admits that a rare guest has come to them, to which the man replies that for him it is most likely she who is a rare guest. To which the girl says that she has changed her mind. She admits that her misdeeds are not so easy to forgive. The girl confidently says that she's going to do everything in her power to earn forgiveness. The Lord and Menno looked warmly at Palna standing before them. Suddenly, Kagami slams the table, standing up and getting ready to say something, to which Tina gets scared by the guy's abrupt actions. Kagami admits that Palna has turned into an amazing bunny girl. Tina notes that the girl has become quite accustomed to the casino, to which she replies that it is quite fun here. Tina says that they are quite good at dealing with minor skirmishes between humans and demons. With all the help they have together, it has become much easier for them. David and Takako enter the door and notice the demon's cool waters. David says that he is very glad that he found them now. He says that the letters are from happy visitors, most of them addressed to Alice, and some written to Kururu and Panna. Takako asks about his letters, to which David realizes that there were no letters addressed to him. Takako hugs the man and says that it is a great pity. Kagami remarks that isn't the demon lord wonderful since his daughter adores him so much. The man thinks about the guy's words. The bishop raises his head, proud of his daughter, and the children notice that he is very happy. Suddenly, Kuru and Rex run up to them, happy that they made it in time. Kagami turns around and notices them. The boys approach him and say that he should have told them that he was back. Rex tells the teacher that he is going to quit fencing and become a better bartender, to which the man replies if he is completely sure about that, to which Rex replies that he has no idea if he will need to pick up a sword again. The guy jumps up and down happily, declaring that he will become a bartender. Kagami looks at the guy in surprise. Kagami notes that the boys have changed a lot since they were stubborn the last time they met. The girl gets embarrassed and asks if he bought it. Kagami agrees, showing a small piece of paper. The guys were very surprised by what they saw. Tako grabs the guy's hand, saying that it is a mysterious item that is worth 10,000 gold coins. To which Tina points out that it is just an ordinary ticket. Kagami drives the guys away, saying that he can use it to get to the Dark Dragon. The girl asks if this is all because of that. The man gets scared and tells her not to talk about it. Kagami admits that he worked hard to collect those 10,000 gold coins. The guy admits that he feels sick just thinking about it. Kagami asks if he should just tear off a piece of the ticket. The man turns to the boys, telling them that he has to leave. They ask again if he is leaving already, to which Kagami replies that he will try to quickly sort everything out in order to return home as soon as possible. The Lord admits that, as expected. The guy is calm, to which Alice approaches her friend, asking him to return quickly. Kururu asks if he'll come back, to which the boy smiles and turns away from them. Kagami says goodbye to the guys with a big smile. He tears up the ticket and a white sign appears in front of him. The man presses it and a strong light appears around. A second later, the guy disappears. Alice notes that the guy has fulfilled his dream, but even after 3 years, Kagami still hasn't returned. The war has not yet come to an end, and there are those among them who doubt whether they are on the right path. But they have already passed the point of no return. Many lives have been sacrificed, all in order to save this world, to fulfill their promise. But the person they need has not yet appeared. Alice turns to her friends, asking if Kagami is back today, to which David replies that he is very sorry, but they will have to wait a little longer. But he is sure that he will be back soon. Tina notes that Kagami is the type of person who just comes back unexpectedly one day, and all they have to do is wait. Rex is sure that the boy will return soon, because he trusted them to look after this place. Takako notes that without Kagami, nothing goes as it should. Pauna asks Alice that she asks them about the guy every day, and that she worries about him, and says that her constant mentions won't help. Alice admits that she is worried about everything and that she is also anxious without Kagami. Menno approaches the girl. He understands that she is worried, but reminds her that Kagami promised to return, so they should believe in him. Alice reluctantly agrees with him. Mino doesn't understand how Kagami's absence could create such a rift between them, admitting that he's never thought about it before. Rex takes his backpack. Everyone asks him what happened, to which the guy replies that he is leaving too. He admits that he doesn't want to work here for the rest of his life, to which Kuru also admits that he is returning to the castle because staying in this place is too painful. A few days later, Tina also warns that she is leaving. She insists that she still has to complete her pilgrimage. Tina says she must learn detoxification magic and wants to become a real priestess. David replies that Mrs. Takako hasn't been seen for a long time either. The man notes that she isn't even in her shop. Alice realizes that this is because Kagami is still missing. She asks herself with tears in her eyes why he hasn't returned yet. The girl confessed that she can't bear being separated from him, and she tries not to wait and not to think about him. The girl falls down and cries loudly, admitting that her dream has not yet come true. Menno reassures her that Kagami and the others will definitely return. Palna hugs the girl, reassuring her. 3 years later, Alice is already living an independent life. She gets up in the morning, has breakfast, and says hello to the boys in the neighborhood. The girl says that she has already grown up, and that people and demons now work together. Palna turns to Minako. She says that this is the main attraction of the Valmentor, and that it was here that the legendary holy sword once slumbered, but suddenly people notice that it is missing. The girl goes on to say that a peasant sold it to a street vendor without ever using it. The man asks about the battered pedestal. The woman replies that this, too, was the work of that famous peasant. Palma suggests taking a 30-minute break. She says that if anyone wants to look into the cave, they should ask their guide. The girl says she is very tired. She scolds David because he thinks it is useless. She thinks that with the help of demons, killing monsters has become much easier. So the caves have become safer too. Suddenly, a large monster jumps out from behind her, preparing to attack her. But in response, the woman only gets angry and uses her magic. She defeats the monster in a second. She realizes that she can now destroy monsters with one blow. The girl admits that she has become much stronger, because her level is now 43. Ilya is sitting near the wall, trying to chip off a stone. Suddenly a shard falls, and she proudly declares that she was able to do it. To which Palna, with an angry look, asks what fell off. The girl's frightened when she sees the woman, because she did not expect to see her. Palna admits that she expected to see her today. She asks what she was thinking about. Alice admits she snuck out during her break. She says it's a great job too. The girl asks Palna what she is doing here. To which the woman replies that she is temporarily in charge of the tour today. Palma says that no matter how much safer it has become, it is still a dangerous place. The woman asks her what she would do if someone attacked her. To which the girl replies that she shouldn't worry, because she is a demon after all. Alice picks up the scrap of paper, saying that she is also quite good at fighting, as her level reaches 118. Palna admits that the age of demons is reflected in their level, but it simply horrifies her how much the girl's level has increased. While the woman was training like crazy, she confesses that the girl was once sweet and obedient, to which Alice replies that the woman worries too much. Alice states that she is a full-fledged adult, to which the woman replies that she is just a 16-year-old girl. To which Alice gets angry, but the woman continues to say that she will never stop making everyone worry about her. She says that if she is going to sneak out, she should at least warn someone. Alice apologizes to Palna. The woman asks if she is going to show what she picked up. The girl picks up her stone, showing it. She says it's a recreated spawn stone that still can't produce monsters. The woman notices that her headband is made of the same material. The girl notes that when wearing something made of this material, demons lose their magical powers. She needs to get as much of it as possible to prevent the monsters from appearing. To which the woman replies that it would be easier to buy it. The girl replies that this material is very expensive, and she cannot just buy it. Alice says that with his help she can make demon horn ornaments that everyone would want to wear. Palna wonders if this is all for a dream. The girl agrees with her friend. The woman remarks that she is doing a wonderful thing. Suddenly, Alice's stomach growls loudly. Palna remembers that David asked her to pass her lunch. The girl is happy to hear about the food. Alice asks if she is going to eat too, to which the woman replies that she will eat when she is hungry. To which the girl hands her a fork with food. Palna says she is not hungry. The girl replies that she has realized that this lunch belongs to her. The women note that the girl has become much more perceptive. Palna accepts Alice's food, to which the girl says that she will eat the rest herself. The woman is surprised by the girl's reaction. Alice asks if everything is okay with the others. The woman replies that they are fine. They are also training and not giving up. The girl asks about Rex, to which Palna replies that he is busy with something crazy. She remembers that when he left, he had a very stern look. The women notice that the girl has become sad. She says to cheer herself up, because in the end, everything is fine, and she is sure that he will return soon. The girl smiles and agrees with her, to which the woman says that the break is over and she should help her with the excursion on the way back. The girl happily agrees. Palna orders the people to stay together until they return. The woman tells Alice to smile. Suddenly, 3 large monsters jump out of the bushes behind the girl. The girls realize that it was a level 4 furry goblin. The people behind them started to panic when they saw the monster, but Alice told them to calm down because the staff would guarantee their safety. Suddenly, a large sword flies out from somewhere, striking the monsters. Palna was surprised, Not understanding what was happening, a large lightning bolt hit the monsters. The girl realized that it was lightning magic, and the people behind became even more frightened. Suddenly, someone's laughter was heard from above, and a guy appeared, landing on the ground. Rex greets Palna with a wide smile, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The guy claims that now he is here and they can relax, to which the women only swear at him. The guy turns around and does not believe that these are the first words she says to him after such a long separation. Suddenly, Alice runs up to the guy, hugging him. She is very happy to see Rex. The guy does not recognize her and asks who she is. Palna says that it is Alice. The man is surprised that Alice was much smaller, to which the girl scolds him, saying that she simply grew up. At Takako's club, the boys pressure Mano, saying that a foul smell permeates the plates while he's washing them. The man tells him that the plates would be much cleaner if the nobleman simply spat on them. Mino remembers that Kenta Uros is a monster tamer who befriended Takako during the Woolman attack, and after that, he started working at her club. The guy is angry at him. Suddenly, he notices Alice. He runs up to her and tells her that he did something terrible. The girl is surprised how the place hasn't fallen apart yet, to which Rex says that some things never change. Mano is surprised that the man is back. The guy replies that he is in good shape too. Palna says he has a lot of explaining to do after his unexpected return. Mano asks Rex where he's been all this time. He replies that he trained to gain as much power as possible. Alice is surprised that this is all despite the fact that they now live in peace. A male friend puts his hand on Mino's shoulder and says that since he's not going to talk, maybe he should go clean the toilets. The guy gets very angry and hits the man. Alice is scared but suddenly notices someone's voice behind her. She sees Tina and asks in surprise when she returned. The girl says tiredly that she never thought that Mino would find such a hobby. Mana takes out his sword and says in fear that Lady Tina has misunderstood everything. Suddenly, she notices how much Alice has grown. She claims that the girl was only knee-high, to which Alice replies that she was not that small at all. Tina realizes that at this rate she will remain the smallest. The girl tells her that this is not true at all. Palma notes that Tina returned at the same time as Rex, and it seems there is a reason behind it. She asks if they had agreed on this. Suddenly, the door opens and David enters the room. He insists that he will explain everything now. The girl looks at him in surprise. He claims that it was no coincidence that Mr. Rex and Miss Tina returned at the same time, as he had told them in advance to return on that day. David tells Palna that Kagami made a pact with the king of this country. He asks if she remembers the conditions under which this world will be maintained without resets. The girl isn't sure, but she says there was something about saving the world. David agrees with her, and he says with a stern look that the condition was to save the world within 5 years. Alice reflects that if the conditions for salvation are not met, this world will be rebooted, and the conflict between the demon and people will flare up with the same force. She wonders what salvation really means, because at this rate, is it enough to just wait for Kagami to return? David says that 3.5 years have passed, because the treaty was made by the king, one of the rulers of this world. The man says that he is afraid that he will have to make his offer. He says that since Mr. Kagami still hasn't returned, then they'll have to step in. The guys look at David in surprise. Alice says that all that remains is for them to fulfill their promise on their own by moving on to the next stage. David says that if you don't look at killing the demon lord then as an opportunity to move on to the next level. David, with a serious face, takes out 2 tickets and says that there is only one way left. The hero is surprised. They ask where he got 2 tickets from. Palna asks in surprise, "Isn't each ticket worth 10,000 gold?" David replies that 3 years have passed. He worked hard, but he could only earn enough for 2 tickets. The man says that Mr. Kagami was able to collect 5,000 gold coins on his own in just 6 months. David says that the casino's income has been gradually increasing, but they don't have enough time, so they had no choice but to take on quests and hunt monsters. The guys point out that this is why he asked Rex and Tina to collect money for him. The hero holds the tickets, looking at David. The man says that it is not only that. He says that the king said that for the next level they will need much more strength. So he asked the two to increase their level. Rex proudly shows the guys that he is level 214. The friends are very surprised by what they see. He says he wasn't sure how many tickets he could earn, so he thought it would be best if Rex leveled up first, since he had the most potential out of them all. The girls look at the situation in surprise. The man says that, besides, in case they could get another ticket, he asked Tina to practice hard. He says that a good healer is always worth its weight in gold. Paulna asks why he didn't tell them about this before. The woman asks why he asked for Tina and not Kururu, to which David replies that he did not want to put the lady in danger. He says that Miss Kururu is an overly enthusiastic person. He was afraid that she might lose her life if she were sent to train alone. Pona finally understood everything. The girl realized that she was so focused on finding him that she was acting too recklessly. Tina says that she has also become much stronger. She shows that her level is now 136. The guys looked at her in surprise, clearly not expecting to see such a high level. The girl says that sometimes she fought monsters with her bare hands, like Kagami did, to which Polna says that it's wonderful. The girl shows Tina that she is level 146. The girl is surprised and asks how she became so strong. The woman replies that she simply did the same thing she did. Polna says that since they are going to send the strongest, who better than to give the ticket to her? The woman says that she can use healing magic too, so there won't be any problems. Tina is afraid that she might be replaced. She says that they definitely need a full-fledged healer. Suddenly, Tina becomes embarrassed and admits that she also wants to find Kagami. The woman is surprised by what she heard and asks what kind of nonsense she is talking. Polna laughs, thinking that her friend has fallen in love with the guy. But Tina interrupts her, saying that she is very much mistaken. The girl asks why she wants to go there so badly too. Tina sneaks up on Alice, about to grab a ticket. She snatches the ticket and happily says that maybe she should go then, because she can use combat magic and healing magic. Palma forbids the girl. She says that Kagami ordered to keep an eye on her. Rex interrupts the girls and says that he will go with Palna. David says that's why he only told Rex and Tina, but he admits that Polna is actually higher level than Tina. The man says that the fate of their world is at stake, so they must make the best choice. David thinks and decides to appoint certain people. He hands the ticket to Mr. Menno, saying that he is second in strength after Mr. Rex, and he has already met the Dark Dragon. The guy says that if he goes, then during the reboot, all the monsters and demons will be created anew, and only people will remain in this world. Alice looks at her friend nervously. Mino agrees and reaches out for the ticket, but he says he's not sure it's the best choice. Suddenly, the door opens sharply, and the man who entered insists that they give the ticket to him. The boys saw the spirit of Mrs. Kururu. The heroes did not expect to see the girl. Palna says that they thought that she was now in the castle. Kururu says that it would take too long to explain, but suddenly she steps on a wet mop and falls to the floor with a crash. The boys looked at her in surprise and realized that it was actually their mistress, Kururu. The girl admits that at first it was not entirely clear because of her fighting spirit, but they realized that it was undoubtedly Kururu. The girl did not believe that they would really recognize her like that. Palna asks with a cold look why she showed up. She asks if she would care to explain what is going on here. The girl looks at her guiltily. Suddenly, Rex appears in front of her, protecting her, and he says that he left this city and left a message for her. David asks what he means. Barry says that when he was still training here, he was anxious because the training was hellish. Then he realized that his teacher had lived like this for years. He realized that the gap between them seemed even greater. Rex admits that it scared him. Palna points out that he's telling it as if Kagami is already dead, to which the guy gets angry and states that he doesn't even want to think about it. The man claims that he would have to fight without him then, so he wanted to fight with everyone and hoped that they could all go together. Rex hangs his head and admits that he is not a hero at all, but a common coward. David realizes that he is a hero, but still young. The man realizes that he has placed too much burden on him, to which Guru says that she has been training alone in secret, and so that they don't blame Rex for it. The girl quotes his letter. I have decided to prepare myself to find a teacher, so I am setting out. Guru says that was his message, and that he did not ask her for help. David asked the girl why she did not say anything. Kurur smiles and says that he would have stopped her, so she convinced all the servants to tell him that she locked herself in her room. David is surprised by the girl's decision. The girl says that Rex's message was nothing more than a pretext. She herself initially wanted to go after Kagami, but with her insignificant level, she was not capable of much. The guys listen to their friend attentively. Guru continues to say that this is why she returned to the castle and met her father. David and Palna were stunned by what they heard. The girl says that her father is one of the rulers of this world, so she thought that he probably knew about those who went to the next stage and what levels the sages had. Kururu reveals that she is level 172. The boys are very surprised that the girl's become so strong. Palna is asked how she managed to become stronger than her. The girl says that she followed Kagami's path. She tells that it was a real hell. She assures that it was worse than they could imagine. But, as a result, she reached the same level as the sages of the past. David looks down and says that this is very enough, because he kept sending to the casino without having the slightest idea about it. The girl apologizes to David, but she admits that if she had said anything, he would have tried to stop her. Kururu was sure that he still considered her a little child, that the man smiles, asking her to take care of Mr. Kagami, and hands her a ticket. The girl thanks David, but before she can take it, someone yells at them to stop. An angry Takako stands in the doorway. David didn't expect to see her. She asks Kururu for forgiveness because this ticket belongs to her. The girl looks at her with horror and fear. Mino asks Mrs. Takako where she has been all this time. He scolds her and says that she is willing to steal Kururu's ticket just to follow Mr. Kagami. She is surprised and asks if they noticed. Takako confesses that she wants Kagami. The girls look at her in horror, not believing what they heard. She admits that Kagami is her love, and that without the guy's help there will be no progress. She thinks that if she doesn't bring Kagami back, she will become more and more distant from David. To which the man starts to shudder. Takako is told that she knew about the training and the tickets, and that's why she went to her own training. She admits that this is all to get her love back. The girls shrink, realizing how strong their opponent is. Takako asks, "Is there any problem? Because the strongest one should go." Level 245th. The guys are very scared by the big number. They don't believe that she was able to earn such a high level. Tina asks how she could do it, since she specializes in bare-handed fighting, and Kagami's method shouldn't work on her. Takako admits that she shackled her body and fought tirelessly without removing the shackles. The girl is surprised that she miraculously survived. Palna notes that it would be useful to have at least one magician, because the squad of Kagami, Rex, and Takako is poorly balanced. The boys admit that Rex should stay, to which he is indignant and says that everyone has already decided that he is going. Tina says that they have enough fighting power, so it would be better for them to take a healer like her. To which Alice and Kururu disagree. The guys start fighting among themselves to decide who will go. Menno thinks and says that he has a proposal. He proposes a plan that they can travel together only if they pass through the sacred forest. The heroes walk through the forest. Tina asks Mino how much longer he is going to make such a sad face. After all, if he did not want to go, then he should have stayed. The guy turns around and asks what she is talking about. He says that if he is not here, then who will protect Mrs. Alice? Tina silently points her finger at Tanako. Palma asks why he is really so against it. She wonders if there is a reason. Mino admits that the Dark Dragon respects the rules, and that 3 years ago, when Kagami's power was recognized, they convinced him to send him to the next stage, even though it was against the rules. The guy goes on to say that since he's already broken the rule once, the chances of him sending such a large group to the next level are incredibly slim, since they also have Alice with them. Minnow says that no matter what, they can't let the world be reset, since he also wants Kagami to return safe and sound. He says that because of this they should go together, but it all depends on whether they can persuade the Dark Dragon. David says to leave the persuasion to him. He promises to make sure everyone gets sent to the next stage. Alice looks at the man and asks if he's not coming with them. David admits that his level has not increased at all, and that Kagami left the casino to him. Pauna asks if he can handle it alone. The man agrees and asks the girl to take care of Alice. The woman agrees and they continue walking forward. The boys stop at a large circle. Mino says that they have arrived. Rex asks if he really has to dig here, to which Menno says that it's not that simple. But the guy doesn't listen to him and says that everything was left to him because he has more than enough, and he quickly starts digging. Rex was digging while the boys were relaxing when suddenly he notices something. He calls everyone to come and take a look. The girls look into the hole in surprise, and suddenly they notice that the earth is being restored back. Mino says that this can only mean one thing. If they want to get to the Dark Dragon, then they need to do something about it. He explains that the earth is regenerating very quickly, so quickly that even Kagami couldn't dig without his limit break. Rex wonders how he couldn't do it. The guys say that he should have said that in the beginning. Rex asks how Kagami was able to dig up there then. Menno suggests that maybe he dug with his bare hands like a mole, to which the guy thinks that's complete nonsense. But he still insists that nothing will work if you don't try, and he starts digging the ground with his hands with all his might. The boys just silently watch what is happening. Suddenly the boy stops and says he gives up. Tina wonders how he could give up so quickly. Palna, looking at the hole, wonders how little he could do. Rex admits that he is not capable of much, saying that their stats are nowhere near as high as Kagami's even without breaking their limits. Tina asks Taku what about her, since her level and speed are her specialty. Takugo looks down and says that it's impossible anyway, since even Kagami had to use limit break to achieve something. She says that if they take their time, maybe they can get something done, but it looks like digging a hole big enough for everyone will be very difficult. Rex pulls out a ticket and says that's what he thought. Suddenly, David asks him to wait. He says that if one person is not enough, then perhaps if they all work together. After all, the training they've been through over the past 3 years has allowed them to learn powerful skills and spells. He says they need to use them to the fullest, and then they should be able to get there. Kururu says that the strongest magic she can do has a large radius, so they must be prepared to dodge to avoid hurting each other. Tina says that even if they can open a passage, won't it close before they can get through? To which Takako says to leave it to her. She will attack with her fists so that the surrounding area does not receive much damage. Palna says that if something happens, they can always use a high-level Rex as protection. To which the man twitches from what he heard. He asks if it will really be that easy. To which Tako is already ready to act. Suddenly she uses all her powers and says that they should try. The guys are amazed by the power of their friend. Tina asks Takako what the skill is, to which he replies that she's just getting worked up. Rex chimes in and says that he's not at 100% either, to which the girls also pick up on the situation and say that they also did not give it their all. David notes that now they will definitely be able to get closer to Kagami's strength. The boys gathered their courage and began to attack the ring together. Suddenly a dragon appeared. He says that it is worthy of admiration, because they passed all the tests and reached his lair. But he notices that the boys now look very battered. He asks what happened to Rex. The dragon noticed that the guy took the brunt of the blow. Rex notes that it is nice of him, but he would like to tell him a lot of things. Takako uses her explosive strike, and then the super armor effect skill, where their legs will be pinned to the ground at their will. Rex then used the same skill, covering the boys with his body, but was left badly battered. He then uses the skill Revenge Effect, which converts all damage taken into attack power. Takako noted that Rex was able to deal with the aftermath of his explosive attack and used the damage taken to deal his own. She noted that their skills matched each other perfectly. The dragon says that even though they are exhausted, it doesn't change the fact that they were able to get here because they have a large enough group. The dragon notices that there are some familiar faces among them. The dragon deduces that these people are all friends of the peasant. He notes that they all came here the wrong way. Menno nods, and Tina asks the dragon how he knew. The dragon explains that part of the agreement with all the peasants was that they could only get in with a ticket. But in the 3 years since the peasant disappeared, they wouldn't have been able to get tickets for everyone. He says that the demon they met 3 years ago is also here. The girl noticed that the dragon was surprisingly relaxed. They were afraid that he would get very angry. To which the dragon replied that it was too late to talk about it, because even if they got here illegally, this on the contrary proves that they are worthy. The dragon said that he recognizes them. He looks at Minnow and says that he has learned his lesson, that those who follow the rules are not the only ones who are worthy. To which the boy sighs. The dragon admits that he knew they would all come here. The guys are surprised, and Polna asks what he means. The dragon says that he did not know the exact day, and it was not he who predicted their arrival. Alice understood who the creature was talking about. The dragon says that it was a peasant. The girl asks again if it was definitely Kagami. The dragon says that he grants the right to make a wish to anyone who can reach him, and the peasant has received this right too. The girl asks what he wished for. The dragon explains that the boy wanted him to send them to the next stage when their squad finally arrives. The creature says that if his return is delayed, it must mean that he was drawn into a deadly conflict, because the guy was sure that they would definitely come to his rescue. The dragon says that because of the dangers involved, He didn't want to force them to help him, and the boys thought about the dragon's statement. Alice remembers her friend, and the dragon says he has a message for them. The creature lifts its wings and recites the message, "Hurry and save me," to which the boys look at the dragon in surprise. The dragon admits that even he himself does not know whether this peasant is alive or not, because only those who have passed to the next stage know what is happening there. The hero is frightened by what he hears. Paula admits that, as expected, the next stage is a very dangerous place, but Alice says that everything will be fine. The girl confidently states that Kagami is alive, to which Paula pats her on the head and agrees with her, while the dragon looks at what is happening with a serious look. The dragon suggests getting down to business. He asks if they want to move on to the next stage, or if they want to return to the surface and continue their peaceful lives. The dragon gives them time to think and says that this decision is theirs. He says that this is an exception according to the wish of that peasant. The dragon says that he will allow them to proceed to the next stage without fulfilling their wish. This creature says that if they still want to go there, they need to step forward. The guys step forward in unison, but the dragon is not even surprised. He asks if he can guess why David doesn't want to go. The man replies that he won't be of any use there, and that he's going to help Kagami with his own methods. The dragon admits that he was a very interesting man, but that they, gathered here, are also quite interesting. The creature says that it will send David back to the surface without erasing his memories, to which the man thanks the dragon for its concern. The dragon tells the boys to get ready. Polna warns that there will be enemies that even Kagami had problems with. She suggests that they quickly deal with them and return back, but the dragon says that everything is not so simple. The girl asks him again what could happen. The dragon says they will have to figure it out on their own. He flaps his wings, enveloping them in a strong wind. The creature says that he relies on them. Alice opens her eyes and notices that she is alone with Mina. The girl, not understanding, asks where everyone went. The dragon answers that those who decided to stay returned to the surface, and the brave ones went to the next stage. Menno says that it is as expected. He asks, "What, demons can't go to the next stage?" The dragon replies that it was so at first, but this case is an exception. The creature admits that it has something to tell them. Suddenly, Alice finds herself in a completely different place and in completely different clothes. She gets scared and looks for her clothes. She gets dressed and goes out, realizing that this is the next stage. The girl looks for the others, opening the door for her. But before she could open it, the door opened itself. She wondered if she was going the right way. Suddenly, she noticed someone in front of her. Mano runs to Alice, saying that he is very glad to see her because when they separated. But before he can finish speaking, she says that the guy is too worried. Suddenly, she notices that Menno's horns are gone. The girl is scared of where they could have gone. The boy, noticing, begins to feel his head, looking for his horns. Mino does not understand how this is possible. He assumes that Alice's horns have disappeared too. The girl is convinced that the horns have really disappeared. The guy is worried, thinking that Alice is starting to feel sad. Suddenly, Alice screams, saying that she did it. The guy, not understanding, asks if she really hated her horns that much. The girl replies that it's just that if she marries Kagami now, no one will complain about it. Menno sighs with relief. Alice remarks that Mino now looks like a nobleman without his horns. The boy says he will take it as a compliment. The guy says that what's more important is that Alice now looks like a goddess. The girl says that whatever it is, that's the next step. The girl comes to the window and says that they have lost contact with the others. She wonders where they are. The guy asks what she thinks about it. Alice replies that it is full of things she has never seen before. The girl says that even though she is seeing this city for the first time, she has a feeling that it reminds her of something familiar. The guy notices that the girl is watching this world very carefully. Alice turns to Mena. A man in a cloak stands in front of her, telling her that isn't it wonderful. A man with long black hair, dressed in a white coat, said that this was Japan. Alice turned in his direction in surprise. He added that it was obvious that this place seemed unfamiliar to her. After all, it was the ancestor of Hexaldoria, where she had lived before. The girl looked at him warily and asked who he was. The man calmly replied that his name was Seijo Cruz. He believed that for her, he must be with someone like a father. She screamed indignantly that she had only one father, to which he replied that everyone who came here made similar statements. Her gaze was full of distrust. He added that she probably had a whole bunch of questions on her mind that she wanted to ask. But before that, he asked her to let him say something. He spread his arms out to the sides and greeted her with a wide smile on the planet Earth. She was amazed by his words and asked if this was the clear Earth they lived in. He replied that there was no fundamental difference. However, one could say that it was a completely different world. He clarified that if one could say so, then Yaznazami is a world of dreams, and the Earth can be called reality. The girl did not understand his words at all. He said it was a good way to explain everything. She asked him where Mino was, if he was hiding him. He replied that since he seemed quite rowdy, he had sent him to the main hall beforehand. He added that he always wanted to have a little chat with the demon. Still smiling, he said that it was the first time he had seen a demon here. He waved his finger and said that he was now satisfied. He would explain what had happened to everyone at once. After his words, they began to dissolve into thin air. After a while, the girl teleported to the others. Saijo decided that it would be a real hassle if he had to tell the story several times. When they saw Alice, everyone was glad that she had appeared. They wondered if she was okay. The girl replied that she was surprised and that she was fine. She wondered what was wrong with them. She noticed that the people present no longer had horns. Having Alice nearby made Palna sigh with relief. She said that since only Menno showed up, she thought something had happened to Alice. She angrily asked if the girl had met the guy they had never seen before, and if he had done something strange to her. Seijo appeared and replied that it was painful to hear, because he was not some kind of animal that would treat people badly. The people present looked at him with irritation. Looking at the group of people who had arrived, he greeted them on the ground, at the next stage. It had indeed been a long time since the last appearance of heroes here. He asked them to accept the greatest hospitality he could offer. With a smile, he asked them not to worry. He would not harm them. In fact, you could say that he would help them. The girls shuddered at this word. The warrior asked him to answer one question. She understood that this was the Earth, but she wanted to know more precisely where they were, how this place differed from their world in which they lived. Seijo narrowed his eyes and thought that Clearworld was another land, created as a world in which the greatest tragedy did not happen after it happened on Earth. Beneath his feet, a city with many buildings was visualized. It is a false world, meant to serve as a beacon of hope for humanity. Those present did not understand what he meant. He replied that there was a procedure according to which he had to explain everything. First, let this place be no longer fit for human habitation. Alice asked him, puzzled. When she looked outside, it seemed that people were living their normal lives. He replied that this only happened here. They were deep underground now. If they'd come out, everyone would have been destroyed on the spot. Those present were shocked by his words. It is an evacuation shelter located in the heart of Tokyo, the capital of Japan. In clear Earth terms, it would be easier to understand if he said it was like the royal capital. He spread his arms wide and said that it was safe only here, and also in the evacuation shelters in America and Russia. Kururu listened to him in shock. She repeated the names of the countries he said. Those present began to worry about her and asked if something was bothering her. She said that the lands of their world corresponded to them. The girl noticed that there were more than 196 kingdoms in the Clear Land, but due to the arrival of demons and monsters, only 3 remained. And these 3 kingdoms were called Hexaldoria, Grodonia, and Fortinia. According to sources, all these kingdoms had old names as well, namely America, Russia, and Japan. Seijo replied that this was to be expected from a sage. She had indeed studied hard. The girl realized in horror that this meant that they had been sent back in time. The guy replied that it was not the past at all. However, the trio of states of Japan, America, and Russia no longer existed. People were shocked and did not understand what had happened to this world. The guy asked what they thought about the existence of monsters and what they did when they saw monsters. The girl answered that they were enemies, and if they could defeat them, they destroyed them. He asked what they did if they couldn't defeat them. She hid and said that if something like that happens, they run away. Seijo confirmed her words. If we describe it in simple terms, this is the current situation on Earth. If we exclude the residents, we can consider that everyone living here is the same as first-level people in their world. Besides, it didn't matter that they were all assigned the peasant class. The warrior understood why they were called heroes. They appeared hundreds of years ago, after which they began to destroy humanity. At that time, their technology was no match for them. It did not matter what weapons, and especially human resources, they threw into battle. Humanity simply could not win. He added with a laugh that there were even humanoid robots, but the situation was still hopeless. Alice imagined the robot he was talking about. Palma noticed that he spoke as if he had personally seen it. He replied that there were some records left in that institution. There was no way he could have seen it personally. Whatever the case, they suddenly appeared and overwhelmed humanity. At the forefront of the battle was a new breed of superhumans known as mutants. Palma asked who they were. He replied that they were probably evolved humans. These creatures possessed strength many times greater than that of humans. In addition, they had special powers that were very similar to their skills. In other words, they were their senior comrades. The girl realized that in this world, they were not considered normal. The man wanted to continue his story, but he was interrupted by the knight, who did not understand who they were to them and why they called them elder comrades. He wanted to know what the connection was between the countries with the same names and what he meant by the fake world. He asked him to give a clear answer and was very angry. Saijo calmly agreed with him. After that, he waved his hand, and the outlines of some mechanical structures began to appear near them. Everyone was shocked that the floor was disappearing. They wondered not if it was magic. They wondered what it was. Tina noticed that something was glowing. Suddenly, they noticed that a man had appeared in the midst of this light. Their faces twisted in amazement. Saijo explained that each of these capsules contained a person. They were all residents of the kingdom, and they were all sleeping here now. A structure resembling a building appeared before them. There were a large number of capsules on it. The guy said that this was Yasunozumi, one of the beacons, the hope of humanity. They were extremely shocked by the picture that appeared before them. They asked again whether these people were really inhabitants of Yasunozem. Seijo said that Clear Earth is an artificial world created so that humanity can one day live on the surface of the Earth again. At the same time, it serves as a kind of incubator for the growth of evolved humans. Alice didn't understand what kind of people he was talking about. The guy replied that he meant people like them. As he said, this world is no longer suitable for human life. The reason for this is the enemies that appeared out of nowhere and defeated them. Since they could not oppose the enemy, they had to flee underground. However, a limited space can only accommodate a limited number of people. As a result, humans have created a fake world. Thus, even if only in their minds, humans can spend their lives outside. However, humanity is unwilling to give up the way they lived in the past. Even if the situation is at its worst, there is still hope in humanity's hearts. Seijo smiled at the people looking at him. All this thanks to the efforts of their comrades, the people who evolved during those battles, the small number who became superhumans. Once people saw hope in these superhumans, they rebuilt the clear earth where humanity lived peacefully in its consciousness. They created a mechanism that artificially forced people to evolve, and his gaze changed. He looked intently at those present and added that as a result of all this, they were created. Warrior Takako repeated his words in surprise about the apparatus for people to live peacefully and the mechanism that makes people evolve. She came to an understanding about the monsters and demons in the world. Saijo replied that they were virtual enemies created by them to force them to evolve into superhumans. The conditions for creating superhumans are incredibly harsh. For example, science can easily create an incredibly strong body. However, without the willpower required to control such a body, man destroys himself through recklessness. Therefore, a strong body must be created by the person himself, with a strong mental force. Since all this was quite normal for them, they did not rebel against it. It turns out that by defeating monsters and demons, life becomes better. Seijo confirmed his words. Palna turned to him sharply, saying that even if they were actually inhabitants of some false world, did they really have to part with life? Couldn't they really save when they were on the verge of life during the battle? He replied that the damage received was simply necessary for the development of the physical body and willpower. It was simply impossible to monitor 10 million people and save them on the brink. But she didn't understand why it wasn't possible. Seijo replied that if they wanted to, they probably could. However, the world couldn't handle more than 10 million people. In order to create a new life, The old ones must be sacrificed. The girl indignantly asked him if he really thought she didn't know this. He replied coolly that he had no idea who she was thinking about, which was what was upsetting her so much. But in Clearland, one could live without being in danger. If someone gives up their life trying to do something risky, how can that be called natural? These words literally broke the girl. The warrior asked if she could ask a question. If someone loses their life there, can't they bring them back to this world? Seijo asked why he should worry about that. Didn't they tell them that the conditions for coming to this world are two things: defeating the demon lord or obtaining 10,000 gold? It is important to choose these people carefully. Since they all grew up in capsules, they have to pass certain tests to live on Earth. For example, time in that world flows 3 times faster than on Earth. It is very important for such things to be in sync with the situation on Earth. In addition, the number of people they can take care of is limited. That is why they are waiting for those with the power to become heroes. However, there is no need to worry. When the time comes for them to return to that world again, he will once again take on the responsibility of caring for their bodies. Even if that's the case, it will be problematic if they come back. If they want to come back, they need to do an equivalent amount of work for them. Karu repeated his words about the passage of time. Her unexpected statement surprised Alice. She asked the guy if he was right about the passage of time. She happily asked if that meant that only a year had passed here. Seijo didn't understand her question. She asked if she was right in thinking that Kagami was now 24 years old. Since she was 21, there was only a 3-year difference between them. Because she's 16 now, it's perfectly normal for people with a 7-year age difference to get married. Seijo did not understand the reason for the joy and replied that he had no idea about it. The warrior tried to find out if there was anything they could do to help. He said that he understood that they were stronger than the inhabitants of this world. However, even if they were physically stronger, the weapons he was talking about should easily compensate for this. He asked if the boy knew that they could not use magic. He replied that if there was magical energy, even ordinary people could use magic. However, that did not mean they would be useful in battle. The powers that the previous superhumans possess, and they are a special case that cannot be reproduced by any weapon or magic, namely, their skills. In addition, their physical and magical strength has already surpassed superhumans. They are able to possess several skills. The man didn't understand that if the skills were so powerful, why did he have to wait for an interval of 100 levels before receiving them? Seijo replied that the observation was correct. You can't gain a skill just by strengthening your body in that world. In fact, the skills are genes that were received from the people mentioned. They receive the skills when they inject them into their bodies. That is why ordinary people would not endure and die. That is why, in order to endure the process, it is necessary to have a strong body. Each of them, undoubtedly, has remarkable skills. At this moment, the warrior used the eruption skill. She clarified whether the criterion for their growth was reaching each new 100 levels. It is true that an ordinary person could lose an arm if they use something like that. Seijo replied that he was looking forward to their exploits. She in turn asked about the exploits of a guy who had more skills than him. Alice suddenly remembered that she still hadn't found out where Kagami was. Seijo repeated his name, saying that he remembered it well. They called him the Bloody Hope. The capsule he was in was permanently stained with his blood. The fact that he survived is truly incredible. He was looking forward to his arrival. He saved up 10,000 gold and came here. It was unheard of for a peasant who did not have the ability to evolve to get here successfully. Everyone was waiting impatiently for his answer about where the boy was. Seisho Sayo sighed and said that maybe there was something in him. He expected a lot from him. After that, he fell silent. They impatiently sank him so that he could continue, but he asked them to forget and to ask about him from the people who fought with him. He sent for some people to show them around the place and explain the current situation. If they were interested, they could approach them. Palna asked him where he was going. He said he had work to do, so that was it. After his disappearance, the girl was shocked that he did not know about Kagami's true strength. Takako thought about who to ask about him. She wants to know what happened to the guy. Whatever it was, he could not imagine such a thing. What opponents could he fight? At this point, they turned their attention to Tina. She sat sadly and talked about being an orphan. She was raised by the church. She understands them one way or another. they just wanted to create untainted conditions. But it was a terrible feeling. Does this mean that God does not exist? The others downloaded and looked at her. Palma said, patting her head, that it was rare to see her cry. The girl replied that, didn't that mean their world was just a fake? It was all just a lie. The girl said that didn't mean it was all a lie. She added that there was evidence of this. After that, she hugged the crying girl tightly and smiled. She added that maybe she had no right to say this, but the time they spent together wasn't a lie. Hadn't they all come here because of their connections with Kagami? These memories can't be a lie. The hero confirmed her words. If they hadn't met, they wouldn't have been able to go so far. If they hadn't met their teacher, he hated to admit it, but he would have been destroyed by the Demon Lord because of his pride. However, thanks to everything that had happened, he was still alive. Everything they had done up until now wasn't a lie. Everyone supported the girl, smiled at her, asking her not to say any sad things. At first she started crying, and then she slapped herself on the cheeks and pulled herself together. And ahead, she said that they were right. They were all true comrades. After that, there was a sharp sound that attracted everyone. They saw a light in the distance. Unknown girls entered the room, shouting that they were there. When they entered, they asked if they were the new heroes who had come out into this world. Everyone looked away with suspicion. Those who came looked at them with admiration, saying that this was perhaps the first time that so many people had come at once. The second added that they were all just unreal. She found out that there was a hero among them. At first she thought that the girl with blue hair was a magician, but then she realized that it was a sage. They simply couldn't believe that the hero and the saint had arrived together. Among the others, they recognized a martial artist, a priest, and a magician. To think that such a combat-specialized group would arrive. The girl with glasses said that, in the end, the second girl was the happiest. Then she introduced herself as Sakagami Yuki. She was assigned to be their guide, and they could simply call her Yuki. She introduced the second one as Mary, who said it was nice to meet her and suggested they continue the conversation while they walked. Yuki asked Minno and Alice what class they were. Minno replied that they were mages, but compared to others, they weren't that strong. Yuki replied that she understood everything now. Mary asked Kururu if her last name was the same as the country's name. She asked if she was the ruler. The girl replied that it was not her, but it could have been her father. She responded with surprise that there was nothing strange about a person from another world being the ruler of a kingdom. Kururu asked if that was correct. In exchange for explaining the situation on Earth and in the other world, the king became the ruler of the people. Since then, the lands have been watching him, so if he does not do his job well, he will be destroyed. The girl thought about her father. He continued to bear such a heavy responsibility. That's why Militoria took such measures. She decided that she had to do everything in her power. After that, she was silent. Mary replied that despite the fact that her father was like that, she should know that he was tied hand and foot. It must have been painful for her as his daughter. She added that in order to free him quickly, she must work hard from now on. Kururu looked at her in surprise. She didn't understand why he was looking at her like that. The girl replied that she was very kind. Mary added that it wasn't normal to sympathize with her situation. At that moment, Yuki said that they had arrived. They finally exited the building, and before them stood various buildings that were covered in pipes. Yuki explained that this was one of the underground evacuation shelters that was humanity's last hope. It was called Noah. It was decided that from now on they would live here. Alice said that, as expected, it seemed so familiar. Pona replied that although they thought this world would be unknown, it was actually similar to theirs. Yuki, well, she added that everything would be different if they could use more electricity, and it costs money so they don't use it very often. She asked if that was the case in that world. She added that even electricity is expensive. That's why it is not used everywhere. The machines of the old civilization that use electricity suck it dry. The hero asked what machine she was talking about. Pointing to the train, she said it was something like this. And pointing to the lantern, she added that it could light up the entire city. Most devices made using the technology of the previous civilization consume a lot of electricity, so their use is limited. However, the electricity bills are very huge. The The hero thought that the story about their world being created in the likeness of the earth might not be complete nonsense. The warrior asked if he understood correctly that it was quite dangerous outside. He didn't understand where the merchant got his goods from, or if he could buy food in the subway. Yuki replied that, as expected, it was hard to get anything here, so technically they weren't merchants. Even though there was a shortage of food and resources, they try to distribute them among everyone. They can produce goods from available resources or simply sell raw materials. Therefore, their activities are closer to traders. People like them are very useful. The things she doesn't need end up going to those who do, and that shows that they live like humans. That gives them hope that they can live outside again. Alice noticed that some people wear torn clothes. She asked if there was a wealth gap. Yuki replied that some people sew their own clothes, but provide for everyone. People who have truly lost hope and given up usually wear clothes like that. Children also do not care about their appearance, especially if their parents' generation has lost hope. Alice said that they had gotten good clothes compared to them. Mary said that they shouldn't feel guilty about that. They were going to be in much more dangerous situations, so they should hold their heads up. The hero smiled and said that, come to think of it, they had never talked about it. He was curious about what was coming. Yuki said that their job will be different depending on which platoon they are assigned to. But basically, they will be in a recovery squad, which means they will just be beating the enemy. It's not that different from that world, but the enemy will be different. The hero said he would like to hear more about the recovery unit. What is the difference between the platoons? The girl replied that she would tell them the details when they arrived at the Resistance headquarters. Palma said that Yuki was well informed about Clear Earth. She wondered if all Earthlings were like that. The girl answered that not all, she was just born there. Her answer shocked the others. She asked them not to be surprised. She did not defeat the Demon King. She is level 117 merchant class. Tina wondered if Mary was from there too. She didn't like the way she treated her. She told her rudely not to treat her like a child. She may look young, but she was 14 years old. She is a native of the land and a common person. She is what they call a peasant. Yuki told her not to say that, because she calls herself usually when she is an excellent sniper, better than most. Yu answered that she was only capable of a support role. Without her weapon, she was powerless. If the enemy came close, she would be finished. Then she got angry and told me to stop petting her. The warrior wondered if she could pull a bow with those hands. Yuki laughed and said that it was not a bow. She was using a rare weapon left over from a previous civilization. This is a magic gun that uses magic as bullets. Mary is a skilled marksman. At that moment, the girl pulled the gun out of her holster. She then fired right between the warrior and the hero. She was asked to be careful, as she had broken the wall. She replied that there was nothing better than a demonstration. Yuki was not pleased with her actions. What she just showed us doesn't have that much power, but she usually shoots monsters from a great distance with a powerful, long-range magic weapon. It's actually quite difficult to pull off something like that. Palma was amazed at the speed of the shot. The warrior said that even he wouldn't be able to dodge it. The girl added that although she might try to take some countermeasures if they used magic, Mary replied that the fact that she could come up with countermeasures was already surprising enough. And she added that people of earthly origin, like her, use weapons to fight. Palma realized that even in this case, there are enemies who are too strong. They told her that when she fought them, she would understand everything herself. Takako was curious why the Earthlings were so eager to fight. After all, there were great risks for them. Mary replied that it was because she felt guilty just watching the Clearlanders fight. Of course, handing over the position would not work. After all, losing a valuable weapon was unacceptable. But the number of Yasnozamians is limited, so she tries to support them until they return home. Day by day, she said boldly that the restoration of the land is what they all want, and she was praised for these words. Yuki told them not to worry. They had an organization that would guarantee their survival and return. Mary said she was right. It was important to trust your colleagues enough to be okay. The hero asked if this was the organization they were heading to. They told him he was right. This was a resistance formed by people. There were many like them there. Alice thought happily that in that case, Kagami would be there too. The girls did not understand who he was. They were told that he was a peasant who had arrived a year ago. Afterwards, they asked if they meant the disappointing hero, and if they were friends with him. The arrivals did not understand what had happened to the guy. Yuki said that it was a peasant who had recently lost his life. The entire group froze in place from the shock they received. Alice couldn't believe what she was hearing. Suddenly, Mary realized something. She apologized, thinking that he was someone they knew. But nevertheless, it is so. This peasant parted with life more than half a year ago. They could not think of what to say, after which she said strongly that he was very tenacious. Mary said that a peasant could not be so resilient. The saint answered that she did not believe and demanded to know what had happened. Mary said that she had great faith in him. She expected a lot from him too. After all, it was the first time the peasant had come from there. She said he was the worst. He was really strong for a peasant, but even when they gave him equipment, he wouldn't take it and said he was fine. Whenever he couldn't handle something, he wouldn't listen to orders. She added that the worst thing he had ever done was ruin their chance to finish off their enemies in one fell swoop. The girls didn't understand what he had done. Mary replied that perhaps he hadn't even really listened to the plan. When everything was going well, he, with that expression on his face, had fallen into a trap instead of the enemies, and ended up in another world. Many enemies escaped successfully. That was the worst part. The warrior replied that it couldn't be. She didn't know what kind of trap was used, but she didn't think the guy could just disappear like that. An old civilization's weapon was used, capable of creating powerful explosions, and if he had managed to survive, he would have been buried under the rubble. Takako said that she didn't believe it. If he was as strong here as he was there, he simply couldn't imagine that he would suddenly disappear like that. The others supported her words, pointing her finger at the guides. Tina asked if they knew that there was a guy here who had managed to reach level 999. They were shocked into silence. She repeated her words once more, saying that they had not misheard. He simply could not part with his life like that. Mary exhaled heavily after these words. Then they laughed, saying that this simply couldn't be. Either they were all mistaken or they had misunderstood everything. They knew how hard it was for a peasant to raise his level. Now it was clear why he got involved in everything. But that was it. Even after half a year, he had not returned. Whether he was really strong or not is irrelevant, because he is no longer here. Wouldn't it be better for them to worry about themselves, since there was no guarantee that they would survive? She would give them her full support, but if they ignored her orders, they would lose it. She told them, with a grumpy expression, not to disappoint them. As she left, she apologized for laughing. Takako told them to go. There was no use thinking about it now. After some time, they arrived at the resistance headquarters. Near it, they saw various people. They were focused on what was very lively. The newcomers attracted the attention of those around them. Those present addressed the girl guides with various questions. Yuki said that she has been here for a long time, 7 years, so she knows everyone by sight. Mary added that she is a virtuous person. You answered that it's all because she's good at repairs. They all depend on her. In any case, they can only survive if I cooperate. If you decide everything yourself, then life can be accidentally lost. The selfish act of one will lead to the loss of many. This is the world they live in. That's why she doesn't recognize those who do whatever they want as her allies. Yuki's ally lost his life because of the selfish actions of others. They realized why they were treating Kagami like that. Yuki's ally was a man she had befriended. One of the vanguard had fled without permission, and those who remained, including her friend, had passed away. The saint said she was sorry, to which the girl replied that something much worse had happened to Mary. Because of people like that, she had lost her parents. People from the ground, who specialize solely in logistics, are unable to fight without cover. They easily lose their lives when someone ignores orders, and as a result, their deployment site is destroyed. This is like an example of what Mary was talking about. The girl asked them not to talk about it anymore. They needed to greet someone. She told them to follow her, and after a while they came to a tent. Approaching the tent, she said that she had brought the people she needed. No one answered her. Entering, she called out to the man. If you wanted someone to do what he needed, it would be nice if they at least responded. The man turned around and said that it was his fault. He was repairing the equipment and had not heard her at all. He realized that these guys were new heroes, and he was counting on them. Mary told him not to embarrass her and to introduce her. He apologized and said that his name was Bomong Moheros. He was currently acting as the resistance commander, and it was a pleasure to meet them. Mary added that even though he was an old man, He was a commander. They had to be respectful. The man said that she was the first to show no respect. Balmonk noted that they all seemed nice-looking, and Mary replied that they hadn't yet told him the reason for their arrival, but that they were all acquaintances of the disappointing hero. He said that he understood, and then hit her. She was shocked by his actions. He responded menacingly that he asked her not to talk like that about the guy. Even as a joke, she should not say such things about a soldier who fought to take back the land. She always had to be respectful, even if they were no good. She replied that she felt like she would remember it better if he insulted her, or said that, as expected, he thought the guy was gone. The man was surprised at first and then thought about it. He asked if she knew the details. Because they hadn't found him, they couldn't confirm it, but the last time they saw him was over 6 months ago. He doesn't think there's a chance he's alive. He apologized and said he wasn't strong enough. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Turning to them, he said he still hadn't heard their names. Listing their specialties, he said they were an incredible group. He wouldn't be wrong if he assumed they had come to find a peasant. Takako replied that their goal was to reunite with the guy. But she was not the only one. They would save this world no matter what. The man was surprised by her words about them planning to fight together. Palna asked if there was any problem with that. He replied that no, it was just strange to hear such things for the first time. Each of the groups that arrived cooperates only with the resistance in order to live. This will save them the trouble of convincing them. But he does not understand why. The girl replied that they had a reason, and she wondered what he meant when he said that they should only join the resistance. He replied that the conditions for living are necessarily joining the resistance, and living outside is almost impossible. The peasant had not returned after half a year. That's why they said he was gone. Although there are monsters in Yasnozemi too, they're not such that you can't live outside the city. The marriage must be very strong, a little stronger than they can imagine. Is it even possible for something like that to exist? Menno was curious about what might be outside and what dominates this world. Although they are not going to save this world, but what exactly do they need to do? At that moment, a man came running and said that a tribe of fanged beasts living in the old city were going to begin a mass migration to the old Shibuya district. According to the report, they were attacked by another time and escaped. They are very good at hiding, but not so bad at running. The new arrivals didn't understand what they were talking about. The man said that they would leave the explanations for later. It would be faster if they saw everything for themselves. Although it was unexpected, they had work to do. They could go get weapons from the tent across the street. Once outside, he ordered everyone to move out. All search and rescue teams should begin preparations. Balmonk stood in front of everyone on the platform. The assembled people listened to him attentively. He began to give military instructions. He explained about the tribe that had previously hidden well. They would be forced to fight at a disadvantage. They had been attacked many times, and in return they had destroyed them. But now they have started migrating, so they can ambush them in the river area. If they create a situation, they can deal with them at once. They will set a trap to attack everyone at once. Their main strength will be magic weapons. At the same time, they must prevent unnecessary damage to the support squad. In addition, a new group of heroes joined them today. He introduced the people who arrived one by one. People were delighted by this. A hero and a sage joined them, and this is a great honor. They believed that they could win. People began to shout joyfully that they would win, raising their hands up. Those who arrived felt a great burden of responsibility. Orders were heard from all sides. It was necessary to check the readiness of the camouflage equipment and whether there was enough ammunition. The arrivals thought that they were outnumbered, even if we assumed that it was half and the rest went ahead. Perhaps they had few fighters in principle, so it is not surprising that they are treated like heroes. Balmonk, here is the order, that they should not let the heroes fight alone. They are a family. They must protect each other with all their might. Mary reported that the preparations are complete. The man asked the foreigners to help them. He understood that they were not yet accustomed to this world, but they would provide support so that everyone would return in good order. Takako was more interested in what kind of enemy they would have to defeat. Balmonk replied that the enemy was the same as them, but they, as a rational species, were superior to them. Alice asked if he meant the tribes mentioned earlier. The man confirmed her words and said that they are endowed with intelligence, as well as unique abilities and physical capabilities, are much higher than human ones. Moreover, they move in groups. Tina wondered if they were like their demons. He said you were completely different. Even people of the earth have the ability to deal with demons. Besides, they rarely attack people intentionally. If anything, it was humans who were chasing demons. He had never thought about it until he came here. They asked him if he was from Clearland. He said it was an old story. His comrades who came out with him were destroyed. Only he remained. His words shocked everyone. They realized that the enemy was stronger than any demon. He confirmed and added that although the tribe of fanged beasts they would now meet did not possess magic, they had insane physical abilities. In addition, they have excellent vision and a keen sense of smell. As soon as you approach them, their steps and breathing immediately give them away. They can easily hide in difficult terrain and attack from blind spots. Another disadvantage is their belligerence. Mary urged them not to be afraid, because they had skills. Even if they were fast, they were generally strong. The hero responded that even though she said so, speed was actually important. If their goal was to cause damage, there were ways to do it without using force. Since they call them intelligent life forms, do they use weapons? Mary replied that they do not have the knowledge to create equipment. The best they have are knives and bows. Since they don't have magic, their weak point is long-range attacks. This time, they will launch a surprise attack in a place with few blind spots. They won't be easy to destroy. The man shouted that they were moving forward. Half of the personnel had already moved up to secure the perimeter. Balmung told him to get them moving. Tina didn't understand what he meant. He replied that they were deep underground. When they got out, they couldn't lose sight of their comrades. The lift began to move upward. The warrior said that everything beyond this place was completely unknown to them. They must fight and be ready for anything. Alice asked her what he thought about Kagami. She thought about it and said that she wanted to believe that he was okay. And now she needed to focus on herself. The girl sadly answered that she knew. Palna hugged the girls and told them not to make such a gloomy face. If she thought he was alive, then she had to make sure she was okay first. It would be pointless if they were already gone when they found him. The girl started saying that she was right. They noticeably cheered up. The man realized that they were ready. The girls looked at him confidently. The lift began to approach the surface, from where a light appeared. The man said that they would be there soon. The soldiers' faces became serious. The lift platform was located in the middle of a city that had long been destroyed and was partially overgrown with vegetation. The walls of the building were cracked. Trees and grass grew. The arrivals were shocked by what they saw. Balmung ordered no one to move. He said the inside of the elevator was camouflaged and invisible from the outside. They would be in plain sight as soon as they got out of here. They wondered if they were planning to settle here. The man said no. The ones who went up first were gone. We should be careful. Palma asked what they should do. They didn't understand anything yet, so they would listen to their orders. He said he would come out first. As soon as he showed himself, there should be some reaction. He came out of the barrier. He began to carefully examine everything around him. He thought that there was nothing around. Therefore, he did not understand what had happened to the advanced detachment. Suddenly, a scream came from the side. The arrivals did not understand what it was, what they should do. Was it a monster? They immediately prepared their weapons for an attack. In front of them was a large, strange creature with limbs similar to humans. The faces of the foreigners were distorted with shock. The soldiers said that they should not see them now. The commander ordered everyone not to panic. The vanguard should form a circle around the support squad, and they should cover the back. Takako waited for the commander's order. He ordered to be on guard. There are others. They do not make a sound. If you open your back, they will approach silently. They are the most dangerous on Earth. Foreigners did not understand how they could not make a sound if they were doing something. They were told that any sound they made would be absorbed by the smoke. If they were attacked, no matter how much they screamed or cried, it would not be heard. Suddenly, a monster appeared from the haze behind the warrior. She turned in horror towards him. The commander reached out his hand towards her in fear, but Takako didn't lose her head and made a quick strike straight at the monster. The commander told her to continue, and Takako didn't stop. The commander was amazed by a surprising reaction. The warrior noted that the impossibility of detecting their presence would cause more trouble than he imagined. If you rely on your eyesight alone, their reaction time would be pretty fast. It all worked out just because he was faster. She realized that they were quite vulnerable to attack. Thanks to that, she was okay. The commander said not to break formation. It became clear that the monster's movements were not consistent, making them difficult to predict. Until now, they had been using low intelligence when setting traps. The commander realized that they had evolved again. They hadn't been very smart before. Apparently, they had noticed them this time. At least, it looked like they had waited for him to emerge before acting. Every day they evolve. Once they even made sounds. Compared to the speed of their development, they are a lower life form who have no choice but to rely on the clear earth. Suddenly, they were distracted by a sound. At that moment, another monster appeared and began to attack the warriors. They realized that it was the same one. He remained alive. The monster grabbed the man, but at that moment, a powerful blow hit his head, which freed the soldier. He flew to the side and was glad that he was okay. Palma said she had no idea why he was safe. The guy was surprised. It was she who saved him. She said she defeated him. True, all she did was use his body and mana to launch magic at him. The guy was surprised because he can't cast magic. She replied that it was her skill. It was the hand of a witch. Using someone else's body as a medium and his mana, she activates magic. People were delighted, but they wondered who saved him. Tina, holding out her trembling hand, said that it was her. It was her skill. She could use her power and reduce the damage received. She added that she could protect them while she was active, but that wouldn't last long. She yelled at him that she had her limits too. People said they were just amazing. They should have learned their lesson and stopped attacking without thinking. Besides, if they didn't hurry, Tina would run out of steam. Once her skill wore off, they would be in a bad situation. He would destroy the monsters before that happened. He stopped and, holding out his sword, said that he had come out so that it would be easier for them to eat him. They shouted to him that the monster was behind them. The monster grabbed the commander by the shoulder. Alice told everyone not to worry. At that moment, Beaumont grabbed the monster. He tossed it into the air with one hand, and then swung his two-handed sword. He said they were unlucky. With one blow, he cut the monster and everything around. The foreigners were shocked. Mary said that he was a commander at the front. After all, she is a warrior of level 273. Turning to the people, the commander said that as soon as they assess the situation, they will immediately move out. A group of people actively moved forward, destroying attacking monsters along the way. Everything around was destroyed. Sitting down, the commander said that they needed a short break, but they had to remain vigilant. He began discussing their role with Takako. Balmonk said they had to complete the task at hand. In the name of those who had fallen before, it was the least they could do. All in all, they did a great job. It went much better than he expected. The warrior said that the one who deserves gratitude is Tina. The commander replied that he should thank her. Thanks to her, the number of casualties was reduced to a minimum. The warrior was interested in whether there were other hostile races. The man replied that she could not lose to these races. In combat, they rely on their 5 senses as well as stealth and try to avoid them if possible. The warrior said that if they make any mistakes, it is hard to say who will win. If they keep showing up, they will run out of steam. Beaumont confidently replied that if they surrendered, it would be the end of him. They were still capable of fighting. Previously, there was no barrier at the exit to the surface to help cover themselves, and it was dangerous. Previous generations struggled so that they could rise safely. They are moving forward slowly but surely. Their generation may not be able to achieve what they have planned, but someday they will. The warrior decided that this did not suit her. In a year, Yasnozemi would reboot. Her thoughts were interrupted by the commander, who understood what she was thinking. He said he understood why they were so pessimistic, but one careless mistake could lead to life-threatening danger. This time, an ace might show up with a child in tow. They didn't understand who he was talking about. Balmonk replied that it was a nickname. He was strange, kept away from the groups. He was incredibly strong. That's why they called him Ace. Usually they don't have a chance, but now they have them. They rely on them. The warrior wondered what Kagami felt when he saw this world. Did he face despair or give up? The commander said they would be moving soon. Takako asked if Tina could stand up. She said she couldn't. They couldn't believe she was so tired in such a short period of time. The hero said everything was fine. It was like a challenge for them, because it was the first time they encountered them. But next time, they would fight better. He will show everything, but what is capable, even being without a master. The people around cheerfully supported his words. They decided to carry Tina in their arms. Mano picked her up and said that he would carry her. She was his dear friend now. Besides, at the moment, everyone was stronger than him, so he was more suitable for this role. The girl was outraged that they thought of her as luggage. They apologized to her. The heroes asked Meno why he was doing this. He replied that it was really so strange. The hero replied that he had not even tried to move during the fight. Did he really rely on them that much? An awkward atmosphere had arisen around them. A scream brought them out of his state. Yuki beat the commander and told him to be faster. There would be big trouble if they got separated. The hero realized that he would not get an answer. Balmonk explained that the fanged beast race had many old people among their children. Since they were making a huge move, it would probably take a long time. News if they decide to transport a large number of people across the river, this is the only possible place. Alice remembered that they had a family too, but she couldn't think about that now. They decided that before they arrived, they needed to set traps and hand them over. After that, everyone went about their business. Alice didn't understand what they were doing. They told her that they were installing gunpowder on the bridge, and when the monsters crossed the bridge, they planned to blow it up, causing them to fall into the river. They will set up a net in the river that will temporarily paralyze them. Once they fall into the river, they will be unable to move. After that, they attack. Karuru remembered that this race had a keen sense of smell. She wondered if they would notice the trap. She was told that she was right, but this time it would be different. They use a special device that will hide them, and the river will hide small sounds and smells. With the help of another device, they will be able to determine that monsters are approaching. Suddenly she was called. Mary said irritably, not to scare the girl. They decided to postpone the explanation for later and check the weapons just in case. Yuki picked up the rifle. Mary asked Karuru later why she had that face. The girl asked her if she was scared. She was again irritated by the way she addressed her. The girl replied that she shouldn't be afraid. It would be bad if she was afraid when she was behind him. But there were so many things she wanted to do after they brought back the world. So she wouldn't sit and wait. She would fight. She will destroy before the enemies can get close, and fear will consume her. She will definitely destroy everyone. At this point, Palna said that they finished setting traps. She added that they got it done faster than she expected. Everyone seemed to have experience. Minnow helped for the first time in history. Alice said that now they would just wait and could rest a little. Looking around, she realized that it was a very good job. They were carefully watching the cameras to see what was happening around them. Yuki said that they were here. The foreigners were surprised because they were not much different from people. Alice suggested trying to talk. Palma answered that everything was different for them. The commander said to activate the explosives on his signal. The switch was ready. He asked if everyone was ready and then ordered to detonate. Here, the powerful explosion literally shattered the bridge into pieces, which flew in all directions. The enemies began to fall into the river one after another. Noticing that they were paralyzed, the commander ordered everyone to attack. All the people immediately began to use their skills and various weapons. All sorts of blows were dealt to the enemy. The commander ordered them not to give a single chance to fight back. At that moment, something happened in the river. They did not understand what happened. When the drops dispersed, they saw that the electrical network was destroyed. Bomb Monk said he had appeared. A guy had appeared at the top. They were shouting to the commander to wait, because they had realized something. The boy and the child looked down at them from above. They stood close to each other, not doing anything. They stood on a high rock in the middle of the river waves. Everyone present literally froze looking at him. They recognized the one who had come. Alice looked at him in shock. Suddenly, he picked up a giant boulder about to throw it. He drew it straight towards the attackers. They were amazed at how easily he did it. They thought that his appearance did not bring anything good. The commander shouted that they couldn't risk letting him escape. They would strike and dodge with fire magic. Then he ordered everyone to attack. However, their attacks missed their target. He jumped out of the flames and began to counterattack while dodging everyone around him. The mages had him under a spell. The commander realized that they had him pinned down and ordered them to release all the power they had. However, they failed to do this either. He was able to repel all these attacks. They did not understand when he became so strong. Looking at him, Alice began to guess something. The commander ordered not to stop. The enemy is immobilized, so he must be burned with everything possible. However, he deftly jumped out of the vice. As he did so, Mary began to aim. She thought that dodging was beyond his capabilities. She shot straight at him and bid him farewell. While in the air, the enemy noticed the approaching attack, but he was able to dodge it too. The girl was shocked that he was able to kick the bullet out of the air. He landed a little further away. The opponents continued to attack. He approached them at high speed and scattered them to the sides. He struck them one after another. His movements were chaotic. The hero said that he was completely ridiculous. Mary cursed and decided to strike again at the approaching enemy. However, he very quickly appeared next to her. He stood right behind her. All the opponents had already been defeated by this point, their weapons scattered to the sides. The girl lay helpless. However, he ran away at that time. She was surprised that she was saved. Apparently, his goal was to destroy the weapon. But Mary clung to her weapon so tightly that he did not touch her. She said strongly that he was clumsy. His awkward fighting style and the skill he used. They realized that it was most likely Kagami. The hero was also sure of it. No matter what he did, he would not win. The only one who could make him think is the losing master. Palma said it was a bit doubtful, but she wasn't entirely sure. At that moment, they saw Alice running towards him. Standing right next to him, the breathless girl called his name. However, he just looked at her and said nothing. After some time, he began to make some unintelligible sounds. The foreigners could not understand what was happening. After that, he jumped up and ran away. They didn't understand what had just happened. They were wondering what had happened. At that moment, the commander ordered an immediate retreat. The hero realized that the tribe was slowly coming to its senses. Balmonk said that now that most of them had lost their weapons, a frontal attack was impossible and they needed to retreat. But they didn't realize that they needed to get out faster. Menno had to take Tina to safety. The others had to run for cover. The commander thanked them and told Yuki to go and protect Mary. He prepared for the enemy to attack. The girl agreed with him. She asked him to stay well too. The commander said that now they had to stop here and leave. Pauna said that they were already close. After that, she launched a powerful attack on him. However, her blow did not bring results. She was told that the spell must be powerful. The girl replied that she could not run and cast a spell at the same time. The warrior picked her up and told her that she would run for her and that she had to concentrate. She was surprised but quickly gathered herself when she noticed the approaching enemies. However, Ace suddenly appeared between them and the attackers again. But this time, he attacked the warriors of the tribe. The squad realized that they could leave. The girl asked if this had happened before. The commander replied that it had happened. He would appear out of nowhere and clear his path like this to destroy them. He enjoys it and waits for them to attack him again. The girl pointed out that no one had lost their lives, which was not bad. He replied that some of them had lost their lives trying to save valuable weapons from destruction. He added that there was nothing good about it. The foreigners looked at him dejectedly. Everyone quickly began to move towards the shelter. Or she thought about the fact that if it was Kagami, then she couldn't understand what exactly he was trying to do in this world. Sometime later, they returned to the resistance headquarters. The warriors said that they managed to return, but everyone was pretty battered. The people around were very exhausted. Mary told them they had done a good job. She had set up 3 tents so they could separate them into men's and women's. They'll contact them later while they can rest. The warriors said they'll be gathering in the guy's tent. Karuru insisted that the man was definitely Kagami. The others completely agreed with her. Only he could use such a stupid way of deception. They began to talk about his peculiar sense of humor. Alice said she wouldn't call his behavior stupid. However, Palma disagreed. They would remember how he behaved. The saint said that if it really was him, what was he doing in a place like this? They shouldn't forget about the little girl from the beast tribe who was next to him. The hero told me to worry so much. He added that they were talking about the master. Just like when he united the demons and the humans. Did they not think that here, too, he was trying to find a way to make peace with the tribe? Alice happily agreed with them, adding that he probably had reasons for hiding his true identity. Mino thought that it seemed that he was not on the best terms with the tribe, but it was not difficult for him. He tried to understand how he was pursuing his goals. The warrior said that in any case, if the guy was really him, she would like to meet him in person to exchange information. I wonder if he is still on the surface. Palna did not think he was going to join them. If they decide to do this, wouldn't it be better to just send a secret signal? They don't have free movement from underground because they won't be able to do everything they want. It occurred to Alice that perhaps the boy didn't want to see them. The witch said she was sure he would just pop up again. He looked a little worried when he saw her face. Girl asked her if she had become too caring since their last meeting. She didn't seem like herself. If she continued to act like this, people would think she was Alice's mother, and then she would never get married. At this time, Yuki ran into the tent, telling everyone to get to work. She was wondering why they were all gathered in this tent. She had a bag of groceries in her hands. The warrior said that she came back very quickly, and wondered if she had heard them. Yuki replied that she wanted them to take it all in stride. She also added that she is afraid that this work will not be confirmed. Today they are the only ones who can remain as elders. At this time, Mary entered the tent with food in a pot. She said that they would cook the food together. Looking at the people on the street, the warrior noticed that they were treated differently than city dwellers. Yuki said that there are too many people, so they can't accommodate everyone in the city. Everyone is treated equally. They use the same supplies, the same food, and the same equipment together. The saint asked if there was enough food for all the residents. The girl said that it was natural. After all, it was the resistance that was responsible for the food supply. Of course, they were not cooking only for themselves. Karur asked if there were enough ingredients. Mary replied that there was a place to store everything else. So, they would make a full meal. However, there's still a shortage of food. Therefore, they stock up on food themselves and make sure that there's always at least a minimum amount of food available. The saint understood her words. She thought the Brightland might be a temporary world, but they had such a good life. Alice asked about the ingredients. Mary replied that she had gathered them from the tiny field she tended. She wanted to feed the children. Everyone smiled at her words. Yuki said that she was still a child herself. The girl was outraged by her words. The warrior said, looking at them, that the inhabitants of this world are very strong. Later, they prepared food for the people. Mary told the children to line up and they pushed each other. They probably had enough for everyone. With drool at their mouths, they didn't understand what probably meant. They told her to distribute it properly. They said they were just a little out of their minds. The girl told them to be quiet. The warrior said the children loved her very much. She also noticed that her group was made up of only elderly people. Because of her, such a beautiful woman was languishing in the shadows. The girls agreed. Having taken the food, the children ran away, saying that they were grateful to her. She asked not to call her sister. Palna said that by age and appearance, she was the sister here. Alice was curious what the guy would say when he saw her. Palna noticed that he had already seen her, and they had even managed to chat. Yuki asked what she had just said, to which the girl replied that she had said nothing. The saint sighed heavily at this time, and Tina asked her what had happened. Karuri replied that it was okay, they just finally met. And if you think about it, there really wasn't anything they could do about it. After that, she sighed again. Tina thought that the conversations were getting more and more fun. She said that despite everything, there are quite a lot of children here. She is looking forward to them growing up. If they are part of the settlement, then their children are taken care of if necessary. If it happens that they have no one else, when they get older, many will want to join the resistance. They care about the outside world. Tina thought it was hard here and she felt useless. Hana told her to work faster because she had a client in front of her. She happily replied that she was speeding up. Suddenly, she turned her attention to Alice. Among the people, they noticed a man dressed in a black cloak. With a serious face, she ran after him, not paying attention to the people calling her. The warrior told Tina to follow them. She would sort everything out, and then she would just tell them what happened. The girl asked if she would or Mary would be angry. The warrior asked her again, and the girl agreed. At this time, Mary was furious. Eli said at the time that we saw a rock wall. Apparently, she reached the ring of the dungeon, but she does not raise where he went. Suddenly, she noticed him near the tent. She came closer and heard someone talking, one of them staring at him like crazy. He asked if there was any food left. Losing the space would definitely be a blow to someone. The girl realized there were 3 people there. Suddenly, a voice called out to Dad and said that there was someone wandering around outside the tent. A hand appeared from there, grabbed Alice and pulled her inside. The guy held the girl in his arms, covering her mouth. He asked her not to freak out. The child called for her dad again. He said that other people were coming too. At that moment, the others rushed into the tent. Mano shouted at him to take his hands off the girl. However, he couldn't agree properly, and the person who hugged the girl, Kagami. Everyone was shocked. After examining him closely, they asked if it was really him. The guy pulled at his hood with a tense laugh. They were amazed beyond measure. He told them that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and suggested that they go inside first, because it would be bad if they were caught. He sat quietly in front of them and drank something. The saint wanted to ask him a few questions, but first she asked what they had just done. The guy replied that as they could see, he was about to eat his dinner when the suspicious girl found him. He looked at Mino and asked if he called this girl Alice. Everyone moved closer to him in surprise because it was her. They thought he had forgotten her face. He said that this question couldn't be. She was much smaller. He showed a small ball with his hands, introducing her. Everyone was shocked because she wasn't that small. He said it was too much. Of course, he admits that her eyes will be just like her. He grabbed her by the shoulders and asked her, stunned, if it was her. She replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Mina said doubtfully that such a thing was in his style. He wanted to ask him so many things, but he was afraid his head would just explode. The saint said that his alliance with the tribe, the reasons for his departure and other things, all of this is of interest to them. Then she smiled and told the guy to hug her too. He refused, saying that he did not want to do it. She exclaimed that Alice was his favorite. She asked Tina if she was right. The girl asked to spare her touch, and she too was not in the mood for hugs. Suddenly, a girl from the tribe stood in front of the guy, locked him in with her and told him not to dare touch him, because Dad only belongs to her. Karuru was angry, saying that he had left them and had a child on Earth, although she believed in him. They asked her to calm down. Tina said that Alice used to have this too. Kagami is always the girl in his arms. They were whispering about it off to the side. He yelled at them to shut up. He was amazed that it had only been a year since he had come here. How could he have such a grown-up child here? At that moment, he picked up the girl in his arms. Afterwards, he asked Mena where his horns were. He was told that something else was more important. The course, or he, that the resistance called him a disappointing hero. He added that he was too thick-skinned to live with someone he was bothering so much. The guy decided to explain to them what was going on. As soon as they got here, they were recruited into the resistance. As they know, the resistance's job is to save the world. But saving the world meant destroying all non-human life forms on Earth. He thought this was just one way to solve the problem. Given the rush to clear the land, there was no other way. Besides, the beast tribe was almost identical to humans. He personally had no desire to deal with it that way. But despite this, achieving peace is very difficult. Because, unlike demons, beastmen did not have a master who would unite everyone. The possibility of convincing beasts who hate humans to make peace is almost non-existent. He was at a complete impasse. During one of their operations, they had lured them into a trap rigged with explosives. But the herd was unusually small. He was on guard, thinking that this might be one of those times when they were deliberately covering their main force. Several of the tribe's creatures walked right into the trap. They were mostly old people. It seemed to him that it was a trick, as if they were trying to fool them. And then a lonely child appeared in the crowd. He asked them if they should go out and explore. The girl looked as if she didn't understand the situation. As soon as the thought of being trapped in life flashed through his mind, he was already flying to save her. And as a result, the whole operation returned a huge disaster. This girl's name is Pitta. She's about 7 years old. Tina immediately remembered how Mary spoke about him. She said that she hated his soul. Ilya asked why he hadn't returned to the resistance. Was he also trying to establish peace between the tribe of beasts and people? The guy answered negatively. He apologized if he had disappointed their expectations. But today's expedition was not intended for reconciliation. Mino specified that since he was an ace, their appearance on Earth was no secret to him. He wondered why he had not contacted them. He replied that they had always been a resistance. He had to stop them immediately so that they would not destroy each other. Meno did not understand what he wanted. He began his story, but was interrupted. A girl ran into the room, taking them at gunpoint, and ordered them not to move. The guy calmly closed the entrance. She burst in again and shouted that she advised them not to move, being at gunpoint. She said that she would let him escape. The guy thinks that she won't be able to destroy him. He added that they constantly clash, and even today. Yuki interrupted their quarrel, wanting to confirm if he really was the peasant called the disappointing hero, Kagami. So he really did survive, and he was the ace. It turns out that the words about his level are also true. One only has to remember the power of ace, and it immediately becomes clear that this is not a lie. The hero entered and told the master that he had not changed at all. The guy noticed that it was he who had changed. The hero noticed that if he was avoiding detection, then it was worth contacting them secretly. He replied that he was getting food for himself. Then he asked the girl why she had not warned him of the approach of the people. The girl tearfully replied that it was because she thought that her father's friends had come again. He picked the girl up and said that half of them were really his friends, so she had done everything right. The new arrivals tried to figure out what was going on and who this girl was. Mary told him not to move. With this transmitter, she could alert all the people about this place. She didn't think he was still alive. The ace of the tribe and its traitor to humanity. How many lives did he think were lost because of him? She was very angry with him. He asked her if he had not been in their way, they would have returned. Clenching her fist, she replied that they could have ended their lives with honor and dignity. He replied that it was true, that many times it had deliberately hindered them. But the reason was only that he did not wish for either side to perish. He would be lying if he said that he had nothing to do with it. But they, knowing that he would interfere, still chose to fight. There were ways they could have avoided violence, but she chose to fight for what she believed in. And yet, if she doesn't change anything and her life is wasted, is that fair to those who sacrifice their lives? It's not for him to say. But maybe that's why he was called a disappointing hero. Mary replied that they were people. They fought because they dreamed of a world of people. She didn't understand what was strange about destroying those who interfered with them. The guy replied that this was not a solution. Pulling the transmitter forward, she pressed the button. However, it did not activate and she did not understand why. Throwing it to the ground, she angrily said that she would say everything like this. However, he quickly blocked the exit. Everyone was shocked by his speed and thought it was a new skill. He replied that it was his companion's ability and asked her to show herself. A small kitten appeared in front of them. He wrote that it was a bit cramped. Alice realized that he was the third one who had spoken earlier. It was a warrior who possessed a secret technique that was mentioned in an ancient book. He was dressed like a shinobi. The guy replied that he didn't know what a shinobi was, but this guy was using a strange power. He added that his powers were disabled by a device. Tina was curious about what else he could do. Kagami replied that he could build forests in the wilderness. The cat introduced himself as Oboromaru. His master saved his life, and they worked together as partners. Saint thought he was cute. Tina wondered what happened to him. Kagami pulled him out of the trash and thus gained his trust. The cat would call this meeting fateful. The guy decided to leave the details for later and asked him why he hadn't contacted for so long. The cat began to tell his story, but turned his attention to the girls. They thought that they were plotting something. Mary screamed that she did not trust him because he had disturbed them too often. Yuki said she was glad he was alive, but she didn't understand why he was interfering with their plans. If it weren't for him, they would have already made great strides in saving the world. He replied that he understood what she meant, but what they were doing was just squabbling over territory. He added that he was not trying to insult them, and he too, if it weren't for the error of their ways, would join them. He wants to make this land a place where everyone can live happily. Mary didn't understand him. He said it was pointless. They were just destroying each other, and actions won't save this world, no matter how many times they try. Can't they feel that something is wrong? The warrior realized that he knew something. He said it took him a long time. He wasn't sure he could convince the resistance. However, before he knew it, They were enemies. And the most important thing was that he couldn't do it alone. He added with a smile that he was waiting for the guys from that world to come. The girls in the resistance did not understand what he meant. He pulled the cloth off, and there was a big hole in the wall. He couldn't get to the elevator, so they dug holes to connect the surface to the underground. It was difficult, but his experience digging holes with the dragon probably came in handy. Yuki was outraged, because she thought that monsters could get in here. The guy replied that everything was fine. He took care of everything, how they lived here and there. It is dangerous to walk openly with Pitta. In exchange for food, they secretly delivered supplies. Mary said that even if he found out something, she wouldn't believe him, because he was not an ally, but an enemy. He replied that she would understand when she saw it. They moved through the tunnels for a long time. Paulina didn't understand why everything had to be so difficult. It was like they were wandering around in an anthill. Kagami said it was a disguise. They arrived at a sealed entrance. Its presence is necessary to prevent anyone from getting in. The outside world is already directly above them, so they must stay close to each other. The guy calmly pushed the giant stone block aside with one hand. They began to gradually climb out. Mary didn't even suspect anything like that. She wondered what they would do if the tribe noticed them. The boy replied that this would not happen. Peeta could sense the presence of the tribe and hear their footsteps. Mary didn't believe him, because their appearance was impossible to detect. He replied that he would explain everything. No lights? They would notice right away. Since it was dark here, they had to be careful. They were talking about how it was the girl who had fallen into the trap. He understood why as soon as he started interacting with her. She is somewhat different from the other representatives of time. She is not very good at physical activity. No one asked her for help, and she walks rather slowly. She was slowing them down, so they used her as bait. And on top of that, they were much more organized than you'd expect from a tribe of beasts. And that was weird. The saint said that the tribe seemed very united. She wondered if her parents protected her. The girl said that she had none. She had no memory of what had happened before. The only memory was of her following the herd. Finds herself facing an impossiveness. Old people and children are great bait for traps. But her dad saved her. The saint understood her words, and the warrior asked why she called him dad. The girl answered that it was because he did not abandon her and took care of her as if she were her father. Minnow said that the fact that he had special powers and she had no memories was a bit disturbing. He thought they were the same. That's how it all started. If you think about it, there are a lot of mysteries about the family. He wondered if they were keeping some secret that no one knew about. But there wasn't enough information to figure it all out. So he spent the last year working away from the resistance, so he could move around freely. Paulina asked him what he had learned. His gaze darkened. He said that it turned out that the main key information was close to them. However, it dawned on him that there was no benefit in trying to resist other types of destruction. That's why he stopped them. Mary demanded to know more. Other alien species evolve over time and become stronger on their own. He wondered why they even thought that. Suddenly, they were distracted by noise, trying to figure out what was going on. And then they head out. The boy picked up the girl and ran. They decided that they might be heading to the Beast Tribe's hideout. In any case, they needed to hurry. After a while, they stopped in a vacant lot. Together, they looked down somewhere from the cliff, and what they saw shocked them. Below, among a large number of fragments of buildings and other parts of an ancient civilization, strange robots walked. They hunted the members of the Beast Tribe, who ran away from them in terror, shouting that this was the Messiah. It was unclear what this meant. Watching the scene below, Menno stepped forward and asked the boy what exactly was going on down there. Kagami's face was gloomy. He said that this thing is similar to the one they encountered in Salmeria. It can be perceived as smaller, but equally powerful. He's sure that someone from the ground knows more about these machines than he does. Mary said with fear that she had seen them in the archives. It was one of the most powerful tools in the old civilization's arsenal. Now that resources have become harder to obtain, there is no way they could repeat the same. These are weapons whose technology for creating them has been forgotten for centuries, despite the fact that they were destroyed by aliens. The Beast Clan should have been stronger. Yuki firmly said that she was sure that this was the weapon of the ancient civilization that they knew. But it was greatly improved. At least the Beast Clan was no longer their equal. The boy was surprised at how much she knew. The girl replied that it was her ability. These machines were piloted. There was someone inside. She could make the same if she wanted. Those present admired her ability. She said it was too much work and not enough material and not enough equipment. Miri didn't understand why these things were there or who exactly was operating them. Kagami replied that they only show up once a month to collect other species, and only when the resistance isn't around, that's all. This is a continuation of their discussion about the evolution of different species. Other species do not evolve naturally, so they collect biomass and then force it to transform. He doesn't know who does it or why, but the tribes suddenly evolve. All the creatures and monsters they fought were hybrids. Some were stronger, some were weaker. He thought it would help or make them weaker, but there were no weaklings left. If someone is conducting an experiment to stimulate development, then it is possible. He was asked how he knew this. He replied that he simply assumed that Pitta and Oboromaru evolved in the same way as those. At least Oboromaru remembers that he was created by someone else. The Pitta have evolved so that the tribe means nothing to him anymore. As a result, she improved all 5 senses but lost strength. He wondered if anyone in the tribe had senses as sharp as hers. Mary was stunned to think that if you can get a better evolution, you can apply it to all species. If you fine-tune the evolution, the effect will be much better. She said that their enemy was made by someone else entirely. She decided she had to keep her cool. She didn't know if other species were artificially created or not. Sleep will not answer that he is not sure. At the moment, it is only a theory. They know that there is someone who collects different species, changes them, and connects them all together. The saint clarified how he understood that they were being collected. There are many different monsters and intelligent species in this world. The monsters came from blocks that absorb magic. But there are no such blocks here, as well as magic itself. But even so, the resistance destroys monsters every day, and there are more and more of them. He was curious, so he tried it. He calculated the appearance of the erection and continued to destroy them in batches. But their number did not shift even by 100th. He knows, you can think about it for a long time, but does it not seem too suspicious to them? Mary noticed that he spoke as if they had an answer. He replied that it would be great if his thoughts were true. It doesn't matter how much she destroys. They'll do hundreds of times more while she tries to bring the world back. But maybe that's what they want. They want to force you to change, to evolve. By fighting those same changes, the girl was outraged by his words. She couldn't believe that they were created to fight for someone's ideology. She was fighting for what she wanted. Scratching his head, the guy asked if they wanted her to think that way. The people of the First Land thought that this was normal. Monsters were enemies and that the demon lord should disappear. The girl began to understand his words. The hero said that the master had known about her existence for some time. If they had a pilot, why not just kill him until he spoke? He replied that he didn't know anything about the pilots. But even more so, they weren't the ones he could get through alone. His words horrified those present. Tina didn't understand how that was possible. Didn't that mean the machine was stronger than him? Kagami replied that their armor was pretty thick. Even if he managed to disarm them, it would take a long time. And if there are more of them, it will be difficult. Stroking the girl's head, he said that he is not a superhero. Even if his level is so high, he is still a peasant. That's why he always waited for them. Together with them, they can't win. That's why he asks everyone to help him. The friends looked at him with a smile. Tina replied that it seemed they had no choice. Mino did not understand how to deal with them, because even he was bad at dealing with them. The guy replied that one of Takako's abilities was needed here. After all, she can ignore thick armor and direct the force of the blow straight through it. Now his present and everything fell into place. However, he added that he had not yet tried any magic on them. He spread his arms out to the side and said that they could do what he couldn't. Everyone was inspired by his words and were ready to help. They talked about how the master might not help them this time, but watch what they had learned during this time. They went forward. He smiled after them. As she ran away, Alice smiled and told Master Kugami that she had also become stronger. She wondered if he knew about it. Pana told him to look after her better. He thought that in his opinion, she looked after Alice better. Though he said that they needed to move too, Yuki stopped him and asked if there was any chance against this thing. As far as she can tell, it's not just about the armor. She has a ton of spells and a ton of weapons on board. She knows he's strong. Ever since he defeated her. Mary didn't understand what the point of all this would be if he was gone. Standing in front of them, the guy calmly said that they no longer had time to sit quietly and wait for something. He added that he believed in them. If there was a chance to win, he would try. His friends were already at that moment taking the necessary place for the attack. He picked the girl up and said that what was more important was that they didn't want to give up. They smiled at each other. The girl pressed her hands to herself, her face full of pain. She said that this was ridiculous. How could he imagine even a tiny chance of defeating this thing? He turned to her. She said she didn't understand how it had come to this, that he was going there alone. She had no right to say that, but if he had wanted, he could have asked the resistance for help. He replied that it was because he did not know his enemy. She understood that he meant that there was a possibility that there were enemies in the resistance. She firmly replied that it was impossible. After all, they had fought them so hard for so long. He said that it was in their blood. But there are questions. That's the least they can do. He's just suspicious of more than just the resistance. Everyone is. That's why he didn't tell anyone about it until his friends came. He said irritably that if he had told them everything he knew then and someone from the enemy's higher ranks had been behind them, what would have happened to him then? In that case, the girl did not understand why he told about it now. He smiled and said that it was impossible, so everything was fine. She replied that she didn't understand him at all, how he could know anything about her. He stroked her head and said that he didn't know that much. He was watching her all the time. The girl was embarrassed by his words. She remembered what happened a year ago. He told her that he had a girl in his homeland. Although their character is completely different, she tries just as hard. This is normal, at least in this world. No matter how old she is, if she can fight, she should go. But who said this is normal? If this is normal, then this is not how it will work. She thought that since it was about him, there was hope for changes in the world. But still, he gave himself up to all this voluntarily. They got angry and called him names. He thought for a moment and added that she was too stupid to be a manager. He laughed and said that at least she was more stupid than he was. She's just a little girl trying to save her world. She puts her life on the line without even asking questions. He thinks it's weird to suspect someone like that on their side. Yuki laughs at his words. The girl blushed and thought that, now that she thought about it, this guy was ace. He was watching them when they were fighting each other. While she had her own expectations and felt brazenly deceived, he fought on his own. Does he really live up to her expectations? Yuki asked about her. He said he didn't know her very well, but Mary trusted her, so he probably did too. The girl said that was rude. He added that his goal is to save this world, return to Earth first, and live like a king. After that, he grabbed the girl by the back and jumped to the side, saying that he was going. They watched his movements from above. His entire team was scattered around the robots in various places. The weapons of these machines were shining in the sun. The guy managed to dodge the blow. Yuki said that no matter where they hid, it was all in vain. If he got too close, his body heat would give him away. She didn't understand what to do. Mary said she would only get in the way. On the other hand, they wouldn't be able to do anything if they were gone. She had a feeling about that. Yuki understood her words and said that she would go with her. She couldn't go home alone. Plus, she needed someone who could protect her, just in case. The girls smiled awkwardly. Mary thought that she would not be able to keep up with them on equal terms. She began to think about what she could do. She watched everything that was happening. The protagonist cut the monsters with a roar. One of the robot's arms landed next to them. At that moment, the attack stopped. The robots remained standing and the guy landed next to the saint. She asked him if he was okay or not. He replied that he just wanted to catch his breath. He asked her if she had become stronger. Her physical abilities had become equal to Menno's, which was amazing for a princess. She replied that she had not yet reached level 200 but had raised it to 172. He was inspired and realized that she had also gained new strength. She said, and this skill is a little difficult to use. At this moment, the girl called the protagonist. A powerful explosion occurred. He managed to grab the girls and jump away from the place where the robot hit. They realized that it was a terrible weapon. There were several of them. The criminal hero was asked how he knew that they would come here. He answered that Obelmaro told him. He remembered the map with the data and locations of the planned attacks. The cat confirmed the words. The Sane thought that her memory had been bad lately, so she could not remember where she had seen him. She asked why he had been abandoned. The cat fell silent at first, and then, looking down, said that he had not been abandoned, but had run away on his own. Everyone looked at him attentively. He added angrily that, to be more precise, he had not been abandoned, but rather destroyed. They wondered what had happened to them. The girl realized in shock what had happened to him. Obomaru and Pitta were silent in response. The girl's eyes were full of pain. She did not know what to tell them. The cat said he didn't remember much, but he was definitely created in some kind of lab. As far as he could remember, he was strapped to an operating table, pretty much every day, and so he spent day after day like a guinea pig, tormented so much that it even hurt to speak. But after all this daily torment, he discovered incredible abilities. The girl was curious about what exactly these abilities were. It was levitation, invisibility, and telepathy. They were afraid of his powers and decided to throw him away. His body and mind were destroyed. Even his existence was erased. They probably didn't think he'd lost his life, but they were wrong. He escaped being torn to pieces when they rescued him. The main character answered sheepishly that at first he thought that someone had thrown away a stuffed animal and thought that the girl would need it. The girl said it was too rude. The cat asked not to blame the owner. Even without knowing who he was, he picked him up and took care of him. He couldn't thank him enough. The girl was surprised by the voice in her head. Pitta said that she hated it. If he does it, he must warn. The saint asked the cat what he would do if he met his creators. Without thinking, with eyes full of malice, he replied that he would simply destroy them. The saint called the protagonist in a panic. At that moment, they began jumping on the building's debris again, escaping from the robot. The guy realized that it was time to fight back. After all, they had all gotten used to their attacks. The saint understood why he was running around. He replied that it was quite dangerous to go to an enemy he knew nothing about. The girl asked him to tell them what he would do if he went on the attack without thinking. He replied that they would hardly do something like that. After that, he gave her the girl. He said that he wanted to know if magic worked for them, and told her to use the most powerful spell. Pitta would tell her where the danger was. She replied that she understood everything, but she was not sure that she would be able to walk normally with the girl on her back. He replied that she was quite light, so everything was fine. He looked at the crying girl and asked her not to make such a face. Since he was her dad, Kuru was her sister. The girl told her that she could call her mom if she wanted, but the girl confidently called her sister. The main character said that he and the cat would lure them out into the open. Jumping towards the robots, he shouted that the rest trusted them. He began to attack the robot. The others watched from below. Pitta said that it was time for them to go. She added that Dad's heart began to beat faster. He must be worried. The girl said that since he was worried, she would take the worry upon herself. After that, she began to gather magic around herself, preparing to summon her most powerful spell, and asked the protagonist to watch. Her magic was so powerful that the building's debris began to crumble into dust. A crater formed at the site of her attack, with robots standing in the center. Her friends were shocked by her actions. Pitta, running up to her, asked how she was. The guy was amazed by what she had learned. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He asked the girls not to say anything. He realized that such an attack did not even touch them. After that, he said there was no need to rush. It worked pretty well. After that, he started forming a fist around his hand. He said he would give it his all. The girl used magic on him, which caused a large amount of power to gather around him. He quickly moved towards the robots. After that, he dealt them one powerful blow. His comrades were shocked by what was happening. They were happy that they could win. The guy bragged about his and Kuru's strength. Palna decided that in this case, she would act together with Lex. Jumping on him and pressing herself against his back, she offered to join forces. The guy told her that he had difficulty concentrating. She didn't understand what he said, and told her to just move faster. He told her not to move. It would make things even harder for him. They stopped in front of the robot. He grabbed the girl under the arm and hit the robot. The girl used magic on his sword and increased the attack. The guy said that nothing could compare to the master's speed. They launched joint attacks, not forgetting to dodge his shots. Suddenly, the robot stretched its hand towards them, which made them tense. But then it exploded. Alice screamed for support. Palma said that she never thought that the day would come when they would be saved by Alice. Everyone joined forces to attack all the robots with greater force. The main character shouted at them to continue at the same pace. Suddenly, there was a powerful blow, from which literally everything around shook. This shook all the comrades present. Amidst all this chaos, a warrior appeared with Tina on her shoulder. Those present with a calm expression on their faces realized that she had dealt with all this alone. A little while later, the dust settled. Takako was apologizing to the girl. She said that she had given in to impulse and had been too reckless. The protagonist told the girl that it turns out she was overtired because of the skill. But thanks to her, they managed to destroy everyone. Probably, having found out who they really are, they will be able to attack the trail of those they are looking for. The saint assumed that the cat was angry with them. He replied that he had only hatred left for them. He would take revenge, even if he had to put everything on the line. The main character said that if it weren't for the girl, he wouldn't even notice him. If he's not there, it turns out that they saved him in vain. He replied that he wasn't going to part with life. The guy said that if they get everything useful for the robot, they will be one step closer to saving the world. Suddenly, he was called out in fear. They were frightened to see that I could see a huge ball of strange energy forming above them. Behind it, they saw another robot. From this powerful blow, the remains of the buildings were completely destroyed. The guys remained all intact. The guy realized that this was the Messiah. He pushed off the ground sharply and jumped towards him. He began to hit him with a large number of powerful blows, but they had no effect. This amazed the guy. The robot hit back with such force that the guy was thrown towards the buildings, which scattered from the impact with him. The cat asked him if he was okay. He replied that he was fine overall, and that they needed to leave here quickly because the others were worried. At that moment, the robot launched another attack, and Yuki saved the boy. He apologized for having to bail him out. Yuki said that the robot must now think that he had destroyed them, and so they could escape while they had the chance. He replied that it was impossible to do this, since he had seen their faces. As long as the resistance remained unnoticed, the boys could confidently go about their business. If the enemy can control the resistance position, they will be destroyed as soon as they return to the city. Besides, it will be over as soon as they start to be wary of them. Yuki didn't understand what to do in this case. The guy answered that he had an idea, but there was only one chance. In any case, they needed to hide for now and gather everyone together. Mary began to mock him, saying that he was wonderful at the beginning, but somehow gave in towards the end. If it weren't for Yuki, he might be in the next world now. Yuki explained that she was saying this and crossing her arms to appear tough. Only that's exactly what she asked to help him. The boy realized that he had been saved one way or another. He asked what the Messiah was doing. He was told that as far as he could see, he was conducting a cleanup, destroying everything that was left. The guy said that he expected that. There are things that people don't want to reveal. He thinks he's coming to get rid of them. He asked where the others were. Yuki said that they hid somewhere, and since they weren't leaving, they thought he was okay. Kagami asked the cat to use his telepathy to tell everyone that he was okay. Yuki explained that even if they hid, they would be found. The robots were equipped with the ability to search by body temperature. The guy said they couldn't escape. The girl asked him to think about what happened last time. There was a catastrophic difference in strength between them from the very beginning. The guy said with a sigh that the robot was strong and he admitted it. He leaned back and said that he would not be defeated in a direct confrontation. Mary shouted that they needed to retreat for a while and prepare countermeasures. The boy asked Takako if she was okay. She responded angrily that she should be the one asking. The girls came running, saying that he needed urgent treatment. After that, help was given to all who needed it. The guy stood up cheerfully and said that he would explain the strategy for defeating this little Messiah. Everyone else prepared to listen to him attentively. Mary, however, did not understand what was happening. No matter what plan they had come up with, it was impossible to pull off something like this. She thought about this robot with fear. However, looking at the group of people, she wondered what kind of expression they had on their faces. All of the protagonist's comrades calmly accepted his plan. But Mary did not understand all of this and called the guy. She said there was no chance and therefore did not accept his actions. She saw no point in challenging an opponent they could not defeat. Smiling, he asked her if she was worried about him. She laughed and said that was not true. He said that if they fought face to face, they would have no chance. But they had skills. If they use the full functionality of the skills, they will have a chance to win. If they can catch the monster off guard, they will only have one chance. She screamed that wouldn't it be better to throw away such a one-time chance and just run away? That another chance would come, but if it didn't, then it would all be over. He replied that their appearance had been imprinted today. Therefore, they were in great danger. It was better to take advantage of the chance to win here and now, to bring the salvation of the world closer. He also added irritably that if they ran away now, everything they had done so far would be useless. After his words, he calmly scratched the back of his head, and the girl did not know what to answer him. He smiled and told everyone to listen carefully. He would explain the details of the plan. Afterwards, he was asked if he was sure about it. The warrior said that the chances of success were very small. The guy confirmed and said that whether it would work or not depended on all of them. Mary didn't agree with his actions, because they didn't even know if this was the enemy they needed. And she thought this plan was very stupid. Alice agreed with him because she believed in the main character. Everyone present said that it was definitely against common sense. But at the right moment, Kagami becomes a person who can be relied upon. Mary didn't understand them. Lex said he was the one who defied common sense time and time again. He did his best in situations where they would have given up long ago, and he told them everything would be okay. If that's the case, isn't it natural to believe in investigating him? And this time, too, their strength was needed. The girl sighed resignedly. She asked him why he intended to fight. He replied that at the very beginning when he arrived on Earth, he thought that he would destroy all the enemies and everything would be over. At that moment, the robot found him. The guy added that as soon as he tried to do what he had planned, everything turned out completely wrong. The world is expanding infinitely. All that remains for them is to move forward. Like a man possessed, he was looking for a way to save the world. That's why he went so far. That's why he would never miss this chance that he had so successfully seized. Then he suddenly jumped forward towards the robot. His face was distorted with rage. His comrades followed him. They removed all restrictions and prepared to attack together. Many blows were dealt to the robot. Its thermal imagers will be ineffective for some time. A large number of metal fragments began to gather around the robot. It flew higher. The hero said that this robot would not escape from him again. He said it wasn't just absorbing damage. The warrior and Tina started to quickly approach him. The guy swung his arm for a powerful blow. The more he absorbs, the more powerful his sword becomes. He slashes his sword at Takako, whose face twists from the power. Tina used the lady's alms to protect him. Together, they flew towards their opponent in a bright flash. But they realized that he had read them. Ponda didn't understand if they could defend themselves with Tina's skill. She replied that she had just defended Lex, so it was possible. At that moment, the protagonist flew up to the robot, saying that he would do it. He attacked him powerfully, but at that time, the robot prepared to counterattack. However, he was hit from the side. Miri said that now they owe her. She used the hand of the Messiah for this attack. The warrior threw Tina towards the protagonist and asked him to look after her. After that, they sent Takako and Palna flying. The girl strengthened the warrior, and a large amount of energy formed around them. At the same time, from the ground, the saint used her skill on them. They used physical attack boost and heroic flicker. Everyone involved in this attack watched in fascination as it all ended. They were able to break through the robot's defenses with Takako's true bazooka, and the robot literally disappeared in the light of their power. The people who remained on the ground saw the monster begin to fall apart. They thought that it was finally over. A group of heroes find themselves in a destroyed location, possibly after a battle or attack. Tako thinks that she and Palna have burned everything, and that nothing is working for them. The heroes saw the one they were chasing. Palna guesses and understands that there is no one in the empty shell, and the villain has escaped. The girl asks Tanako if they should continue the chase. The heroine heard a negative answer from behind the heroes. Kagami, sitting on Lex's back, plaintively replies that he is no longer able to continue catching up with the enemy, whose condition is unknown. The main character is upset that he and his team were unable to finish the job. Palna reassures the hero that nothing terrible happened. The only thing she wanted to do was study those who pilot the shell. The girl accompanying Mary can think of nothing but resistance. With a worried face, Mary agrees that the technologies of the ancient civilization were created by humans. Her guess is that these people only live in Noah. Kagami's determined expression showed that he had already thought about this idea about the origin of these people. But his idea didn't work out. The hero didn't find any evidence in Noah. The girl becomes disheartened and realizes that they have achieved nothing with their actions. Alice claims that the person responsible for creating the mechanism is in Noah. The main character asks the young girl in surprise why she thinks so. The heroine is sure that Kurusu-san has important information or knows something related to the current problem. Kagami's face changed to one of fear. He hears from Alice his old words about how the monsters were created somewhere and released into the wild. The unearthly girl tells about herself and Menno that they are demons and were not originally supposed to live on Earth. Mary stands with a surprised and shocked expression on her face. Alice emphasizes the fact of their existence on Earth, and the girl also expresses doubts about her and Mino's origin with other characters, Pit and Oboromaru. She asks if they were created in the same way as these two. Mary was frightened by the word demons, and Alice understands that such a fact is hard to accept and adds, trying to calm her down, that they do not exist on the primeval Earth. The young girl's version points to the ability to create monsters similar to the heroes and their presence in the area. She asks about the possibility of creating a large number of monsters. Palna, in fear, agrees with Alice's theory. Kagami reassures Alice that their presence here is natural, and they themselves have not thought about it before. But he feels that there is something about Noah that he does not know, and asks about this place. Mary suggests that Kurusa was using a teleportation device when he disappeared, and that there may be a room that cannot be entered without it. Tanako, with a determined look, determines his next target, but hears that someone has refused to fulfill it. The protagonist and Tina are unable to continue on the mission and ask to take a break. Alice remembers, looking at Kagami, her previous conversation with Menno and the unearthly creature. The great being warns the pair of demons that the place they are going to is inaccessible to them, that their bodies, in fact, do not exist. The young man is terrified by these words. The dragon continues his conversation and already claims that they cannot live in any world other than this one. Menno is troubled by these words and cannot even respond, to which the creature adds with a grin that if the other world is true, then this world is fake, and they cannot live anywhere except the false world. The young man lost heart, and the great being pressed him with the question of whether everything was now clear. Mino had such a premonition about their existence. In his thoughts, only people remain, while demons, according to the world order, are rebooted and are encountered very rarely from the very beginning. Mino answers himself in despair that he is he and he was not created by anyone. He is a specific personality. Alice interrupts the young man's thoughts and asks the creature what they should do now. Minnow is left in shock at how the girl could remain cold-minded from such information, and even the creature notices this and confirms that Alice is indeed a smart girl. The dragon gives special permission, received by the heroes, to move on to the next stage from a certain person. However, he notes that this person has specially prepared bodies in this place that should not exist. The young demon asks about the person, who he is and why he needs to do this, to which the creature replies that he is not allowed to reveal this person. The unearthly being gives the heroes a choice. Whether to send or not, it depends only on them. He continues his story and emphasizes that this is not related to the rules of this world. The dragon only told a small part of this whole story because of his generosity. And then, for those who are related to the main character, he also warns young demons that at the next stage they will face a hopeless reality and despair. The features of the bodies that the heroes will receive for use differ from those of humans in their instability. A special magical power is used to maintain them. However, this power will be spent over time. Mino, in desperation, asks the creature what will happen to them if the magical power runs out, to which the unearthly being replies with a stern look that the demons will disappear. The dragon advises that if they do not use magical power thoughtlessly, they will live for a maximum of a year. But Menno is more concerned about whether they will be able to return back. The creature responds that everything is possible. It depends only on the intention of the master. The dragon warns that if the heroes don't see the point in this, then it's better for them not to go. Alice's unexpected answer of consent to go left Menno baffled. The girl explains her intentions by saying that it was the main character who saved her. Otherwise, she would already be dead, and therefore wants to become his strength. Thanks to Kagami, Alice can now live in the world she wanted. But the young girl remembers that the main character's dream has not yet come true. Alice is asked if she is sure of her choice, to which she replies that if this is all for Kagami's dream, then she doesn't care even if her life runs out. Alice is more eager to see her savior than worrying about whether she and Menno will return back or not. The heroine would rather choose to meet Kagami and die in battle for him. Mino remembers with despair how devastated Alice was without Kagami Dono for 3 whole years, and what a bright look she has now from her speeches. Menno resolutely accepts the girl's position and says himself that he will sacrifice his life for her and the main character, and he will not regret his choice. The cunning creature has nothing more to say, but the question remains. He asks why they, being demons, support this peasant. As she disappeared, Alice just smiled and replied that she loved Kagami. When Mino and Alice disappeared to the end of the next stage, the creature was only amazed by their decision and replied that they were interesting guys. The protagonist, showing how tired he is, asks what Menno needs. Kagami can't get up, let alone do anything. Mino, in despair, clearly understands something and apologizes for not being able to come up with a plan of action. The young man sees that their enemy is advancing. The enemies surround the heroes and they hopelessly understand that a second round awaits them. Mary is very angry about the decision that Kagami used the ability that now makes him unable to move. But the boy does not want to hear such words from her. Palma doesn't understand what's going on or what the characters are talking about. She just wants the main character to tell her what they need to do now. Kagami is very tired and can't give any advice, so he asks the others if anyone has any ideas. Ironically, Mary suggests leaving the young man and running away, to which Tina agreed, and the young man, perplexed by her agreement, became indignant, saying that she would also be abandoned, because she was as weak as he was. All the heroes don't understand why no one attacks them. Kaworu offers to talk to the attackers, offering as an argument that they have a pitta from a beast's fang. But Palma, seeing the angry look of the enemies who are ready to attack, says that this is a bad idea, and they don't care what the heroes look like, because they will attack them anyway. The heroes don't know what to do, considering that 2 of their team are literally crawling on the ground. Mary does not give up, and does not understand why the girl is calm in such a situation. Menno assumes that the girl's calmness is due to Kagami's calmness, but he doubts it a little, so he asks the hero if there really is a plan. The main character calms down and replies that if the enemies wanted to attack, they would have already attacked. He also has an opinion that the villains saw their previous battle and therefore behave cautiously, and the heroes decide not to provoke. Mino wraps his arms around Kagami and Tina and lifts them up, leaving them in shock. Given the situation, Tanako believes that it is better to let the heroes recover, just in case, for safety's sake. With a grim and firm look, Mino declares that there is no place where everyone will be safe. The demon decides to get away from the danger before they attack them. Since most likely this is all because of a dangerous person in the enemy's territory, Lex doesn't understand what's going on with Menno. His behavior has changed since they arrived on Earth. The young demon reassures the boy that in fact this is simply the best decision now regarding escape. His decision is also explained by the fact that they and the resistance group do not need any extra fame, so he asks the protagonist if his decisions are correct. Kagami agrees because now the situation is hopeless. Lex volunteers to help escort the teacher and Tina from the front. The girl's calm appearance makes Palna and Mary a little doubtful, but the girl just hopes that everything will be fine. Mary is very worried that she has become a burden to the team because she was even preparing for death. Kagami reassures her that he wouldn't let her die, but the girl doubts it because his condition now leaves much to be desired. The young man's comrades would never allow anyone to die, and Kagami asks the girl to remember these words. The girl says that when they all get out, it will be easier for them all, even though there are various dangers. But the heroes heard in a menacing tone from behind, as the enemies ask why they helped them. An unknown young man appears before the heroes. He demands an answer to his question, and the heroes did not even hear when he came so close to them. Some of the team are surprised that someone from the Beast Fang tribe can talk. Palna concludes that they can talk, because Pitta can, after which she meets Pitta herself. The girl tells Pichan that she and his father are friends. The protagonist switches his attention from the girls to the stranger, asking why he was eavesdropping on them. The stranger makes the assumption that it is the teacher who is the leader here. Kagami doesn't understand why the creature thought that, to which he receives the answer that only the protagonist's heartbeat has not changed, despite the surroundings exuding the fury of enemies. Tanako, with a menacing look, does not know what to do, because the stranger saw the last fight and is afraid of an attack. But at the same time, this same stranger will be stronger than him. The leader of the Beast Fang tribe furiously asks why the heroes helped them. They are enemies. In a decisive tone, the protagonist replies that he does not remember saving them and that they simply defeated a common enemy. The girls panicked and began to blame Kagami for not making the enemy his debtor so that nothing bad would happen to them. The stranger glares and listens to their bickering, while the young man himself says that it's not worth bluffing about such things. Seeing that the young man is not lying, the creature still does not understand how easily they killed their enemy and believes that the hero should still defeat them. Kagami-san believes that as long as they are not attacked, they are not enemies. The second question from the leader of the tribe followed, but this time about Pitta, why their relative was with the heroes. To which the young man affirmatively repeated his words, that as long as you don't attack, you are not an enemy. The stranger is already starting to shout, but he still doesn't understand the reason for this. The hero explains that Pitta was abandoned by the Beast Fang tribe because she was different from them. It is also important that Peasant is a very good and reliable ally, which is why she's on the boys' team. Kagami is already more furious in his response about what an enemy means to the stranger's tribe. Those who are even slightly different from them are driven out, and if they are similar, they are allies, which is wrong in his opinion. The guy is trying to get understanding from the leader because the main thing is that the interests coincide, because in the end, the tribe of the Beast Fang and the hero's team should be allies. The stranger still does not understand. The tribe killed many people, just as people killed many of them. So why does the young man consider them not enemies? Kagami concludes that the tribe needs to take revenge for its relatives, because among his squad there are 2 girls who want revenge, but on the tribe itself. But the girls won't attack first, because it won't change anything. Mary couldn't help but remain silent and replied how much she hated them. The young girl understands why the problem cannot be solved in this way. After all, Kagami taught her this, that there is always a way out other than fists, to which the main character chuckled contentedly. And because of this smile, he received it from the girl herself. Hatred is not easy to suppress, and the stranger asks what changed their thinking. Kagami replied that it was all about working together. After all, they should all be enemies, but instead of hating each other, they try to understand each other. Already starting to shout, Kagami-san replies that it is easy to give in to hatred, but his team is strong enough to suppress it in order to solve real problems. Mary, a little embarrassed and made an ironic evil face, said that she and the young man were not enemies, but not friends either. At the same time, Palna and Kururu only smiled sweetly. The main character himself asks the stranger why he needs to know whether they are enemies or not. It turns out that the tribe rarely contacts its enemies, and besides, the hero looks like someone who tries to solve problems without considering what race he belongs to, clearly hinting at some other hero. Mino and Kagami-san were a little confused by these words. Kagami puts his hood on and asks in an uncertain voice if this is what the hero looked like. The guy picks up the cat, who is also wearing a hood, and the stranger realizes that these were the fairy heroes he was talking about. The man was very surprised and asked the hero again if it was really him. Kagami realizes that this news could disappoint the leader of the tribe, because they are humans. The only one of their group, Pitta, was from a beast's fang. The stranger doesn't understand the situation even more, what the hero wants at all, what his goals are, and what he is fighting for. To which the hero confidently replies that it is all for the sake of defeating the enemy. But the beast wonders why he didn't just ignore them then. The young man replies that he wanted to stop the quarrels of the tribe, which only lead to losses and not to any changes. Already screaming, the beast replies in an angry voice that their problem should not concern Kagami. But the young man did not want anyone from the Beast clan to die. The peasant explains that fighting to appease one's hatred is pointless, regardless of whether they are people or someone else, because it doesn't matter. The protagonist only wanted to eliminate unnecessary casualties, but the Beast Fang tribe stood in the team's way. The stranger continues his idea that if the heroes had not interfered, the tribe would have won, and, asking already, it turns out that the victims were not in vain. To which Kagami, angry, answers the question with a question. If neither side wins, then what will happen? The main character waves his hand and shouts that completely destroying people will not make their lives better. The hero no longer cares which tribe, because their essence is the same and problems will still continue to arise, with one of which they recently fought. Even despite what the tribe did to the people, there must be another way out. But the stranger only smirks and gives Kagami doubts about such a position. Kagami-san suggests unity instead of enmity. After all, even the fact that they are different doesn't matter. They shouldn't be enemies because of that. Standing in the ruins, the young man shouts to the beast, offering to become comrades. The leader of the tribe repents, because they were consumed by hatred. The hero is determined because of the upcoming battles and asks that if something happens to him and he has to sacrifice himself, the young man will ask for help. Or rather, he will ask to borrow the tribe's strength. As he concludes his speech, Kagami answers the stranger's first question, that he believes they can become comrades, as the hero cannot imagine looking at people who are content with sacrificing themselves. The guy understands that the animals cannot be convinced in one conversation and gives them time to think. Already throwing aside the definition of race, the young man wants to understand who he is for the stranger, an enemy or an ally. The stranger raised his hand and the tribe stood up. He begins to walk away from the heroes. From such speeches and actions, Kagami falls on Manhwa from fatigue, and the stranger says his name, Uriga, proving that they are allies after all. Uriga remembers the main character's name, and Kagami realizes that he was able to explain his motives after all. The protagonist's team continues their journey through the secret passage he found. Tired from the fight, Tina, sitting on Takaki's back, imagines in a plaintive voice what would happen to them next. Koji, clearly admiring himself, is surprised by the effect he had on the tribe and that no further battle took place. But Mary and Karuru are indignant at the boy's confidence. The little cat calms everyone down, saying that she would have activated invisibility. Palma didn't know about such an ability and asks if she was able to make everyone invisible. The girl is angry at the cat's answer, because she was only able to make herself and the master invisible. Palma wonders why it was necessary to make demands and completely deny their way of life. And the tired Kagami only trusted the leader of the tribe. It seemed to him that he could be reached. The whole team is tired and decide not to talk for now until they return to Noah. Mary thinks that worrying about resistance will not be unnecessary, because after the distribution of rations, there is free time, which means no one has seen them. She also assumes that the enemy is acting behind the resistance, and is worried that he will find out what all the fuss is about. A strong man calms a young girl. He knows how resistance works, but one cannot deny the fact of an enemy in Noah, since he can attack at any time. Mino, in the place of the enemy, would have attacked exactly like this, at the most unexpected moment for the heroes. Takaku suggests splitting into 3 groups, him, Mary, and Kagami. But the girl from Mary's squad is worried. She would like to continue acting as usual. Koji says no, but he will spend as much time as possible with Takako and the others. But in Noah, it is worth behaving in groups so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. Alice asks the boy if he would like to look into the central tower. The young man only wanted to know if there was a secret room that could be accessed with the help of Kurusu, but until then he needed to stay out of trouble. He also says that he will be able to always be in touch with his team, but if something happens, they need to flee the city. First, they just needed to make sure that everyone remembered the way to the camp. Of course, Kuru was outraged by such words, since the group would never run away, abandoning the teacher. Kakami is very confident in his abilities, so he adheres to the idea that the squad will not be completely destroyed, and he himself will definitely cope with the problems. The girls were clearly angry at this approach and did not approve of his idea, so the young man apologized to them and agreed that there was no need to run away anywhere. Karuri assured him that they were friends and would definitely come to his aid. Therefore, the girl asks, knowing the answer, if they find themselves in the same situation as Pitta, will Kagami himself save them? To which, with a kind smile, he replies that he promises to save them, and the heroes move on. Walking through the tunnel, Kuji, who is completely tired, still wants to rest when he returns to the city, otherwise it will be bad if someone like the Messiah attacks them. Although he acts secretly and is not capable of such a thing, Lex reassures the hero that even though they are not as strong as he is, they can still stand up for themselves. Kagami just smiles a wide smile at the guy's words, believing and trusting him. The guy continues to calm down. He even knows a couple of people who can help in case of a problem. And the girl from Mary's group makes a guess that these two are Lada and Lunachi. Alice doesn't know these two because when they join the squad, They were no longer with them. But Tina doesn't care about all this anymore. She wants to take a bath and wash off the dirt that Paula and Kukuru are crying about. Mary suggests using a resistance bath, since there is almost no one there in the mornings, and you can use as much water as you like. Lex doesn't understand how one can think about such things, because in adventures one almost never thinks about when to take a bath. To which he sees Palna's reaction, who covered her nose with her hand, hinting at the stench from the guy. Having gone off Takaki's back, Tina could barely stand on her feet, and Kagami jokingly says how weak the girl is, although his own legs are still shaking and from the slightest touch of Pitta he falls. Suddenly Pitta's ears perk up. The hero asks what she heard in the tunnel. It turned out that the girl simply dropped something. Palna doesn't understand what the girl has in her hands, but it's a piece of iron. Since it is iron, all kinds of tools can be made from it. Pitta is credited with having keen hearing in such a situation. Mary doesn't quite understand what's happening to the girl, because she was blazing in battle, and now it's as if it's not her at all. The heroes approach the bathhouse, just where the girl pointed with her hand. Everyone was happy about the bathhouse, but Pitta had some doubts. She froze and looked at the door. The heroes go to the bathhouse, except for Kagami and Pitta, and Mary asks him to be careful and stay in touch. Saying goodbye to the squad, the guy falls to the floor from fatigue. Koji was completely tired. Pitta sat next to him and called him Dad. The little animal is fired up with the idea of going to the bathhouse with everyone, but the hero replies that it is dangerous for her to go there alone. The heroes heard something behind the curtain and turned towards the sound. Kagami thinks someone is approaching, but Pitta denies it. The little animal replies that he heard an explosion and the hero's face was distorted in fear. She also smells gunpowder, possibly from the secret passage through which the heroes passed. Kuji decides to check what's going on, in case the enemy is already attacking them. At this point, Pitta hugs the hero. The guy understands what this is all about and also takes the animals to check together what happened. At this time, the entire squad stands calmly and waits for them to take a bath. And Alice only feels sorry that Kagami cannot join them. Seeing this whole picture, the hero was shocked. He thought that they were making fun of him. And the picture was that someone had blocked the path to the bathhouse with huge boulders, which is why the path was blocked. Lex and Minnow are sitting in the bathhouse and reflecting on how the room, although spacious, seems empty. Lex looks surprised or confused. Minnow Bani admits that he never thought he would share a bath with another person. The guy laughs, noting that he has the same feelings. Lex is in the bathhouse trying to change the subject. He is trying to look calm. A guy with gray hair shares his personal story. He admits that such tragedies happen all the time, not only to him, but to other people as well. Lex continues to reflect on his attitude towards demons. A male character in a bathhouse reflects on how his view of the world has changed after meeting the master. At the end, Lex asks his interlocutor a question to try to understand how much the person he is talking to has changed. The heroes are in the bathhouse, relaxing. Mino replies that these are two different people. Menno expresses surprise or bewilderment. His tone indicates that he finds the situation insignificant or uninteresting. Lex reflects on his and Alice's attitude towards people. In response, the man admits that he used to think completely differently. The hero is in a room where there is another man in dark clothing. His determination and readiness to carry out any order create a tense atmosphere. Mino continues to express his views on humans. He says that even if they are not destroyed, they must be treated with caution. A serious man asks why the young man decided to do this. Minnow, dressed in dark clothes, replies that the world is ruled by beings much weaker than them. His tone is full of determination and discontent. In response, the older man, gray-haired and dressed in dark clothes, replies that among humans, there are those who surpass demons. Moreover, it is not one, but two people. The man thinks that the boy just wants to play with them. The hero, with a cold look, shows an expression on his face that he agrees. In response to the hero's words, the man claps his fingers, demonstrating his superiority and dissatisfaction with his behavior, that it is too early for the hero to serve him. A little girl with horns and a tail, wearing a long coat, looking worried. The older man claims that this is his daughter. Minnow clearly did not expect such a revelation. Alice usually lives in a remote demon village. His voice sounds thoughtful as he explains the girl's origins. The older man turns to the hero, that it is too early for him to serve. Let him return to the village with Alice and serve her for a year. If Minnow copes, the man will forgive him. The man sternly warns the hero that if he decides to act willfully, he will personally take care of him. His facial expression is filled with determination and menace, emphasizing the seriousness of his words. The hero reflects on Mausamas' words that if he goes against him, there will be consequences. Minnow continues his thoughts. He watches a group of people who do not look ready for a fight or serious action. The young man notices a little girl standing next to a wooden house. His gaze is full of sympathy and bewilderment about her situation. The girl stands alone in a quiet place, and the hero reflects on the indignation of the situation. Suddenly, the hero notices that someone is watching him. It turns out it is Alice. Her voice is full of curiosity and slight fear. Alice carefully cares for a small bird that has been injured. Mino looks at the girl with distrust. His tone is full of contempt. A girl, sitting on the ground and holding a bird in her hands, listens to a young man who says that she has no reason to worry about such a problem, pointing out her status of origin. Mino tries to explain what he believes to be Alice's wrong actions, but the girl can't really give an answer. Her words are full of determination and conviction that her actions come from a pure heart and not from a desire for gain. Mino looks at the little girl and speaks. His voice sounds displeased and irritated. The hero is very upset that he has to watch this for another year. 6 months later, he continues his work, demonstrating perseverance and patience. The hero, still chopping wood, is sure that in this place at least, there are no threats. A girl with horns and a tail dressed in a long coat asks the hero what's wrong with him. He points to her good mood. Alice looks at Menno with a serious expression. Her voice sounds sympathetic and understanding. She doesn't want to burden him with extra work. The hero offers the girl training, because she is the daughter of the Demon King. The girl adds that she will use force only in extreme cases, so as not to hurt anyone. Mino does not understand Alice, that she does not want to hurt the one who is attacking her. And the girl, on the contrary, understanding the guy's hint, answers him that this someone is a person. The girl exclaims that if this happens, it will mean failure, and it is important to realize this. Her eyes are wide with fear and anxiety. She is clearly worried about the possible consequences. Menno still does not understand the girl. Her words sound doubtful and distrustful. He continues to say that the girl may be a coward. Alice replies that it's not that she's afraid of getting hurt. She's afraid of hurting someone. He looks worried and serious. Mino still cannot understand, and the little girl only claims that the young man will not be able to understand her yet. The guy is full of challenge and discontent from her words, because she doesn't even have the strength, and she's trying to lecture him. His facial expression shows fatigue and disappointment in the conversation. The girl wanted to help Minnow somehow, but he asks if she hates him for such words. Alice reassures the hero, because he cares about her, and there are different points of view. The girl, looking at Minnow, asks if they are not friends. Her expression is full of surprise and hope for an answer. Minnow, standing next to the little girl, repeats her words to himself. His voice sounds calm, but his face expresses slight bewilderment or confusion. The boy asks Alice to help him with firewood. Minnow says irritably that no matter how much he says no, she still offers to help. His expression is filled with anxiety and disappointment from the girl's constant presence. Minnow stands over a group of defeated monsters, shouting at them that they are weaklings, his voice full of contempt and confidence in his own strength. Looking at the lying monsters, he thinks that he considers people to be more dangerous opponents. The hero thoughtfully asks why the demon lord ordered him to serve his daughter in such a place for a whole year. Minnow has doubts and confusion about his appointment. Minnow talks about his parents who fought against humans. His words are filled with contempt and rage, indicating his hatred for people. Minnow is serious and determined, as if he is giving his final instructions or orders for the remaining 6 months. He suddenly notices something unusual and exclaims. His expression is full of surprise and alarm. The hero, looking to the side, notices a man. He stands with his back to the trees and says that if the enemies are not stopped, the village will be in danger. Lex looks at Menno with surprise or alarm at the latter's story. Minnow, laughing slightly, tries to explain himself, but his voice sounds doubtful and distrustful, as if he is trying to explain something incomprehensible. But everything changed when Menno was forced to spend a whole year with Alice. Lex asks what happened to the man next. His eyes are wide with curiosity, and he clearly wants to know more about the situation. A sudden fight scene shows 2 characters attacking each other. The sounds of blows are heard. The atmosphere is filled with dynamics and tension. The hero, dressed in dark clothes, fights the enemy. He says that he was much stronger. The enemy, a martial artist, is badly injured after the hero's blow. Mano continues to reflect on his behavior during the fight, that he would have finished it right away, but is waiting for a rematch so that he would have someone to play with, showing a group of people gathered for revenge. With Mano already lying on the ground, he notes that each of them was weak individually, but together they formed a team, where everyone had a role to play. Alice saw the young man. Her eyes were wide and her expression indicated that she was very concerned about his condition. She tries to help him, but he tells her to run away. Mino, lying on the ground, says that they need to lead together quickly. At the same time, the girl is happy that the hero is alive. The guy with a serious expression realizes that his actions have led to a conflict. He understands that the situation has gotten out of control. The girl ponders the reasons for the attack of humans on demons. Her words confirm that the attack was caused by demons, their own weakness or inaction. Mano tries to understand the motivation for the attack, especially when the villagers had nothing to do with their skirmish. The girl, with her eyes wide open, expresses shock and surprise. Her reaction shows that she has just realized that this is because of Mino and hopes that he will not abandon his comrades. Her words emphasize the desire for a calm life without conflicts. The hero, finding himself among destroyed houses and people lying on the ground, is full of grief and remorse. He realizes his responsibility for what happened. Alice reassures Mano that it wasn't all because of him, because it's an understanding of the complexity of the relationship between humans and demons. Mino is an attempt to find the cause of the conflict and offer an alternative view of the situation. The conflict affects everyone, regardless of their position, and these words bring tears to Alice's eyes as she says them. Alice talks about the importance of the life of each team member. Mino understood and made an important decision regarding the situation. The girl, her eyes wide with shock or alarm, tells the young man to live. Her voice is persuasive and calls him to act for the common good and continue the battle for the sake of his comrades. Mano and Alice came to an agreement. The hero, with a serious expression on his face, said that he had studied and honed his skills to be able to lead battles. He remembers how in his very first fight he was completely wiped out by Kagami. Lex expresses recognition and support for the hero, indicating that his efforts were not in vain. The guy adds the importance of each team member and the tension of the situation, that without Minnow would have been much more difficult, and perhaps they would not be here now. Minnow tries to understand the similarities between himself and people. The hero says that demons do not have a physical body, and their existence can be erased. Lex watches the events with concern, wondering why the heroes ended up in this situation, and how it relates to their actions. Minnow understands the scale of what happened. He understands that his decisions led to the deaths of many people, and this makes him feel guilty and remorseful. But he really wishes that he didn't have feelings at all. Lex ponders the reasons for the conflict between humans and demons. He says that everyone has had a painful episode in their lives, and Manu is shocked by what he hears. His eyes are widened in surprise or fear, indicating that these feelings are the reason he's with Kagami's team. Lex, with a serious expression, says that Menno's words might affect Alice and Kagami, and it's better not to say it in front of them. But the young man hesitates in his thoughts and is unsure of his decision. Menno points out that he realizes that Lex started this topic and now he must answer his questions. Lex didn't want to ask any more questions, but his voice was full of anxiety and mistrust. He demanded an explanation from the hero. What exactly is Menno hiding from them? Kagami bursts into the bathhouse. Kagami's voice is full of worry as he checks to see if they are okay after the sound of the explosion. The boys are shocked by Kuji's appearance, and the protagonist makes sure that they are okay. Kagami, who is usually cool-headed, shows signs of worry and anxiety, which highlights his humanity and concern for his friends. Sitting on the floor, the master says that there is an emergency now. He sent Pitta to call the girls. Kagami wants to discuss important details, but is not ready for it yet. Minnow asks if they should call the girls themselves. His voice sounds calm, but he feels the need to act. Lex asks Minnow not to rush because the girls need time to leave. But he emphasizes the seriousness of what is happening. Lex is determined to take on the responsibility of calling the others and go and call the rest of the group himself. The protagonist warns the young man. His tone expresses concern about the possible consequences. Kagami also notes that he has the highest level and therefore he should go. But Lex understands that it is his duty to go and save his comrades. During a conversation between the heroes, a small cat appears and says that the one with invisibility must go. Besides, the little cat is a female, and she can easily warn the rest of the group about the danger, and she goes to them. The situation requires immediate action, as no one has returned yet. Lex, with a smile on his face, declares that he will go, and Menno agrees, although Kagami does not understand all the joy of the young man. Menno, with a serious expression, points out the importance of protecting and keeping his comrades safe, emphasizing his determination, so someone has to go. Lex, showing determination, takes action, breaking down obstacles and barriers. His actions surprise Kagami. Suddenly, a collision or impact occurs, causing Kuji to cry out in surprise and not understanding what is happening. Tanako shows strength by picking up Lex with one hand, his tone full of confidence and mockery, indicating his control over the situation. The group of girls in a state of anxiety or anger express their dissatisfaction and disappointment towards Kagami because of his plan. The girl expresses disappointment in Hiro that even the decent Minno was persuaded to such a plan. Tanako sounds determined and is ready for the upcoming action. While Pitta and the little cat take a bath, a group of people, including the girl in the hat and others, are sitting in the room. Kagami, sitting on the floor, expresses regret and worry while they were gone. The little cat with a serious expression says that only Menno had no evil intentions. In response, the hero says that he had none either. Palna, next to him, with a surprised expression on her face, apologizes. The atmosphere is filled with tension and attempts to explain from the protagonist. Kagami's voice sounds thoughtful and worried, as if he is trying to understand what happened after he left. The group of heroes discuss what is happening. Kagami, when he noticed the smell of gunpowder, and then everyone became anxious, especially Pitta, who seemed scared. The hero continues to think out loud. He assumes that someone knows about their exit from the secret passage. The girl with ears, still scared. The little cat expresses surprise, pointing out that it has only been a few hours since their last fight, meaning they left only recently. With a cold gaze, Kagami expresses seriousness and concern, indicating that the situation is developing faster than expected and is causing concern. Pitta, with a worried expression on his face, asks if the enemies know about their every move. Koji continues to think. He concludes that they are most likely being followed. The guy expresses concern. Menno tries to understand the motives of the enemy, because in their place he would have done the same thing, to attack from an ambush. The situation remains uncertain, but the heroes try to find an explanation for what is happening. Tanako realizes that it is becoming more and more difficult to move forward. He also thinks that it's easier to retreat for now. Tina also agrees with him. Our position has already been revealed, Menno claims, so the original plan must be followed. Alice, Kagami asks what they need to do, to which he suggests they lie low. The little demon, with a surprised expression on his face, doesn't understand where to hide. Kagami, with a tired expression, says that he doesn't know who it is or what his tactics are. His voice sounds thoughtful and worried, indicating that the situation remains unclear. Menno calls out to the protagonist to be careful. The young demon continues to ponder the enemy's weapon. The pink-haired girl, with a worried expression on her face, asks whether they will see Kagami again or not. Kagami shows determination and willingness to continue the mission despite the difficulties and will contact his comrades once every 3 days. The group of heroes decides that it is better to rest until the morning meeting, which will take place in 2 hours. The heroes discuss the distribution of tents for the night. For Yuki and Mary to rest together with Takako's tent, and also says that she and Alice will try to rest in Mino and Lex's tent. She believes that such distribution will be safer. The girl, with an anxious expression on her face, asks the hero if he really plans to contact him every 3 days. Her voice is full of concern about whether he will be able to fulfill this promise. Kagami suggests digging a cave where they can sleep safely. Pitta adds that if enemies get close, she will sense their presence with her keen senses. The hero assures Pitta that even in her sleep she will be aware of any threats or movements nearby. She emphasizes that his abilities allow him to be aware of what is happening. Koji explains that Pitta's unique senses will make them feel safe. He notes that her senses are so accurate that she can detect even the quiet movements of a cannibal tribe without making a sound. The girl with a worried expression says that the distance is too great, and she's not sure of her abilities. She also asks if there were human footprints just before the explosion. Kagami suggests that if someone had caused the explosion, she should have felt it. She adds that the bomb may have been planted beforehand. Pitta notes that only Dad and the older sisters had traces. The Master wonders if the enemy has a power that can bypass the Pitta's senses, such as invisibility or concealment of sounds. The hero understands that any of the possible options is dangerous. He looks worried and determined. The young man comes to the conclusion that he needs to take the initiative to resolve the current situation. His voice sounds determined, although he looks a little tired. The guy thinks there's a risk that his comrades might hate him for what he does. The hero, hugging the girl, declares that he cannot retreat, even if it means taking certain risks. A group of heroes are resting and sleeping after a busy day. They look tired and relaxed, deep in sleep. A man knocks on the door and calls out to the heroes. His voice sounds like he's checking to see if they're ready for the next step. The girls, hearing the noise, begin to wake up. One of them asks if there will be a meeting now, and the other, still half asleep, answers that the commander is already getting up. The commander decides to go and wake up the others so they can continue their business. He says they can get a good night's sleep. Mano notices that someone is already awake and making noise. And Palma notes that this is proof that she has always led a healthy lifestyle and encourages others to follow her example. Another girl, looking tired, says she still wants to sleep, even though the day has just begun. She adds that she and Mary just decided to stretch their legs before breakfast. Menno apologizes for his concern, noting that he was misunderstood. He also expresses concern that Yuki and Mary are walking alone in a crowded area and feels it is unsafe. Takako, in a state of extreme fatigue, lies on the floor, making sounds as if he is very tired from the events of the day. The other heroes notice the disorder around them and assume that there was a storm or something similar. They decide to start waking up Tina and the others to discuss the situation. Tana asks what happened to Kururu-san. Mano expresses surprise, asking what this all means. Mary replies that she hopes the situation is safe, but adds that Kururu-san might have gone to the toilet. Mano hopes that it's just a concern. Mary suggests that Kururu-san may have left the tent after waking up while Mary was changing before going to bed. Mano also points out that if Kururu did not warn either Mary or Tina, the situation could be dangerous, since she is acting alone. The hero suggests finding Kururu-san, emphasizing that it could be dangerous for her. Mano confirmed that Lex was right and announced that Paluna Dano, Tina Dano, Takako Dano, and Lex Dano would be going with him. The group of heroes reported that they were unable to find Kururu-san. Tina admitted that she was sleeping across from them, and that it was just a momentary distraction. She expressed remorse for what happened. Palma speculated that Kururu-san might have been kidnapped by an enemy with special skills. Her voice sounds worried, indicating the seriousness of the situation. Menno suggested that the enemy might have blown up the passage and watched them for a while they were on guard. The demon wondered why the enemy was targeting Kururu-san, especially when Takako Dano, who posed the greatest threat to the enemy, was sleeping alone. His words expressed confusion and concern about the enemy's strategy. The commander, being in the central square of resistance, apologized for his sudden appearance and reported an emergency situation. He said that he had recently received a message from the canteen duty officer that food had started disappearing from the food warehouse since yesterday. This had surprised those around him. The older man explained that the situation was more serious than expected, as something like this had never happened before. He added that this could significantly weaken the resistance. He also noticed that the lock was broken, but there were no signs of tools being used. He assumed that the lock had been broken by force. Mino realized that they had been deceived, expressing alarm and bewilderment at what had happened. The commander, with a serious expression on his face, explained that the keys to the warehouse were under the general control of the resistance. Mino guessed that the enemy was most likely hiding inside the resistance. The girl next to him, with a worried expression on her face, asked what they should do. The hero added that when all the resistance members look at them with suspicion, it becomes difficult to distinguish the enemy from the rest. He also suggested that the enemy is watching them and can attract attention if they show mood or bloodlust. Mano indicated that he believed the enemy's purpose was to disguise and hostilely treat the group members. Tina, next to him with a frightened expression, denied that they had stolen anything. The girl, with an anxious voice, asked the man to stop. He asked where Kururu had gone. Mano, with a serious expression, expressed the opinion that few would believe their story of what they had seen. He added that even if a hypothetical ally appeared, it would be impossible to distinguish him from the enemy. The demon, standing next to Mary, suggested acting as if everyone was an enemy. He pointed out the risk that someone might gain her trust and stab her in the back. Minnow noted that Kururu-san had not been with them since the morning. He assumed that the destruction of the food warehouse might have been staged to arouse suspicion towards them. The older man asked why Paluna and Alice were in the men's tent this morning. The girl next to him replied that she had come to see Menno to discuss their next course of action. Palna, with a serious expression, confirmed that Menno was indeed the most sensible in thinking and making plans. Her words indicated that she trusted Menno's leadership. Mary expressed doubt that everything was too perfect to be true. She suggested that it could have been done on purpose to arouse suspicion against them. She asked if there was any concrete evidence. Mary added that once trust is lost, it is very difficult to regain it. The commander standing next to the girl pointed out that the fact that Kururu was missing did not remove their suspicions. He suggested that there was a high probability that Kururu had escaped with the stolen food. The girl next to him looked worried. Mino stressed that despite everything, suspicions remain. He added that it cannot be ruled out that Kururu fled under the pressure of harsh reality. In his mind, Mino apologized to Kururu Dano, explaining that they had to insist that they had nothing to do with this. He added that they couldn't be trapped where they couldn't move freely. The man standing on the balcony received confirmation from another character that they would immediately find Kururu Dano and bring her to them. Palna, with a worried expression, asked what they should do next, since Kururu Dano was still missing. She added that the situation seemed hopeless. The hero suggested that if the enemy was someone from the resistance, then they had a chance. Menno began by saying that everyone except them was under suspicion. He, with a serious expression, said that there was no point in wasting time. He suggested that they go look for Kururu Dano, despite the fact that they were given time to rest. The hero, with a serious expression on his face, emphasized that whenever they had free time, they tried to find Kururu. However, despite their efforts, her whereabouts remained unknown. Mino explains that their ties to the resistance put them at the top of the suspect list. Palna hopes that Kururu-san is okay. The other characters agree. It is said that if Kururu is attacked by an enemy, there is little time left. They cannot just sit and wait for Kagami Dono's report. They need to act, not sit idle. Mary asks about the next step and is told that the secret passage mentioned earlier has already been fully explored. It becomes clear that the situation is complicated, and there are few options for a solution. Stopping the resistance will arouse suspicion. There is a limit to what can be done secretly. The situation seems hopeless, but we must continue to act with caution. Minnow expresses concern for Kururu and says that they will continue to investigate at any opportunity, emphasizing that their actions are limited, but they cannot just sit still. Tina wonders why only Kururu-san was attacked. She looks worried and tries to understand the reason for such an incident. The young man explains that if the attack was intended to harm the resistance by using Kururu, then they would most likely try to get rid of her after that. He thinks that this is logical and there is nothing strange about it. With Kururu on the run, the characters notice that surveillance on them is increasing. If they start disappearing one by one, it could raise suspicions. They are under close scrutiny as resistance members. Mino suggests that enemies within the resistance want to create mistrust among members of the group. This will make their work more difficult, as internal hostility will prevent them from acting effectively. The hero explains that the purpose of attacking Kururu was to make all the members of the group accomplices. He assumes that the enemies will come again and attack to eliminate the entire group at once. Mino notes that he expected the enemy to take the bait they threw out. However, the group had provided many opportunities to attack over the past 2 days while they were busy with various activities, but the enemy did not take advantage of them. The group discusses that there must be some sort of plan on the part of the enemy. Takako wonders if the enemy has intentionally allowed them to remain undetected or if they are simply waiting for the right moment. He expresses doubt that the enemy can be intentionally patient. He suggests the possibility that the enemy may wait for a certain moment before taking further action. Everyone agrees that there is no way to verify the assumptions yet. They decide that the only way is to reveal the enemy's identity and interrogate him, or find evidence of the enemy's existence. However, at the moment, the central tower is inaccessible for inspection. The heroes claim that they cannot leave without Kururu, as it would be disadvantageous to the resistance. Menno also expresses concern that the enemy may be hiding an ancient weapon. Lex suggests that the enemy's intent is to put them in a position of anxiety and to deprive them of the ability to think critically. He emphasizes the importance of believing in one's actions. The armored man notices that everyone's expressions are worried Although that's not surprising. He asks where the others were, hinting that the group is in a difficult situation. Alice is wary and distrustful of the new man in the mask and scarf. Menno reasons that if we assume that there is an informant for the enemy side within the resistance, then the most likely is the leader Balmung, who is operating from within the command. The group begins to analyze possible options and strategies. The demon emphasizes that even if Mary and Yuki don't trust someone, it doesn't mean they should be cleared of suspicion. The team captain apologizes for what happened and states that he is responsible for the organization. He expresses his willingness to take responsibility for the events that are taking place. The commander admits that asking for help is difficult, especially when the group is still recovering from the last expedition. However, the situation demands action, and he asks for help. Menno wonders thoughtfully if there is a new race making a great migration. This could lead to further problems. However, the commander states that he wants the group to get out again. The commander points out the need to replenish the food warehouse, as the food stocks in the warehouse are not enough to provide the residents for a week. He explains that this is not an accusation, but simply a fact that must be taken into account. Mino points out that if they are neutralized individually inside Noah, it will create confusion in the resistance. However, if they are neutralized outside, where monsters and other races roam, many reasons for their disappearance can be thought up. He understands that now they have no choice but to submit to the resistance. The group decides to leave in an hour and gather at the same place as last time. They discuss the plan of action and prepare for the next step. Mary recognizes Lot-san, who has joined them, which arouses the interest and surprise of the other characters. Mary-chan jokingly says that she is ready to do anything for one lollipop. The girl asks in surprise who the candies are for. Everyone exchanges jokes and light remarks, creating an atmosphere of friendly communication. The commander explains that this time the group will go with the supply group. He also mentions that he will introduce them to Lot, who is the leader of the supply group. Yuki reassures the others that Lot-san is always like this, a man of few words but a very strong and reliable person. She emphasizes that they can completely rely on him. Lex asks how strong Lot-san is. His surprise shows in the question of his strength in class. The answer turns out to be shocking. Lot-san is supposedly level 249. This causes surprise among the characters who cannot believe such a high power. The group discusses that maybe Lot-san is actually stronger than he looks, especially considering that he is a support player. They note that Tako-san is still the strongest in combat, since his main role is offense. Mino thinks Lot has a skill that enhances all 5 senses. He can detect enemies by smell or sound. Yuki says that he makes no noise, so it seems impossible to detect him. Yuki mentions that she only knows one of Lot's 2 skills and knows nothing about the other. She adds that this skill allows the supply team to reduce risks. Mary asks why Lot didn't come with the supply team today, assuming that Luna should be here too. Luna approaches the situation with humor, calling Mary cute. She explains that she was just looking around, but her actions seem suspicious to the other members of the group. Takako notices Luna's strange, startling movements that resemble the actions of the thief, and he was right. The group discusses the special skills that allow one to stand behind someone's back without being seen. They note that such skills are extremely rare, except for a thief. Luna's complimented on her intelligence and dexterity. Alice explains that going behind someone's back is simply tiptoeing. Luna agrees, adding that it's not a special skill. Luna mentions that she is level 198. She also says that as a thief, she developed the habit of moving silently and stealthily as part of her daily routine. The girl admits that she has nothing but one skill suitable for the supply group. She adds that if she had raised the remaining 2 levels, the situation might have been different. Mary expresses irritation, saying that the constant insults and ridicule towards the girl are unacceptable. Luna reminds her that she must not be allowed to step on her shadow, otherwise she will not be able to move. This causes surprise among the others. Mary demonstrates her skill by showing how her upper body can move while her lower body remains still. This causes amazement among those around her, who notice that this is a truly unique skill. Luna states that she hasn't started using her skill yet, and it will be harder to prank Takako and the boys now. Tina points out that the number of sad people has increased again. The elder asks the party to go with Lot and Luna to get provisions. He explains that this is his request, but the party does not yet agree to this proposal. The captain says that those who refuse to contribute to the resistance will not be kept here. He adds that they need help. The older character thoughtfully replies that they can refuse. The captain, saying that a foraging mission is much safer than a day's excursion, promises to wait for the others. Alice asks in surprise where Menno is now. Menno reflects on Lot Dano and Luna Dano, stating that they can be relied upon as allies. However, he notes that there is something about their abilities that makes one doubt and wonder. He agrees that going outside is dangerous, as there is a high probability of contact with the enemy. However, he also notes that it could be a chance to get closer to the enemy and learn more about their plans. Luna announces that she will teach the group the basics of supply. She stresses the importance of paying attention and paying attention to where you step. The girl receives a message from Lot. She is surprised and exclaims, indicating the unexpectedness or importance of the information. The group discusses the information they have received. Menno notes that Lot and his team are very well informed about the situation. Luna warns that the enemy is on the way and urges them to be vigilant. Luna-san continues to work despite the increased danger. Her actions show determination and focus on the task at hand. Mary-chan jokingly remarks that Lexan can tell if mushrooms are poisonous if he tries them. This makes the other characters smile, adding a little humor to the tense situation. Luna suggests splitting into groups of 4 to spread out and quietly explore the surrounding area. The other characters agree with this plan. Menno thinks that if the enemy decides to attack, it will be easier to act when they are divided into groups. Luna warns that she will immediately report any danger. The group agrees not to stray too far from each other. The demon notes that, as Balmong said, monsters and other races have ravaged this world. He suggests that perhaps there are those within the resistance who continue to create similar monsters and tribes, fighting to reclaim the world. Alice thoughtfully asks if it is Korosu-san. However, the young man replies that the problem is most likely not in someone else, but in something internal. Mino concludes that the problem is most likely human rather than external. This causes serious reflection among the other participants. Alice wonders if the world really is like this because of humans. Menno thinks that as a demon, he is doing something for humanity despite this. The demon and the girl discuss the contradictory nature of humans. The demon claims that humans are contradictory creatures, citing history. Mino reflects on how humans seem to have abandoned everything and run away from something. He finds it hard to imagine that it could be other species or monsters, since humans themselves would not create such a threat. He feels like he's missing something important. Lex suggests using the radio to contact other people. Yuki agrees, and they decide to end the conversation to begin searching for help. The demon remembers that he stole a radio and is surprised that it can be used to communicate with other people at a distance, something he had never imagined before. Mino says the 4 will keep a close eye on the situation until they find the enemy. They will gather the necessary resources and join in later. The group analyzes the situation of Kururu Dano's disappearance. Menno claims that Tina Dano, who was sleeping next door, did not notice anything. He is sure that Kururu Dano, being a high-class sage, would definitely have made a noise if she had met an enemy. Mino muses that the only conclusion is that they are dealing with an enemy that can move as stealthily as the cannibals. A group of people discuss the reason for the disappearance of Kururu Dono and the others. They speculate that the enemy may have been the only person who was able to move undetected, as the other people showed no signs of an attack. Mino says there are few people in the world who can move so unnoticed. He stresses that if they watch each other and stick together, they can avoid the worst. Alice asks Mino if he is okay. He reassures her that he is not hurt. The demon muses that it is just an enemy. However, he expresses doubt that it is not the enemy they are hunting, as their opponent is much more cunning and dangerous. Mino discusses the logic of the attack. He notes that their enemy is a cunning opponent who would not attack them in an open area with a good view. The young man assumes that if there is an ambush, it will most likely be in a closed room. He decisively says that it is time to move on. Tina informs the others that Takako-san has disappeared. Everyone reacts with alarm, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Halna and Tina discuss Takako Dano's disappearance. The girl is surprised that Takako Dano, who is usually the fastest, could disappear and thinks it's stupid. Menno asks what the rest of the group are doing. He expresses concern, not understanding how no one noticed the enemy attack. Tina emphasizes that Takako Dano simply disappeared without any apparent reason or trace. Her voice is full of worry and confusion. Manu wonders if Takako Dono really disappeared right before everyone's eyes, which makes her even more surprised and worried. The young man concludes that the enemy cannot get rid of several people at once. He says that their assumptions about the enemy's strength turned out to be correct. Mino suggests that they unite quickly, expressing concern and a desire to act together. The demon wonders if there are any countermeasures against a possible attack or threat. Lex asks Mino if he realized something important. He reassures him that everything is under control. The group discusses the enemy's likely abilities. They speculate that the enemy may be invisible, able to hide tracks and sounds, but the exact details are unclear. Mino concludes that the enemy cannot eliminate more than one person at a time. He notes that the details of the enemy's plans and actions are still unclear. The demon explains that each time one person disappears, and he concluded that they are separated from each other, just like last time. Lex says that the enemy has the ability of invisibility, among other skills of the enemy tribe. He also notes that they have no means of defense. The group realizes that they are unaware of many of the technologies of this world, such as drugs that prevent movement and many other things. Meno expresses hope that it would be useful to defend with Tina Dano's skills, but admits that it is impossible. They note that in addition to the specialist, they themselves deserve to be attacked. The group discusses how the enemy seems to be specifically neutralizing strong people. However, they are surprised by the disappearance of Kururu Dano, who was one of the strongest members of the group. Manu muses that there is logic to the disappearance of strong people, considering that enemies are specifically targeting the strongest within a group. He agrees that Kururu Dono was capable, but adds that there are other factors. He remembers that when Kururu was kidnapped, the group included Kururu, Tina, and Mary. He wonders why these people disappeared. The guy notes that Takako Dono is a big threat, as she can both attack and heal, which he thinks could cause trouble for the enemy. Mino concludes that the enemies are probably alive since they did not immediately attack the other party members. He speculates that Takako Dono was moved to another location. The captain realizes that the situation is more complicated than it seemed at first glance. The captain says that the boys are lucky to be safe, and that's all he can say. He also doubts that this is the work of the enemy tribe, or that they have evolved again. The man suggests that the enemies may not have attacked right away because they wanted to take Takako Dono to their lair. He says that if that's the case, there's a chance they're still alive. He states decisively that a search for the missing people must begin immediately. His tone indicates the urgency of the situation. The other members of the group express concern, pointing out that the situation is too dangerous. They ask the captain to wait so as not to take any more risks. Meno calls out to Tina Dano, who has just woken up. He notices that Tina Dano has quickly recovered from the incident. Tina asks Alice if he appeared in her dreams. She notices that Kagami-san likes the girl. Tina replies that he does appear in the girl's dreams sometimes. However, when the girl mentions Kagami-san's name, he exclaims in surprise, not understanding who she is talking about. Kagami greets the girl cheerfully, saying that they haven't seen each other for 3 days. His tone indicates friendliness and ease of communication. The girl wonders why the teacher is hiding. He admits that he decided to surprise them with the werewolf's invisibility. Kagami expresses surprise that he feels a little calmer today than usual. His tone indicates that he feels more relaxed or less tense. The man says that the situation is dangerous, but there is no need to panic or be overly concerned. He also mentions that Meno-san told him what happened to the boys. Kagami deduces from what he heard that the missing people are probably still alive. Meno notes that there is no clear evidence. Kagami adds that he didn't understand anything and found nothing. Tina notices that the master is too serious and asks him not to make such a face. She explains that the enemy makes no sounds, leaves no traces, and is invisible. Tina suggests an area of effect strike at the moment of disappearance to prevent a surprise attack from an invisible enemy. However, she admits that this solution has limitations. The girl expresses her disappointment, saying that even Kagami-san can't do anything in this situation. She feels helpless and constantly thinks about it. Kagami says that it's better to be prepared in advance for the possibility that they won't be able to locate the enemy base. He emphasizes the importance of preparing for possible difficulties. Meno expresses surprise and worry, asking why they can't find the enemy's base. He also wonders if this means everyone will disappear. The man angrily declares that he is not going to give in. He denies the idea that they could fail, saying that he will never give in, no matter the circumstances. Koji reiterates his determination, saying that he will never give up even if something bad happens. His tone indicates his tenacity and confidence. He asks the others to believe in him. He explains that he appeared before them to tell them that he is ready to act and continue the fight. Kagami says that the others should tell Mino if they encounter resistance. He also notes that it's time to say goodbye, but Tina asks if they should wait until everyone wakes up. Mino notices that the object he is holding looks like a flare gun. He is surprised, asking if it is a weapon. Kagami suggests using it to shoot into the sky if they corner the enemy to determine their identity. The demon understands that the best outcome is to find the enemy base. His tone indicates the seriousness of the situation and the importance of this task. Mano asks the protagonist if he has a plan. His tone expresses hope and expectation that he has prepared a strategy to solve the current problem. The girl with the ears notices something flying quickly towards them. Kagami asks her what it is and expresses concern. The man jumps to escape danger. He says he can't afford to get hurt, emphasizing the importance of caution in this situation. Kagami states that she will look for a way out of the situation when she meets the others. Kitty also notes that if she were in the others' place, the shackles would have been broken at that very moment. Kuji turns to Pitta, reminding her that she must immediately report if she notices anything unusual in her comrade's behavior. This indicates the need for constant monitoring and attention to what is happening. The young man explains that he will do his best to ensure that the five senses of Pitta reach each member of the group. This helps them to remain aware of the location of all participants. Kagami says that if someone disappears again, the enemy must reveal themselves. He expresses confidence that the next case will help solve the mystery. The man notes that they are now close to solving the mystery. Pitta also mentions that when her sister disappeared, she felt nothing, indicating that the enemy is able to elude even Pitta's senses. Koji states that when enemies appear, they will give chase without hesitation. He expresses his determination to act quickly and effectively. The man thinks he is probably right in his assumptions. He wonders why the enemies did not target him earlier, pointing out that their strategy was to target other members of the group. The man notices that the enemy has finally appeared. He points out that they have finally found the target of their search. The hero and the girl are in a dark place where they have discovered an enemy. The girl asks the hero what he is going to do next, and he confidently states that they have finally found what they were looking for. Suddenly, a hooded man appears and destroys the wall, creating a smoke screen. Kagami offers to play along, hinting that he can lead them to his base. The hero is aware of the danger of the situation and understands that his ability to hide invisibility may become a problem. His face expresses anxiety and tension. The hooded man approaches the hero and begins to ridicule his determination, saying that he is strong but lacks common sense. The hero tries to defend himself but feels vulnerable. The hero realizes that his actions were predictable and now he is trapped. He understands that the enemy has been watching him for a long time, and all his steps were calculated in advance. His face expresses shock and remorse. The hooded man confirms that this was all part of his plan. The hero sits on the ground thinking about how the enemy did not know his exact location. Kagami points to the hooded man, stating that he came exactly as he planned. The hooded man laughs, confirming that everything went according to his plan. The hooded man admits that the hero is not as stupid as he seemed. Kuji asks if Kuru and Tako-chan are safe, showing concern for their fate. The enemy reassures the hero, saying that both girls are fine for now, although there is a threat to the future in his voice. The hooded man sighs, hinting that things will change after this. The hero looks at him with a serious expression, and the hooded man states that after everything that happened, he wants Kuji to do something special for him. Kuji states that he has understood the situation and who the enemy is. The hero expresses concern for his friends, pointing out that the hooded man is very concerned about them. But Kagami adds that he wishes he was wrong in his assumptions. Kagami finally reveals the identity of the hooded man. It is Captain Balmung. His voice sounds confident. The hooded man confirms the hero's suspicions by removing his hood and revealing his face. He admits that he had no intention of hiding his identity, although his actions may have created the opposite impression. The boy answers seriously, urging them to get down to business. Balmung tensely asks Kagami if he really is the key figure of the Beastman clan that he has met before. The hero and the hooded man discuss the possibility of victory, with Balmung stating that he has no intention of losing and Kuji questioning whether he is truly confident of his victory. The beast on Kagami's head speaks to him, reminding him to be careful, while Bomung emphasizes that none of them intend to lose. The hero and the cat exchange information about the enemy. She claims that the enemy has no doubts about his powers, that he has modified his body. The hero instructs his companion, Pita, to keep her distance from him. The beast notes that the enemy may have special powers, which requires caution. The tension reaches its peak when the hero and the hooded man engage in combat. The hero uses a powerful attack aimed at the enemy, creating a spectacular effect. Kagami and Bomung discuss the special power he is displaying. The hooded man states that it is an unusual ability, though Kanji states that he himself does not seem like a strong opponent. The hooded man explains that he learned of his ability during a journey to the Demon Lord when he was still a warrior. He emphasizes that this was his original power. Kagami questions this, pointing out that it's not just ignoring damage, but a more complex skill. The enemy agrees, confirming that it is indeed a unique skill. Bomung admits that if he had had this skill earlier, it would have been much easier for him to cope with all the difficulties. The hooded man explains that his skill is called parry, and allows him to redirect all incoming effects and damage into the void. However, he notes that this skill does not block damage directly, but only helps to shrug it off. The hero and the hooded man discuss the possibility of an apology. The hooded man laughs at the idea, apologizing. Kagami asks if his opponent is sure that an apology will help. Koji expresses disbelief, questioning if the man is really telling the truth. Bomung explains that the hero has no other means of attack other than simple kicks and punches, so it is impossible to win. The hero listens to him but looks disappointed. Suddenly, an attack occurs. A hooded man attacks the hero, using a force that makes him retreat. The hero is surprised and confused as to why this happened. Kagami realizes that the man has been there all along, ready to strike. His face shows shock and understanding of his opponent's disguise. The hooded man holds a bottle and grins, saying he's surprised the hero hasn't passed out yet after all that's happened. He admits it was a good try. Pita falls to the ground, exhausted from the effort. The hooded man comments on his physical attributes, but adds that all he needs is to deal with Kagami's friends. He assures that the hero will not be left alone, hinting that he will pursue him along with all his friends. The hooded man attacks the hero, using an ampoule to knock him off balance. The hero tries to defend himself but finds himself defenseless against the enemy's onslaught. Kagami lies on the ground, and Bomung wonders what the man's strange smile means. His face expresses confusion and pain. Alice is surprised to find something unusual or unexpected, expressing shock and confusion that Kagami was there. A group of people are resting, and Tina is next to a girl. Alice wonders why no one woke her up before, even though she tried to wake her up. The other members of the group notice that Kagami, who had something important to say, has already left. They make fun of the situation, pointing out that he left them suddenly. Yuki thought that everyone was still asleep. Mary, entering the room, apologizes for not noticing the others, who are already alert and active. Palma notices Mino's strange expression and asks worriedly what happened to Kagami. Mino holds up a gun and says that Kagami Dano said to use it if they found an enemy, but not the enemy base. He wonders why in this case. The girl expresses surprise. Mino wonders why Kagami Dano didn't ask him not to keep an eye on him. He also doubts whether they'll even be able to find what they're looking for. Palma consoles the boy, telling him not to frown. She tries to lighten the mood by pointing out that they can handle the situation. The hero admits that they sacrificed Kururu Dono and Takako Dono, but they still achieved nothing. He feels disappointed and helpless. The demon realizes that his weakness is that he always relies on others. He understands that this may be the reason for their failures. Mino declares that this time he will face the enemy personally. His determination and willingness to act independently amazes those around him. Alice expresses shock and disbelief, asking the hero what he is talking about. She is clearly concerned that the boy wants to go it alone. The group supports each other, pointing out that there is no need to go it alone. They remind the hero that together they can handle any situation. Lex addresses Mino, saying that it was thanks to his efforts that they were able to get this far. He encourages the hero to be more confident in himself. The heroes decide to continue gathering information, realizing that Palna is right. No one should take everything upon themselves. They agree to work together to achieve the goal. Alice addresses the demon, expressing gratitude for his efforts and support. She admits that she will do everything she can. Lex suggests that instead of just standing still, they should start acting together. He suggests that they unite to fight a common enemy. The team leader approves of their decision and announces that they will set out in the evening. His tone indicates determination and readiness for action. The team members agree, despite the danger. They understand that if they continue to be afraid, the situation will remain unchanged. Their determination increases. The group gathers together, preparing for the challenge ahead. They realize that even if they are threatened with extinction, they must continue to move forward. Mino states firmly that they must make certain sacrifices, knowing that they cannot save everyone at once. His tone indicates the seriousness of the situation and his willingness to make difficult decisions. The demon thinks, emphasizing that with such a mindset, they will be able to succeed even if they are destroyed. He expresses confidence that they will achieve their goal, despite any difficulties. Tina admits that she always feels afraid in the dark and has a bad feeling about what is going to happen. Palna notices that she looks nice, although he fears that it is strange for this situation. The heroes discuss the danger of the enemy, pointing out that he is no ordinary ghost. They remind each other of past adventures where they faced similar threats. The group moves cautiously, aware that the enemy may be invisible. Mary reminds the others to be careful, as the enemy may be very close. Mino supports Mary-sama, saying that she shouldn't let her guard down. The heroes discuss checking the area around the city, noting that they have already explored most of the territory except for the city itself. The heroes decide to recheck the land plots near the residential area, fearing that they might have missed something important. Tina asks about the plans for the city, and Mena replies that everything is clear, suggesting further actions. Mino suggests splitting into two groups to complete the task more efficiently. The hero admits that their plan is not without risk, but it is the best solution he could come up with. Minnow mentions that the ability can work intermittently, and that they have not taken any action since Kurudu disappeared. He believes that they need to act immediately. The hero adds that, most likely not many have such an ability, and even if the enemy makes them disappear, he will only be able to deal with one of them at a time. Mano points out that they cannot defend themselves against a sudden attack by an invisible enemy. Therefore, he sees no reason not to split up. Palna agrees with the dangers. The group makes a decision, and Palna happily agrees to the plan, showing their willingness to act together. Mino is adamant that he is taking responsibility for the city. The girl in the hat reassures him, saying that everything is under control and there is no need to worry. The group of heroes discuss the disappearance of another member of the team, Palna, causing alarm and concern.